Chapter 41:24. Xian, she was the daughter of the South Heaven Divine Emperor Xian Kuan. The South Heaven Divine Palace and the Wang clan were allies. She had visited the Wang clan's ancestral ground more than once with the South Heaven Divine Emperor. She naturally knew where the teleportation platforms in the Wang clan's ancestral ground were. There was more than one teleportation platform in the Wang clan's ancestral ground. There were teleportation platforms in the 4 directions of the Wang clan's ancestral ground, and each platform was located at the peak of a mountain. These 4 platforms were the Wang clan's teleportation platforms on the surface. There were more teleportation platforms in the Wang clan than on the surface. Of course, the location of the other teleportation platforms was a secret of the Wang clan. Xian, she held Gu Fei hostage and flew toward the east. Wherever she passed, the experts of the Wang clan would back off. Therefore, Xian, she held him hostage all the way to the teleportation platform on the east side of the Wang clan's ancestral ground. The people of the Wang clan didn't make a move. Xian, she was in disbelief. Could it be that the little guy she had captured was a big shot? Was he the son of a big shot? That was why the Wang clan did not dare to make a move. Who exactly are you? Xian, she asked curiously. That's what I'm supposed to say. Gu Fei said snappily. Xian, she covered her face because she had been to the Wang clan's ancestral ground before. Her father was the South Heaven Divine Emperor, and the higher-ups of the Wang clan knew who she was. It would be terrible if she was recognized. Xian, she had blown up the vault of the Wang clan's ancestral ground, causing chaos. If the Wang clan knew that she was the culprit, it would be troublesome even if she was the daughter of the South Heaven Divine Emperor. Who am I? Do you think a little guy like you has the right to know? Xian, she said proudly. This little guy was only an intermediate true god, while she was Shen King, and a greater success Shen King at that. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled and did not say anything. Xian, she directly activated the Wang family's teleportation array and directly entered a coordinate into the teleportation array. Bang! The teleportation formation platform immediately began to operate. Countless divine lights rushed out from the platform and converged into an incomparably huge beam of divine light that soared into the sky. The void was directly pierced through, and a path of guidance appeared between heaven and earth. Without any hesitation, Xian, she directly grabbed Gu Fei and stepped onto the receiving path, instantly disappearing from the teleportation formation platform. After Xian, she and Gu Fei disappeared, the divine light on the teleportation array platform also disappeared, and the entire array platform became silent. A figure appeared on the teleportation formation. It was Wang Xian, the only female quasi-emperor in the Wang clan. Heaven-trampling city. Wang Xian was shocked. Could that little girl be evil Emperor Trample's subordinate? Another figure appeared on the teleportation array. They could find out where Gu Fei and the others had gone from the teleportation array. Master went to Heaven-trampling city. This is going to be fun. Another figure appeared on the teleportation formation platform. This person was the other half of the Wang clan's imperial capital. His name was Wang Tian. Ha! I really want to know who is stronger between Heaven-trampling evil emperor and master. Wang Xuanji's voice came from afar. Heaven-trampling city? On a mountain in the distance, the fatty muttered to himself. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was not easy to deal with. If Boss went to Heaven-trampling city, he might encounter the heaven-trampling evil emperor. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was different from Wang Xiaotian, the patriarch of the Wang clan. The heaven-trampling evil emperor had been a martial monarch for much longer than Wang Xiaotian. He was a veteran martial monarch, comparable to the South Heaven Divine Emperor. Otherwise, Yun Xia, the son of the evil emperor, would not have dared to attack Xian Shi. The fatty could not sit still any longer and directly appeared on the teleportation formation platform. "Let's go to Heaven Trampling City," the fatty said loudly. Wang Xin glanced at the fatty and then directly activated the teleportation formation platform. At this moment, a teleportation formation platform in Heaven Trampling City was suddenly activated, and two figures appeared on the platform. This is Gu Fei glanced around and saw a small square, and the teleportation formation platform was in the middle of the square. A dozen soldiers guarding the teleportation formation platform, under the leadership of a general, rushed to the teleportation formation platform with spears in their hands and surrounded Gu Fei and the others. "Who are you?" The leading general's voice was like a bell, and he stared at Gu Fei and Xian Shi like a ferocious beast. It was already late at night, and anyone who came to Heaven Trampling City at this time would be strictly interrogated. One should know that Heaven Trampling City was the nest of the Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor. The Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor had many enemies in the southern divine region, and if his enemies were to sneak into Heaven Trampling City, the consequences would be dire. "Don't be afraid. I will protect you," Xian Shi said to Gu Fei. "Is that so? That's great." Gu Fei pretended to be pleasantly surprised and hugged Xian Shi's right hand. "Who are you? If you don't say it, then don't say it." The leading general was filled with murderous intent. If Xian Shi and Gu Fei did anything wrong, he would not hesitate to cut off their heads. "Humph, you don't have the right to know who we are," Xian Shi said coldly. "Is that so? Then you can die." The general waved his hand, and the dozen soldiers immediately roared angrily, and the spears in their hands directly stabbed at Gu Fei and Xian Shi. Xian Shi smiled, and her right hand directly formed a seal. In the next moment, the spears that were stabbing at her and Gu Fei directly flew out of the hands of the soldiers and directly pierced through the soldiers in front of them. More than a dozen soldiers were directly nailed to death, and blood flowed down from the spears, dyeing the ground red. The general's shock was no small matter. Buzz. The general suddenly opened his mouth and spat out an extremely sharp sword light that pierced towards Xian Shi. However, when the sword light was less than half a foot away from Xian Shi, it suddenly reversed and instantly pierced through the general's forehead. The general's terrified expression froze on his face. He did not know how the other party could actually control his flying sword until he died. Gu Fei pretended to be very panicked, and Xian Shi's divine ability was a little interesting. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. Xian Shi's expression changed, and she hurriedly erased the coordinates on the teleportation formation platform, then grabbed Gu Fei and directly rushed out of the teleportation formation platform, disappearing into the dark alley. Just as Gu Fei and Xian Shi left, a figure descended from the sky and directly landed on the teleportation formation platform. Who dares to kill people in Heaven Trampling City? It was an old man, and although he was old, his eyes were even brighter than the stars in the sky. The old man glanced at the corpses on the teleportation formation platform, and his expression was extremely solemn. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful wave of divine power erupted from the old man's body, as if a terrifying volcano was about to erupt inside him. The old man rushed into the sky and disappeared into the darkness. Soon, the news that someone had broken into Heaven Trampling City and killed the soldiers guarding the teleportation formation platform spread throughout the city, and the silent ancient city immediately boiled up. Experts directly rushed out of the city lord's mansion, and countless soldiers searched the city as if they were going to turn the entire Heaven Trampling City upside down. Swoosh! A beam of divine light rushed across the sky, and the divine light lit up the entire sky. In the small alley below the divine light, Xian Shi and Gu Fei stood in the shadows, looking in the direction that the divine light had flown to. These guys in Heaven Trampling City are a little too nervous." She smiled and said disapprovingly, she did not come to Heaven Trampling City on a whim, and she did not dare to return to Heaven South City directly, because that would expose her identity. Although coming to Heaven Trampling City was risky, it could confuse the Wong family. However, in Gu Fei's opinion, Xianxi's hatred was very unprofessional, and the Wong family would not fight the heaven-trampling evil emperor, so Xianxi's plan was going to fail. "What should we do?" Gu Fei pretended to be panicking and said, "Hee, don't worry, they will never catch us." She said confidently. Who was she? She was the daughter of the South Heaven Divine Emperor. How could she die in Heaven Trampling City? At that moment, another divine light rushed across the sky, and a powerful force descended from the sky, shocking Xianxi. It was a Shun King whose cultivation was not weaker than hers. Xianxi waited for the divine light in the sky to disappear, then carefully led Gu Fei to hide in the Heaven Trampling City, and arrived in front of a dilapidated house. Without hesitation, Xianxi brought Gu Fei into the house. However, the interior was clean and tidy, causing Gu Fei to feel a little surprised. This was truly a completely different world. From the outside, there did not seem to be anything special about this place. It was a mysterious stronghold of the South Heaven Divine Palace in Heaven Trampling City. Roar! Not long after, a furious roar came from the teleportation platform of the Heaven Trampling City. The next moment, a brilliant divine light tore the heavens and earth apart. A ferocious aura spread in all directions. A fat man, wielding a halberd, was fighting with the old man. The god weapon in the fat man's hand was extraordinary, as each attack would cause the rift to tremble violently, knocking the old man back. The old man was afraid of the fat man, to think that he would retreat without fighting. The other experts of the Heaven Trampling City did not dare to attack after seeing this. Humph! A bunch of useless chickens and dogs. The Heaven Trampling City is still the same. The fat man held the halberd and walked down from the teleportation platform, looking down at the world in an imperious manner. Where's the boss? Meanwhile, the fat man was trying to sense Gu Fei's presence, but he was shocked to discover that he could not find Gu Fei, which made him feel unpleasant. Gu Fei was definitely here, as the Heaven Trampling City was unusually lively at the moment. Countless soldiers could be seen searching the streets and alleys. However, it was impossible for them to find Gu Fei and Xianxi in such a short time. "It's you, fat man?" At this moment, an erratic voice sounded. "Heaven Trampling, are you still alive?" The fat man put away the halberd in his hand and said coldly, Chapter 41:25. Under the night sky, the Heaven Trampling City was bustling with noise and roars of wild beasts. Everyone in the city would not be able to sleep that night. How dare someone kill my people in the Heaven Trampling City? Damn it! A roar came from the Heaven Trampling City Lord's mansion. The people outside the mansion were terrified when they heard the roar. This hasn't happened in at least 3,000 years. An old cultivator in the Heaven Trampling City side. The Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor's name shook the entire southern divine region. Who would dare to provoke him? At this time, Gu Fei and Xianxi had already hidden themselves. Rumble. At this time, a teleportation formation in the Heaven Trampling City was activated again. In the next moment, a beam of divine light broke through the void and landed on the teleportation formation. The divine light dissipated, and a figure appeared on the teleportation formation. This person was wearing a tattered Taoist robe. He had red lips and white teeth, but he was too fat. His hill-like body gave people a strong sense of oppression. This was a fat man, a young fat man. This fat man was carrying a large halberd. The fat man was ordinary, but the halberd he carried was surrounded by divine light, and there were vague shadows of dragons and phoenixes on it. Kill. No matter who it was, the soldiers who had just taken over the task of guarding the teleportation formation attacked under the leadership of the general. Dozens of soldiers formed a battle formation, and their divine power instantly gathered on the general standing at the center of the formation. In the next moment, a beam of dazzling divine light rushed out of the general's hand and pierced towards the fat man on the teleportation formation at an extremely fast speed. The fat man didn't dodge at all and completely ignored the attack. The beam of divine light directly collided with his body and actually made a sound of metal colliding. That beam of divine light was shaken off and shattered in the void. The dozens of soldiers in front of the teleportation formation were dumbfounded, courting death. Fatty had a look of disdain on his face. With a wave of his hand, the divine warriors in front of the teleportation formation were all sent flying, crashing into a wall on the opposite side. How dare you? You dare to commit murder in my heaven-trampling city? A furious roar rang out. After that, a silhouette descended from the sky, directly landing in front of the teleportation platform. This person was tall and slender, dressed in white. He was a handsome young man with a hint of evil in him. This guy was definitely a lady killer. Little brat, you have no manners. How dare you be so impudent in front of your ancestors? The fat man with the halberd glanced at the white-robed youth indifferently, his face full of disdain. What did you say? I dare you to say it again. The white-clothed young man was instantly infuriated when he heard this. Besides his father, who else in the entire heaven-trampling city dared to speak to him like this? TSK. Fatty raised his middle finger at the white-robed youth. Kill. The white-robed young man leaped into the air and stretched out his hand, sending a palm strike towards the fatty on the teleportation platform. The violent force shook the void. However, with a wave of the fatty's sleeve, the white-clothed young man immediately flew off to who knows where. Fatty, don't be impudent. At this moment, a voice rang out from the City Lord mansion. Heaven trampling, you're still alive? Fatty glanced in the direction of the City Lord mansion. Are you disappointed that I'm still alive? The voice from the City Lord mansion rang out again. Then, a figure walked out from the City Lord mansion. This person was a middle-aged man with towering evil chi. He was the City Lord of Heaven-Trampling City, the Heaven-Trampling Evil Emperor. Violent, murderous intent surged out from the Heaven-Trampling Evil Emperor. Although he was just standing there, quietly, he had an invincible aura that looked down on the world. What does your death have to do with me? Fatty said as he leaped into the air and landed on the empty ground in front of the teleportation platform. At this moment, Gu Fei and Xian carefully hid themselves. Damn, Fatty. Don't think that I can't kill you, so you can act recklessly. Be careful, or else I'll suppress you for millions of years. The heaven-trampling, evil emperor's voice rang out from afar. I'm so scared, Fatty said disdainfully. At this moment, the teleportation platform lit up again. The divine light dissipated in the sky, and 3 figures appeared. These 3 people were none other than the old ancestor of the Wang clan, Wang Xian, and the others. They had also arrived, causing the fatty to be taken aback. Wang Xian, an old man next to him, said in surprise. Wang Xian was the ancestor of the Wang clan. Those who knew her were obviously old. Wang clan, heaven-trampling evil emperor, was shocked and angry when he saw Wang Xian and the others. Is the Wang clan going to attack? However, after Wang Xian and the others bowed to heaven-trampling evil emperor, they waited on the side carefully. They didn't dare to stay too far away from the fatty. At this moment, some extremely powerful figures appeared near the teleportation platform of Heaven Trampling City. Even the fearless fatty couldn't help but look solemn. Swoosh! Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor took a step forward and instantly arrived above the teleportation platform. He looked down at everyone on the ground like a dominator looking down at ants on the ground. Could it be that the people who killed my divine soldiers and generals were in cahoots with you? Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor glanced at Fatty, Wang Xian, and the others and said coldly, "I don't know what you're talking about." Another ancestor of the Wang clan said with a cold smile, "Humph." Heaven Trampler Evil Emperor stared at that person fiercely and flicked his right hand. Peng, the old ancestor of the Wang family, actually exploded, killing a half-martial emperor with a flick of a finger. That was the power and terror of a real martial emperor. Even the power that Gu Fei had planted in the ancestor had disappeared. When everyone saw this, their shock was no small matter. "Heaven Trampling, what do you mean?" The fatty was annoyed. This fella actually killed an old ancestor of the Wang family right in front of him, actually ignoring his existence. It was just too hateful. A god emperor can't be humiliated. Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor said coldly. Fatty's expression changed when he heard that. Boom. At this moment, in another part of Heaven Trampling City, a huge explosion occurred. The entire pavilion exploded, and countless rays of divine light shot out in all directions. Every ray of light was wrapped around a divine weapon. Someone had exploded a place where Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor kept divine weapons. Roar! God Tharch Tatian shouted at the sky, and a terrifying sound wave spread out. The air around him immediately rippled like water. The experts in the Heaven Trampling City hurriedly took action to collect the scattered divine weapons. Even the heaven-breaking Evil Emperor stretched out his hand and directly grabbed a divine sword. At this time, in a small alley not far from the Armory Pavilion, Gu Fei looked at Xianxi and was somewhat speechless. This girl was too playful. She detonated another weapon depository. With her secret arts and divine abilities, she actually awakened all the divine weapons in the entire weapon depository. All of them soared into the sky and flew out. It was just like what had happened in the Wang clan's ancestral ground. She had controlled countless divine weapons all by herself. It wasn't easy for her to do so with her level of cultivation. Haha, this is fun. She looked at those fellows who were hurriedly collecting the divine weapons in the distant sky, and she almost cried out in joy. She had been injured by Yun Xia, the son of the Evil Tharch, and she had been poisoned by the Tian Sha needles. She was powerful but couldn't use them, so she was bullied by some trash. She wished she could tear that demonic emperor's disciple, Yun Xia, into 1,000 pieces. Let's get out of the city first. Shi and Gu Fei sneaked out of the city, while Heaven Trampling Evil Emperor and Fatty Evil Emperor were confronting each other. Soon, they arrived near the eastern city gate. Sword! Shi waved her right hand, and a ray of dazzling sword aura flew from afar and slashed at the east gate. Boom! Wherever the sword light passed, there was a loud bang, and the entire east gate was blasted open. At the same time, while everyone was indescribably shocked, Shi rushed out of the city with Gu Fei, and then instantly disappeared into the night. Damn it! A figure rushed over from afar and directly rushed out of the city. That was Yun Xia, the son of the Evil Tharch. Yun Xia chased after Shi and Gu Fei. God Emperor Tatian wanted to help, but the halberd the fat man was carrying suddenly moved. A powerful and violent energy wave exploded from the halberd. The fat man with the halberd looked extremely tall at that moment, as if he could crush the sky with one attack. Fat man, do you want to fight? God Emperor Tatian stared at the fat man with a serious face. This guy was famous for being difficult to deal with, and he couldn't be killed. He seemed to have an immortal divine body. The fat man's background was extremely mysterious, so God Emperor Tatian was also afraid of him. If you want to fight, let's fight. I'm not afraid of you. The fat man said with disdain. Let's go. Wang Xian and another expert of the Wang family activated the teleportation formation and returned to the ancestral ground of the Wang family. They didn't dare to stay in the heaven-trampling city any longer. It was the heaven-trampling evil monarch's territory. He was the ruler here, so he could kill whoever he wanted. The current Wang family was no longer the Wang family of the past. The Southern Heaven God Emperor even wanted to devour the Wang family. This way, his strength would immediately surpass the other forces, and he would become the true overlord of the Southern Divine region. However, someone had already shown him their strength before he could carry out his plan. God Emperor Tatian was both shocked and furious. There were less than 3 people in the entire Southern Divine region who dared to attack in the heaven-trampling city. Each of them was an earth-shattering figure, so they wouldn't bother to attack in secret. Could it be that guy? The heaven-trampling evil monarch suddenly thought of someone. Meanwhile, She was moving quickly in the mountains with Gu Fei. Yun Xie was chasing after them with a strong murderous intent. He was getting closer and closer. Gu Fei was still pretending to be weak, pretending that he needed She's protection. She had never thought that Gu Fei was such a peerless cultivator. He had even forced the entire Wang family to lower their heads and suppress the entire clan on his own. Let's see where else you can run to. Chapter 41:26. In the middle of a desolate mountain, a woman was flying at a low altitude with a man in tow. The strong wind blew the woman's hair backward. You didn't forget to bring me along when you were running away. You're quite kind. Gu Fei said. He was still pretending. You've helped me before, so don't worry. I won't let you fall into the hands of the heaven-trampling evil monarch and the others. She said. I've helped you before? When did I help you? Gu Fei said in astonishment. Didn't you help me escape from the Wang clan's ancestral ground? If it weren't for you, I would be in deep trouble. She said smilingly. Gu Fei was left speechless. Even though the chick had forced him to escape, she was right too. If it weren't for him, how could she have escaped from the Wang clan's ancestral ground? In other words, he had indeed helped her. At that instant, a figure descended from the sky and blocked in front of Shi and Gu Fei. Shi and Gu Fei had no choice but to stop. Yun Xie? She was enraged when she saw the man. He was the only son of the heaven-trampling evil monarch, Yun Xie. He was the one who had used the sky-breaking needles to ambush her in the desolate land, causing her to fall into the hands of those shameless scum. Shi? You managed to escape last time. This time, you've delivered yourself to me. Let's see where you can run to this time. Be my concubine. Yun Xie said with an evil grin. Even though she was wearing a mask, he was able to recognize a woman just by smelling her scent. He immediately recognized Shi. Shi? Your name is Shi? Gu Fei glanced at Shi and said, the South Heaven God Emperor's name was Xian Kuan. Could they be related somehow? Kill. She waved her right hand, causing the godly sword on Yun Xie's waist to be drawn out from its sheath with a clank. It turned into a sharp sword glow and lunged at Yun Xie. Humph! Control, the secret skill of myriad soldiers? Yun Xie laughed coldly as he grabbed the sword light that was coming for him. The sword light was like a silver snake, struggling in his hand, full of divinity, mystic gold gloves. Xian, she saw that Yunxia was wearing a black glove on his right hand that was grabbing the sword light. She saw that the glove was glowing with a layer of black light and faintly discernible divine runes. Soon, the sword light in Yunxia's hand calmed down and turned back into an ancient sword. The body of the ancient sword was dark, but there were ancient divine runes engraved on it. An ancient aura emanated from the ancient sword. Boom! Xian, she attacked once again. She formed a divine seal with her hand, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky towards Yunxia. The glaring lightning instantly lit up the entire world. 9 Heavens Thunder Seal. Yunxia raised his right hand, and the flash of light descending from the sky landed on his hand. Immediately, electricity exploded, and the surrounding void was torn apart by the splashing electricity. I was just ambushed by you. Do you really think you can defeat me? While speaking, Xian, she waved her right hand, and Gu Fei immediately flew to the top of a mountain several kilometers away, as if he was riding on a cloud. Io, the goddess of the Nantian Divine Palace, is actually hiding a gigolo. Yunxia laughed as he shook his right hand. The bolt of lightning was immediately dispersed into the void by the powerful divine power that erupted from his hand. What did you say? Xian, she was instantly enraged as she glared at Yunxia. Is that not the case? Yunxia said with an evil smile. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Go to hell. Xian, she shouted as she formed the 9 Heavens Thunder Seal with both hands, directly attracting the power of the 9 Heavens Thunder. The entire world was instantly filled with lightning and thunder. Bolts of lightning that were bigger than mountains shot towards Yunxia, carrying with them a terrifying power of destruction. Ha ha! Yunxia laughed. In the next moment, a ball of divine light emerged from his body and blocked the countless lightning bolts descending from the sky. This is Xian, she could not help but be shocked. This guy can actually block my 9 Heavens Thunder Seal? It's my turn. Yunxia grinned. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he stood. Damn it! Xian, she did not hesitate, as she directly flew into the sky. Just as Xian, she left her position, a violent figure immediately stood in her original position. If she was half a step slower, she would have been hit by Yunxia. Hee, your reaction is not slow. Yunxia smiled. In the next moment, he disappeared again. To be precise, he did not really disappear, but his speed was so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. This sudden burst of speed really caught everyone off guard, and Xian, she was a little flustered. On the top of a mountain in the distance, Gu Fei could not help but frown when he saw this. Yunxia, the son of the demonic emperor, was nothing in his eyes, but to Xian Shi, he was a strong enemy. Transform into lightning and move unhindered in the 9 heavens. Xian, she shouted in a deep voice. In the next moment, a ball of divine light emerged from her body. In an instant, she instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and shot into the sky. Boom! At this moment, the void trembled as Yunxia's figure appeared once more. He slammed out with a palm strike that nearly shattered the void in the heavens. Thunderclap palm. Xian, she made her move. Her palm was like a bolt of lightning. This palm was a combination of speed and strength. Bam! In an instant, the two figures collided in the void, causing the void to tremble violently. Then, countless cracks appeared. Swoosh! The two figures separated in an instant and then collided again. This was a battle of the Shun King level. Whether it was Yunxia or Xian Shi, they both displayed their heavenly skills and secret techniques. Interesting. Gu Fei stood on the top of a mountain a dozen miles away. When he saw this scene, he could not help but nod. These two people were almost equal in talent and cultivation. It would not be easy to determine a victor between the two of them. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the direction of the heaven-trampling city. Gu Fei quickly looked and saw a ball of dazzling divine light appearing in the sky above the heaven-trampling city. In the divine light, two figures were fighting. That is, Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily contracted as he stared at the ball of divine light. He had never imagined that the timid fatty would be so powerful. That's right, the fatty who claimed to be the lord of the heavenly divine world was holding a halberd and fighting with someone in the sky above the heaven-trampling city. Violent energy spread out, shaking the heaven and earth. Chapter 41:27. Tatian Evil Monarch was one of the best among the 5 monarchs of the southern divine region in terms of cultivation and strength. Even the powerful southern heaven divine emperor wouldn't dare to provoke him. Besides, the southern heaven divine emperor and Tatian Evil Monarch were sworn enemies. The two forces were constantly in conflict. Even the southern heaven divine emperor and Tatian Evil Monarch had once fought a great battle deep in space. No one knew the outcome of the battle. Some said that the two monarchs were on par with each other, and it ended in a draw. Since that battle, the southern heaven divine emperor and Tatian Evil Monarch hadn't fought again. Instead, their subordinates had been fighting each other. Now that the goddess of South Heaven, Xian Shi, had encountered Yun Xia, the son of the evil monarch, a battle was inevitable. While Xian Shi and Yun Xia were fighting, the chubby man was fighting Tatian god monarch with a halberd in the sky above the heaven-trampling city. The chubby man's strength was strange. Sometimes he was weak, but sometimes he was strong enough to fight against a monarch. At this moment, the fat man wielding the halberd was waving it, and he was actually locked in a stalemate with the heaven-trampling evil emperor. If the heaven-trampling city below wasn't protected by a formation, it would have already been destroyed by the remnant might that descended from the sky. Countless people in the city were trembling in fear. The divine aura that erupted from the two experts was far too powerful. It wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Chubby man, are you really going to fight against me? Tatian god monarch was shocked and enraged. He yelled as he attacked. Endless evil aura burst out of his body, and 9 shadows of evil gods appeared around him. Every evil god held a weapon in their hands. The 9 evil god illusions attacked at the same time, shattering the void and blocking the ferocious fatty. Hand over my brother, or I'll slaughter your entire family. The chubby man yelled. At this moment, he was full of energy. Every time he swung the halberd, the entire sky would tremble. The light emitted from the halberd tore the sky apart. Even though he was fat, it didn't stop him from unleashing his strength. The chubby man was as fast as lightning. His body moved rapidly in the sky like a ball. The violent energy was earth-shattering. Even the sky-trampling evil monarch was showing signs of being overwhelmed. This guy really hit it well. Gu Fei's gaze completely ignored the distance and directly saw the scene on top of the heaven-trampling city. The invincible divine might that the fatty displayed caused even him to be somewhat moved. Although the fatty liked to boast, he claimed to be the lord of the heavenly god realm. Could it be that he was really the lord of a realm? Others might not know what it meant to be the lord of a realm, but Gu Fei knew very well that being the lord of a realm wasn't as simple as being invincible in a realm. A true lord of a realm, in addition to being invincible in a realm, also had to trample on the heavenly Tao of that realm. Although the battle prowess displayed by the fatty was very strong, in Gu Fei's opinion, it was still far from the point of stepping on the heavenly Tao. I don't even know who your brother is. How am I supposed to hand it over? The heaven-trampling evil emperor was extremely depressed. Could all of this be a trap? A trap aimed at him? This fatty wouldn't have come to their doorstep for no reason. This fatty's origins were mysterious, and he seemed to have appeared tens of thousands of years ago. All the great god emperors of the southern divine region knew of the existence of such a person. Moreover, this guy couldn't be killed. It was said that he had an undying body. However, no one believed that it was just a teleportation. However, this fatty would disappear from time to time and reappear again. No one knew where he came from. My brother clearly just came to the heaven-trampling city, but now he has disappeared. If it wasn't the heaven-trampling evil emperor, who would have the ability to do so? The fatty said angrily, "Forget it if you don't believe me. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." The heaven-trampling evil emperor had been strong all his life. How could he be weaker than others? The evil emperor was furious, shaking the heavens and the earth. The 9 evil god phantoms around him rushed out from the void, transforming into bodies of flesh and blood. Extremely violent divine power rippled out from the 9 phantoms. 9 gods as one, invincible. The heaven-trampling evil emperor roared angrily. The 9 phantoms fused together in an instant and launched an all-out attack at the fatty. In the next moment, the void in front of the heaven-trampling evil emperor was annihilated. The destructive power destroyed everything. Roar. The fatty roared like thunder. He instantly poured all his divine power into the halberd in his hand. In the next moment, the halberd let out a shocking roar like a dragon and slashed forward. Rumble. The 2 extremely strong forces collided in an instant, and the entire world seemed to be torn into 2 halves. Fatty only felt a shock in his hand, and a huge force came from the halberd, and his whole body was sent flying. He held the halberd tightly in his hand. His hands were badly mutilated. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was also blown away by the fatty's power. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Again, the heaven-trampling evil emperor seemed to have gone crazy. He pounced at the fatty again. "Ha ha! You think I'm afraid of you?" The fatty laughed loudly. He also charged forward with the halberd in his hand. The 2 martial monarchs fought once again. Countless living beings in the heaven-trampling city were terrified. Even though the city was protected by formations, they could still sense the terrifying aura descending from the sky. Many with weaker cultivation had already dropped to the ground and trembled in fear. These 2 maniacs, some of the antique experts in the city, were shocked too. It was rare to see a battle of this level. They were already lucky to be able to watch it. Meanwhile, in the mountains 1,000 li away, the son of the demonic monarch, Yunxia, and the daughter of the South Heaven God Emperor, Xianxi, were engaged in an intense battle too. She was executing the 9 heavens thunderclap heaven art. She had activated the power of the 9 heavens thunderclap. It was as if she had turned into a god of thunder. Every move she made was accompanied by countless lightning arcs. She turned into lightning and fought against Yunxia, who had mastered a secret art of extreme speed. The son of the demonic monarch is only SOSO. With a wave of her hand, she shot out 9 balls of lightning at Yunxia. Each ball of lightning contained an extremely powerful destructive energy. Once they exploded, an ordinary true god would be instantly killed. Even Shun King would not dare to be hit by the lightning balls. Humph! Yunxia let out a hollow laugh. In the next instant, an even stronger force burst out from his body. 9 illusionary figures appeared in the rift around him. The 9 heavens evil art, she's expression straightened upon seeing this. Yunxia had finally used the strongest heaven art of the heaven-trampling evil monarch. The power of the 9 evil figures was extremely powerful. The 9 illusionary figures charged at Xianxi. Xianxi was shocked and immediately backed away. At the same time, she executed a secret art too. The endless power of lightning condensed into 9 illusionary figures. Lightning clones? Seeing this, Yunxie was taken aback as well. All he saw was the 9 phantoms of the evil god clashing with the 9 lightning clones. Not too bad. Chapter 41:28. The heaven-trampling evil emperor's 9 evils heavenly art was one of the best in the southern divine region, on par with the southern heaven god emperor's 9 heavens lightning heavenly art. Meanwhile, the son of the demonic emperor, Yunxie, and the daughter of the god emperor, Xianxi, were engaged in a fierce battle. A terrifying destructive aura swept across the sky as countless lightning bolts burst out from Xianxi's body and wreaked havoc in the sky. Boom! As Xianxi raised her hand, endless lightning immediately rushed out of her hand and bombarded the 9 evil shadows in front of her. Every bolt of lightning directly tore apart the void of heaven and earth. However, the lightning bolts with terrifying destructive power penetrated the 9 evil shadows. The 9 evil shadows only became a little dimmer, but they were not destroyed. Ha ha! I've cultivated the indestructible evil god. Your lightning bolts can only scare people. You think you can break my heavenly art in your dreams. Yunxie laughed heartily, incomparably arrogant. Humph! Is that so? Xianxi smiled contemptuously. In the next moment, the figures formed by the 9 lightning bolts turned into bolts of lightning that shot towards Yunxie, piercing through the void. Boom! In the next moment, the 9 lightning bolts collided with Yunxie's 9 evil shadows. Then, the 9 evil shadows exploded as the 2 divine runes intertwined with one another. Yunxie was shocked. In the next moment, the 2 divine runes dissipated in the sky and canceled each other out. How is this possible? Yunxie was shocked. Could this be the reason why the Southern Heaven God Emperor and his father fought to a draw? No one knew the outcome of the battle between the heaven-trampling evil emperor and the Southern Heaven God Emperor. However, as the son of the demonic emperor, Yunxie had heard about it from his father. He and the Southern Heaven God Emperor were both severely injured. After he returned, he had to rest for over 1,000 years to recover. The Southern Heaven God Emperor did not have a good time either. He had not appeared for almost 1,000 years. Boom! Yunxie's body shuddered. In the next moment, 9 evil rays burst out from his body and turned into 9 illusionary figures, each emitting a tremendous evil aura. Hee. Xianxi giggled. Then 9 lightning bolts burst out from her body and turned into 9 lightning clones. Continue. Yunxie bellowed in rage as he made his move. The 9 evil shadows instantly merged into one, transforming into a peerless evil saber. Yunxie grabbed the demonic saber and slashed it towards Xianxi. The resplendent saber light tore through the heaven and earth and instantly landed on Xianxi's head. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xianxi's figure directly disappeared into the void. Yunxie's peerless saber strike missed. The saber light landed on the ground. In the next moment, the entire mountain ridge was split in half. Rumble, the earth shook, and a bottomless abyss appeared on the ground. Bam! Xianxi's figure appeared directly above Yunxie's head, and with a stomp, Yunxie was directly trampled down from the sky. Yunxie fell from the sky like a meteor. Boom! He smashed into a mountain and was buried in the ground. Boom! In the next moment, the entire ground exploded, and a figure rushed out from the depths of the earth. Roar! Yunxie raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. The peerless demonic blade in his hand erupted with an unprecedentedly powerful wave of divine power. Son of the demonic monarch, how impressive! But that's all there is to it. Xian, she said with a hollow laugh. Yin Xie was infuriated. 9 heavenly demonic slaughters. Kill, kill, kill. The next moment, the peerless demonic blade in Yun Xie's hand sprang into the sky and turned into 9 saber intense slashing at Xian Shi. The ferocious saber intense slashed at the rift. Lightning-like body, roam the 9 heavens. Xian Shi executed the lightning escape art. Her figure turned into a lightning bolt and moved rapidly in the rift. However, even though she managed to dodge 8 of the saber intense, she was still struck by the 9th saber intense. She was knocked over 10 li away, and her clothes were torn into pieces. She was wearing a golden crow armor, a godly armor refined with the feathers of a golden crow. It was strong enough to resist an attack from a god monarch. If it weren't for the artifact, she would have been killed by the saber intense. I didn't expect you to be wearing this artifact. Yun Xie was surprised when he saw the golden crow armor on Xian Shi's body. It was an incredible godly artifact that belonged to the Southern Heaven God Emperor. In the entire Southern Divine region, there was only one divine armor that had been refined from the feathers of a golden crow. The golden crow race had long gone extinct in the heaven god realm. Not even a golden crow's poop could be found, let alone a golden crow's feather. Bang! An illusionary figure of a golden crow emerged from Xian Shi's body. The entire place was immediately filled with a terrifying heat wave. So, what if you're a golden crow? I'll kill you all the same. Yun Xie let out a furious roar. His right hand made a grabbing motion in the rift, and the peerless godly saber immediately appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he swung the saber. The peerless godly saber that was infused with the power of the 9 evils immediately turned into an immortal saber intent that slashed at Xian Shi. Buzz! The saber intent landed, causing the rift to tremble. In the next instant, the peerless saber intent was knocked away by the illusionary figure of a golden crow that emerged from Xian Shi's body. This, Yin Shi was shocked. Ha ha, slash me all the same? I'll stand here and let you slash me. Xian Shi was amused. Yin Xie was both shocked and angry. Xian Shi was wearing the golden crow armor, which was an emperor-level godly armor. The 9 evils' heavenly saber couldn't break it at all, because the 9 evils' heavenly saber in his hand was just a saber light condensed from a divine ability. If the peerless evil saber in his hand was the real 9 evils' heavenly saber, it wouldn't be impossible for it to break the defense of the golden crow divine armor. What? You're not going to do it. The dignified son of the demonic emperor is just a despicable person who only knows how to sneak attack others from behind. Xian Shi ridiculed. Roar! Yun Shi roared at the sky in anger, but he really couldn't do anything to Xian Shi. If you're not going to do it, then I will. Xian Shi was indescribably happy to see Yun Xie beaten. Sword, come. Xian Shi extended her right hand, and a divine sword immediately appeared in her hand. In the next instant, an incomparably sharp sword light rushed out of her hand and strangled Yun Xie. I couldn't tell that you're also a sword expert. Yun Xie was a little surprised. He directly slashed out with his saber, blocking the strangling sword light. The skills that Xian Shi learned were a little mixed. The 9 heavens thunderbolt heavenly art was a divine ability to control thousands of weapons, and now she was also a sword expert. When she slashed out with her sword, it had a peerless aura that could conquer the heavens. Buzz! The sword's cry reached the 9 heavens, and Xian Shi slashed out again. This time, the sword light was faint and almost invisible, and it also attracted the power of the 9 heaven stars. Dots of starlight appeared around Xian Shi's body, as if a star field had appeared around her. Countless stars covered the sky and flew towards Yun Xie. It seemed very slow, but, in fact, it was extremely fast. Heavenly Stellar Sword Technique. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling a little surprised when he saw this scene from the top of a mountain in the distance. However, he quickly realized that the sword technique displayed by Xian Shi wasn't the complete Heavenly Star Sword technique. It was just a superficial part of it. However, Xian Shi was able to attract the power of the Heavenly Stellar Sword, which was already very impressive. Heavenly Evil 9 kills. Yun Xie didn't think too much and directly displayed his trump card. This was a peerless saber technique, 1 blade, 9 kills. Even someone stronger than Yun Xie wouldn't be able to withstand this move. The saber and sword collided, and dazzling sparks burst out, as if stars directly exploded in the void. The dense starlight sword light was simply unblockable, and several dots of starlight directly pierced through Yun Xie's divine body. Blood suddenly appeared, and several bloody holes appeared on Yun Xie's body. Yun Xie screamed and retreated, although he didn't want to accept it. He had to admit that Xian Shi did have some ability. Io, the insufferably arrogant Yun Xie is going to escape. Xian Shi laughed and chased after him. You're ruthless. Aren't you just relying on a divine armor? Wait for me if you have the guts. Yun Xie roared as he fled. At this moment, in the direction of Heaven Trampling City, the entire sky was shrouded by evil flames, and violent energy was wreaking havoc in the sky. In the flames, 2 figures were fighting. It was the fatty and the heaven-trampling evil emperor. The fatty was blocking the heaven-trampling evil emperor. Otherwise, Gu Fei and Xian Shi wouldn't be able to escape if the evil emperor attacked. Boom! At this moment, a powerful emperor-level energy wave suddenly erupted from Heaven Trampling City, and an emperor-level expert directly rushed out of Heaven Trampling City. Swoosh! That emperor-level expert's spiritual will directly locked onto Xian Shi. *T. Xian Shi couldn't be bothered to chase after Yun Xie anymore, and directly rushed to the mountain where Gu Fei was. She directly grabbed Gu Fei and fled. Ha! Why aren't you chasing anymore? If you have the guts, come and kill me. Yun Xie saw Xian Shi turn and flee, but he was amused. Idiot! How can a woman have guts? Gu Fei roared at Yun Xie. Upon hearing this, Yun Xie was instantly speechless. At this moment, a huge hand descended from the sky, directly grabbing at Xian Shi. The vast power that descended from the huge hand directly sealed a part of the void. Xian Shi and Gu Fei both felt their bodies tighten, and their entire bodies seemed to be suddenly imprisoned, unable to move. What? Xian Shi was shocked. At this moment, a saber light directly slashed towards her at an extremely fast speed. It turned out that Yun Xie had made a move. However, she was wearing the Golden Crow divine armor, and the saber light was directly repelled. Preposterous! If I can't kill you, then I'll kill your gigolo. As Yun Xie spoke, he slashed his saber towards Gu Fei, who was beside Xian Shi. Help! Gu Fei pretended to cry out in fear. Bastard! Upon hearing this, Xian Shi was both shocked and angry. In the next moment, she directly activated the power of the Golden Crow divine armor, and in the next moment, a golden crow directly rushed out of her body, directly breaking the seal of the huge hand. Boom! The golden crow directly collided with the huge hand that descended from the sky, and in the next moment, the entire huge hand directly exploded. Upon seeing this, the Emperor God, who was rushing over, was shocked. Crack! Chapter 41:29. Even though Xian Shi was the daughter of a god monarch and was wearing the black gold godly armor, she did not dare to resist the attack. She immediately crushed the talismans and tried to escape. Trying to escape? Have you asked for my permission? The monarch reached out his hand and fired 9 godly runes into the rift. The next moment, the rift in the distance trembled violently as 2 figures fell out from it. They were Xian Shi and Gu Fei. Crap! Xian, she was utterly shocked. As the daughter of a god monarch, she clearly knew how terrifying a god monarch was. Shattering the sky with a wave of his hand and swallowing the galaxy with his mouth, this was a god monarch. It was definitely not going to be easy to escape from these guys. What's wrong? Can't I escape? I'm dead for sure. And now you want to protect me? Gu Fei pretended to be panicking and said, "Shut up." Xian, she was both anxious and annoyed. She had the urge to kick the guy who was squeaking away. Little girl, don't think you can behave atrociously in the heaven-trampling city just because your father is a South Heaven god monarch. Emperor Yun's figure appeared in the sky as his imperious voice came from the sky. He looked down at Xian Shi as if she was an ant on the ground. Monarchs were high up above, dominating everything. Those below the martial monarch realm were just ants. Once a person became a martial monarch, they would be able to control the heavens and earth and seal everything with a single thought. This was the reason why Xian, she failed to escape even after using the escaping talismans. Emperor Yun, I didn't expect you to be colluding with the heaven-trampling evil monarch. Xian, she looked at the figure in the sky. The aura of a god monarch that descended from the sky almost made her unable to straighten her back. Humph, isn't the South Heaven Divine Palace allied with the Wong clan too? You're allowed to collude with the Wong clan, but not others? Emperor Yin said, with a cold smirk. With your status, you actually dared to attack me. Aren't you afraid of being accused of bullying the weak? Xian, she knew that she had really kicked an iron plate this time. Trying to escape from Emperor Yun's hands, it was impossible. I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. As Emperor Yun spoke, he stretched out his right hand, and the endless essence of the world immediately gathered from all directions, directly condensing into a small mountain-like hand in the void, grabbing towards Xian Shi and Gu Fei. How tragic! Xian, she couldn't help but be shocked and angry as she looked at the giant hand grabbing down from the sky. Just as he was about to be grabbed by the giant hand, the Cloud Emperor suddenly exclaimed and retreated immediately. There was actually blood dripping from the void. Cloud Emperor is injured. Xian, she was shocked beyond words. If I don't escape now, when will I escape? Gu Fei said in horror. Not bad. Xian, she hurriedly crushed another talisman. Whoosh! A ball of divine light emerged from her hand and instantly enveloped her and Gu Fei. Then the ball of divine light suddenly shrank, and the 2 of them disappeared into the void. What happened? Yun Xie was stunned when he saw the scene. Emperor Yun was a god emperor. Even if he was not comparable to his father, heaven-trampling evil emperor, and the South Heaven god emperor, he was still a god emperor. Why did Emperor Yun suddenly retreat? At that moment, Emperor Yun was extremely shocked. Who plotted against me? There was a bloody hole in between his eyebrows. If he had not cultivated the immortal primordial spirit secret technique, he would have died from that blow. Immortal primordial spirit roamed around his body. Emperor Yun's primordial spirit might not necessarily be in the divine palace between his eyebrows. Therefore, even if his eyebrows were pierced and his divine palace was destroyed, he would not die. The bloody hole in between his eyebrows quickly healed and reassembled his divine palace. Soon, he was completely healed, as if he had never been injured. What shocked Emperor Yun was that he could not even see who was plotting against him. Even the Southern Heaven God Emperor wouldn't be able to hurt him without him noticing. Could the person in the dark be more powerful than the heaven-trampling evil emperor and the South Heaven God Emperor? A supreme ultimate god from the central celestial realm, Emperor Yun did not expect that the person who secretly attacked him was the guy beside Xian, she who panicked and asked Xian Shi to protect him. It was Gu Fei who secretly attacked Emperor Yun just now. He was a little surprised that Emperor Yun was not dead. However, at that moment, Xian Shi had used the talisman again, and he did not attack again. It could be said that Emperor Yun had taken a trip to the gates of hell and almost died. Just when the Cloud Emperor was shocked and Yun Xie was dumbfounded, the battle between the fatty and the heaven-trampling evil emperor had also come to an end. The fatty was extremely domineering. With a sweep of the halberd in his hand, the 9 evil shadows were annihilated, and the heaven-trampling evil emperor was sent flying. Seeing that scene, the entire city was in an uproar as everyone was in disbelief. The supreme dominator of heaven-trampling city, the heaven-trampling evil emperor, was defeated. The 9 evils heaven technique is just SOSO. After saying that, Fatty took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Wah! The heaven-trampling evil emperor's face suddenly flushed when he heard that. The next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood as his body trembled and almost fell from the sky. In a mountain range, tens of thousands of miles away, a figure fell from the sky and directly landed on top of a mountain. The person was the fatty in a Taoist robe and carrying a halberd. The fatty landed on top of the mountain and staggered as he almost fell. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, and he looked a little tired. The heaven-trampling evil emperor does have some skills after all. The fatty sat down with his legs crossed and placed the halberd on the ground in front of him. He then began to use his mysterious technique to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy. The fatty seemed to be fine just now, but he was actually showing off by defeating the heaven-trampling evil emperor and leaving in a carefree manner. In fact, he only won by a narrow margin, and he was also injured. The fatty's chest and abdomen were moving up and down as he inhaled and exhaled. The entire mountain's heaven and earth spiritual energy was absorbed into his body. Little green lights rushed out from the surrounding flowers and trees and entered his body. Not only was the fatty absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energy, but he was also absorbing the surrounding life force. The flowers, grass, and trees on the entire mountain were gradually turning yellow. At this time, outside the gate of another city 10,000 miles away from the heaven-trampling city, a woman and a young man walked over from afar. Under the night sky, the city gate was tightly shut, and there were soldiers patrolling the city from time to time. "What should we do? We can't get in," the young man said anxiously. He was Gu Fei. The masked woman was Xian Shi. Xian Shi used a Taoist talisman and brought Gu Fei to the gate of the Thousand Dragons city 10,000 miles away. The Thousand Dragons city was an ancient city that was second only to the heaven-trampling city, within a radius of 10,000 miles. The entire city was very quiet, and only the faint sound of footsteps could be heard from the top of the city. He. Xian, she smiled and walked forward. "Who goes there?" At this moment, a loud shout was heard from the top of the city. A general stared nervously at Xian, she who was outside the city gate. "Open the gate." Xian, she said loudly. "Humph, get out of here, or I'll send you on your way." The general on top of the city wall sneered. "You dare to tell me to get out? Do you want to die?" "Xian," she said, as she raised her right hand. In her hand was a token. The purple token was engraved with a dark red, evil character. "Yes, yes, my lord. I'll open the gate right away." When the general saw the token in Xian Shi's hand, he immediately turned pale, and his voice trembled. Very soon, the tightly shut city gates slowly opened, and a group of people rushed out of the city gates. The person in the lead was the general. "I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I've offended you, my lord. Please forgive me." The general said carefully. He had never thought that the person who came was the one with the heavenly evil token. The heavenly evil token was personally made by the heaven-trampling evil emperor, and there were only 3 of them. With the heavenly evil token in hand, the people of the Thousand Dragons city naturally did not dare to be negligent. She looked at the general coldly and called for Gu Fei to come over. Then they entered the Thousand Dragons city together, completely ignoring the city guards. This token, after entering the city, Gu Fei asked in a low voice. "I took it from Yun Xie, of course." She said proudly. This Gu Fei pretended to be shocked. In fact, everything was under his control. The token had actually fallen from Yun Xie's body and was picked up by Shi. When Yun Xie was defeated by Shi, he fled in defeat and did not even know that the token had fallen. However, Gu Fei did not know that it was the heavenly evil token of the heaven-trampling evil emperor. It was already late at night. The Thousand Dragon City was very quiet. There was not a single person on the wide street, which was a bit unusual. The city guards hurriedly closed the gate after Shi and the others entered the city. They seemed to be afraid of something. "What's going on?" She muttered to herself. The Thousand Dragon City was a big city, second only to Heaven-Trampling City. There were at least 800,000 or 900,000 living beings in the city. However, the city was frighteningly quiet at this time. There's an eerie feeling. Gu Fei shrunk his neck and said, "The shops, inns, and taverns on the side of the street were all closed. This was very strange. One should know that places like inns should be open all night. For cultivators, there was no difference between day and night. It was impossible for the street to be completely empty." This abnormality made she feel a bit nervous. "My lord, why didn't you tell that lord about the ghost soldiers?" On top of the city wall, a deputy general said to the general guarding the city, "That lord must have come to investigate this matter. Why should we say more?" The city guard said indifferently, "That too." The deputy nodded. At this time, the temperature suddenly dropped. "They're coming. Let's go inside." The city guard suddenly became nervous. Then, everyone on the city wall hurriedly entered the tower and closed the doors and windows. Just as the divine soldiers and immortal generals were hiding in the tower, a mist suddenly appeared outside the city gate without any warning. Chapter 41:30. Under the night sky, the Thousand Dragon City was silent. Gu Fei and she walked on the street, but there was not a single person in sight. What's going on? Gu Fei and she felt very strange. It should be known that the Thousand Dragon City was not a small city. Even if it was not a huge city, it was still a medium-sized city. Obviously, something had happened which made everyone in the Thousand Dragon City hide, not daring to come out. At this time, a cold aura came from outside the Thousand Dragon City. Gu Fei felt that the temperature of the entire void was dropping rapidly. Even he, who already had no sense of heat or cold, felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Oh no, could it be? She seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned pale with fright. What is it? Gu Fei hurriedly asked. The legendary Nether soldiers passing through. She said in a low voice. Nether soldiers passing through? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Could it be that there was such a mysterious and terrifying thing in the heavenly god realm? In Gu Fei's understanding, the 6 paths of reincarnation was only a legend. Even the ancient Buddhist lord who wanted to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation failed in the end. Something that the ancient Buddhist lord couldn't do, naturally, it was even more impossible for others to do it. At this time, she suddenly looked in the direction of the city gate. She didn't know when it started, but there was a fog outside the city gate. The fog was white with a hint of black, emitting a cold and gloomy aura. Even with Xi's Shen King realm cultivation, she couldn't see what was inside the fog. The moment her divine sense came into contact with the fog, it would be swallowed by the strange power inside the fog. Interesting. Gu Fei opened his martial path heavenly eye. His divine sense was also swallowed by the fog, but his heavenly eye could see through all illusions. He saw that there were actually figures faintly visible in the fog. The so-called nether soldiers passing through, in Gu Fei's view, were just some ghosts. If he had the invincible cultivation of the past, he could destroy these so-called nether soldiers with a flick of his finger. But now, he had some misgivings about those fellows outside the city because he didn't know their background. At this moment, the mist outside the city began to spread towards the Thousand Dragons city. Soon, the mist came into contact with the power of the Great City Barrier Formation, and a layer of divine light appeared in the sky above the city. He blocked it? She said happily. We can't block it, Gu Fei said subconsciously. As expected, the divine light that appeared in the void quickly dimmed. In just a few seconds, it was obliterated by the strange power contained in the mist. How do you know that? She looked at Gu Fei strangely. I guessed it. Gu Fei quickly pretended to be a little flustered. Your guess is quite accurate. She said snappily. At this time, the fog spread from the direction of the city gate into the city, and a few shrill screams came from the direction of the city gate, breaking the silence of the night. Let's go. She's heart jumped for no reason, and she subconsciously grabbed Gu Fei and retreated towards the city. When ghost soldiers passed through, living people were not allowed to enter. However, this was a little different from the ghost soldiers that Gu Fei knew. This fog seemed to be very evil. The fog contained evil power and the power of death, which was not a method that ordinary ghosts could use. Gu Fei could clearly feel that wherever this fog went, it would take away all vitality, and any life essence would be directly devoured. No wonder everyone in the city was hiding. However, it was obvious that hiding in the house was useless. The fog continued to spread in the city, and in the places that were shrouded by the fog, screams could be heard. It was obvious that the people hiding in the house were suffering. What's in the fog? Gu Fei said in shock. How would I know? I'm so unlucky. I just escaped from the hands of that Emperor Yun, and now I encountered ghost soldiers passing through. My luck is really bad recently. She said as she flew forward quickly with Gu Fei on the conveyance light. However, in next to no time, she noticed that something was off. The strange mist had actually enveloped the entire Thousand Dragon city, and it was surging towards the city from all directions. She stopped and looked up, only to see that the sky was also covered in fog. It turned out that the fog had already shrouded the entire Thousand Dragon city. Oh no! She was really shocked. She never thought that the ghost soldiers passing through would be so terrifying. At this time, they had no way to escape. What should we do? Gu Fei panicked as he looked at the mist that was surging towards them from all directions. Bam! She directly smashed the window of a house on the side of the street, and then jumped in. Hurry up and come in, you're waiting for death. She shouted at Gu Fei, who was still stunned on the street. Gu Fei quickly jumped into the house. After she waited for Gu Fei to come in. She directly blocked the window with a table in the house. At this time, a strange and eerie sound came from outside, as if someone was whispering or like countless ghosts were roaring, and there seemed to be something moving outside. Heart-palpitating screams kept coming from all directions, which made She very nervous. Don't worry, I will protect you. Xianxi looked at Gu Fei and said, I believe you. Gu Fei looked at Xianxi solemnly. However, at this time, a shadow penetrated the wall without warning and directly pounced towards Gu Fei. Swoosh! Xianxi immediately attacked. A beam of fire rushed out of her hand and turned into a fire blade. It instantly slashed the shadow, and the shadow immediately dissipated in the void. However, the moment the shadow was cut by Xianxi's flame blade, it had already touched Gu Fei. Gu Fei only felt his body go cold, as if his whole body was about to be frozen, but the next moment, the eternal real bone in his chest emitted a wave of hot air, dispersing the cold air that had invaded his body. However, Gu Fei wanted to play a joke on Xianxi, and he fell straight down. Xianxi was shocked to see this, and hurriedly stepped forward, reaching out to hold Gu Fei. What's wrong? Xianxi saw Gu Fei's pale face, and hurriedly asked, The Yin Qi has entered my body. I can't take it any more. Gu Fei said, trembling all over. What? Xianxi was shocked to hear this, and hurriedly tried to help Gu Fei expel the Yin Qi. It's useless. The Yin Qi has already eroded my primordial spirit, and even a god emperor can't save me. Gu Fei said sorrowfully, I'm about to die. Can you promise me one thing? Gu Fei looked at Xianxi expectantly. What is it? Tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it for you. Xianxi said, a little sad. They had experienced a lot along the way. Chapter 40, 131. I'm going to die. Can you promise me one thing? Gu Fei looked at Xianxi expectantly and said sadly, Say it. Xian, she said, with a heavy heart. Gu Fei hesitated and said, Can you let me see your real face? What? Xianxi was stunned. She had been covering her face, so Gu Fei naturally couldn't see her face. Hearing Gu Fei actually wanted to see her face, she hesitated. Can't I? I'm going to die, and my only wish before I die can't be fulfilled. Sigh. Gu Fei pretended to be very sad. I once swore that if I took off my veil and let others see my face, I would marry the person who had seen my face. Xianxi said. This. Gu Fei heard this and suddenly felt that it was too melodramatic. You had to marry that person if you took the initiative to show your face. Sigh, just let me die miserably. Gu Fei sighed. Hearing Gu Fei's words, Xianxi hesitated. If I hadn't taken you from the Wang family's ancestral land, you wouldn't have died. Fine, I'll let you see, Xianxi said, and directly took off her veil. Gu Fei only felt his eyes light up. The beauty in front of him seemed to not belong to the mortal world, transcending the mortal world. It was as if the autumn waters were divine, and the jade bones were divine. What a heavenly goddess! To be able to see such a goddess, even if I really die, it's worth it. Gu Fei seemed to be stunned and murmured to himself, What did you say? Xianxi heard this and quickly covered her face again, her eyes filled with frightening, killing intent. Didn't you say you were going to die? Seeing the peerless face of the goddess, I suddenly don't want to die. Gu Fei said, laughed, and stood up. You? Xianxi looked at Gu Fei in shock, her eyeballs almost falling to the ground. Gu Fei looked at Xianxi with a faint smile. As soon as Xianxi thought of her oath, her killing intent surged. Even if you don't die, you still have to die. As she spoke, she actually directly attacked Gu Fei. An incomparably sharp flame blade rushed out from her hand and slashed towards Gu Fei. The blazing heat waves spread throughout the room. Haha, if I don't die, you will have to marry me. Gu Fei laughed and said. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and inhaled. The fire blades that filled the sky were directly swallowed by him. Xianxi was both shocked and angry. It turned out that he was so powerful. It was at this moment that shadows penetrated the wall and pounced directly at Gu Fei. And Xianxi was wearing the golden crow divine armor, which was forged from the feathers of the golden crow. The golden crow was a pure young divine bird, and its pure young true fire was the nemesis of almost all ghosts and spirits. However, not all Een souls are afraid of pure young true fire. The opposite of pure young is pure Een. Een souls that have cultivated pure Een power are not afraid of pure young true fire. It should be known that Yang can subdue Een, but Een can also subdue Yang. A few shadows were burned to ashes by the pure, Yang true fire that erupted from Xianxi's body. However, in the next moment, boom! With a bang, the table that was blocking the window suddenly shattered, and a figure directly strode in from outside. At this moment, Gu Fei opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing the few shadows that were pouncing towards him. Seeing this, Xianxi was inexplicably shocked. This guy actually dared to swallow Een souls, and he even pretended to be dead just now. He really deserved to die. She wanted to attack and teach this liar a lesson, but the Een soul outside directly charged in. A terrifying cold aura immediately spread out, and the surrounding void seemed to solidify. Roar! The Een soul roared angrily and directly punched towards Xianxi. The violent power of Een exploded, and with one punch, the void seemed to be frozen. This is an Een emperor-level existence. Xianxi was shocked. In the next moment, a divine bird appeared on her body, and this divine bird directly pounced over 1,000 times. Boom! The divine bird that rushed out from Xianxi's body instantly collided with the Een Emperor's fist. The violent power spread out, and the surrounding void was distorted. In the next moment, the whole house seemed to explode, and all the bricks and tiles were shaken into dust. With the house destroyed, the surrounding fog immediately surged towards Gu Fei and the others. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei and the others were enveloped by the fog. Xianxi had the protection of the golden crow divine armor, and the shadow of the golden crow on her body faintly blocked the fog outside, so she was temporarily fine. But Gu Fei did not need to deliberately circulate his power to protect himself. At this moment, his whole body was like a bottomless pit, crazily devouring all the essence qi around him. At this moment, a fist punched out from the fog, directly blasting towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered, extended his right hand, and directly grabbed the other party's fist, grabbing the other party's fist. In the next moment, an extremely cold aura came from his own fist, and a small part of his body suddenly felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave and was almost frozen. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and in the next moment, a wave of eternal power immediately spread from the eternal sternum, expelling all the Een qi that had invaded his body. As soon as he exerted force, the arm actually exploded. A figure roared and rushed towards Gu Fei. Die! Gu Fei pointed out with a finger and directly pierced the guy's forehead. In the next moment, the guy directly fell to the ground and died again. At this moment, a cry of alarm sounded, and Xianxi was in trouble. I'll suck. Gu Fei opened his mouth and sucked, and the surrounding fog immediately gathered towards him and was swallowed into his body. In the blink of an eye, with Gu Fei as the center, the fog within a radius of 100 feet was swallowed by him, and Xianxi was actually forced to continuously retreat by the two figures. Kill! Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly stretched out his hand towards the two mysterious figures and grabbed towards them. The two mysterious figures immediately flew towards Gu Fei involuntarily. Gu Fei clenched his right hand and blasted towards the two figures flying towards him. In the next moment, the two figures directly exploded in the void, turning into two clouds of blood fog, and in the end, even the blood fog dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Seeing this scene, Xianxi was extremely shocked. These mysterious figures all had the cultivation and combat power of Shen King level, and even she was not a match for them, But this guy who pretended to be stupid had blasted them into pieces with one punch. It turned out that this guy was actually strong enough to kill Shin King with one punch. Roar. At this moment, a terrifying roar came from afar, and an even more powerful and terrifying aura came from afar, and a figure that was even bigger than a mountain appeared between heaven and earth. The real expert was about to appear. The so-called Emperor before was just a small shrimp, and now the one who appeared was the real terrifying existence. Chapter 41:32. Ghost soldiers passing through was a legend. Moreover, ghost soldiers usually did not hurt people, but now it was different. The shadow in the fog was actively attacking people. This was extraordinary. You've cheated me so hard. She gritted her teeth and stared at Gu Fei. How did I cheat you? Gu Fei shrugged and said, You're so powerful, but you still pretend to be weak. If this isn't cheating, then what is? She said hatefully. The most annoying thing was that this guy pretended to be dead to trick her into taking off the mask. Thinking of this, she almost went crazy. I've never said that I'm very powerful, Gu Fei said innocently. She was really angry. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise was heard. The figure that was bigger than a mountain in the distance had already arrived nearby, and actually crushed a mountain with a stomp. The whole area shook, and dust filled the air, covering the sky and moon. In the city, Gu Fei and she saw this scene. Gu Fei did not think much of it. After all, he was once an invincible eternal realm expert, and was used to seeing big scenes. However, she was just the daughter of the South Heaven God Emperor of the Heavenly God realm. Although she had seen big scenes, what happened tonight was beyond her understanding. Roar! The huge figure roared into the sky, and a terrifying, murderous aura swept across the world. Endless fog spread out, shrouding the whole area. The life essence of the area was constantly devoured by the fog, and countless living beings suffered, even the powerful creatures in the mountains. As long as they were shrouded by the fog, they instantly turned into dry corpses, and all of their essence was devoured. The terrifying existence opened its mouth and inhaled, and countless life essence rushed over from all directions and was swallowed by it. That was life essence energy visible to the naked eye. Every strand of life essence energy represented a powerful living being. That terrifying existence had instantly killed countless living beings with a single breath. Even the life essence rushed out of the Thousand Dragon City and was devoured by the creature outside the city. The endless fog shrouded the whole world, as if the whole world had turned into hell, a place full of death. She was indescribably shocked. She could feel that her own vitality was also showing signs of being sucked away. She's natal divine origin, had actually been shaken. Even though it wasn't really devoured, it had still scared the hell out of She. One must know that such a thing had never happened before. Boom. At this moment, the gigantic dead spirit charged into Thousand Dragon City. As the dead spirit stepped into the city, it crushed a house and caused a cloud of dust to rise. Seeing this scene, even she was shocked to the extreme. However, Gu Fei still had a calm look on his face. The strength of this dead spirit was definitely on par with a god emperor. This was a dead spirit, great emperor, peerlessly powerful. Evil creature, die. Right at this moment, a furious roar resounded from the city lord's estate. After that, a ball of divine light shot out from the city lord's estate like a sun. It was as if a divine sun had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, dispersing the surrounding fog. Roar! The undead emperor sent a slap towards the ball of godly light. Rumble! The entire heaven and earth shook under the undead emperor's hand. A terrifying deathly aura spread out, and countless cracks appeared in the void. Boom! The ball of God light collided with the undead emperor's hand. Two powerful forces clashed, and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The void rippled like waves. The undead emperor was so powerful that he actually sent the sun-like ball of godly light flying. That is Emperor God Thousand Dragon, the city lord of Thousand Dragon City. Even Emperor God Thousand Dragon is no match for him. Xian, she said in shock. Emperor God Thousand Dragon cultivated the heaven technique of the dragon race. The real dragon bloodline in his body was much purer than the Wang family's dragon race bloodline. He had already cultivated to the realm of half-dragon and half-human. Roar! Emperor God Thousand Dragon roared into the sky. His long hair danced in the wind, and dragon scales appeared on his body. His hands turned into dragon claws and grabbed at the undead emperor. The terrifying dragon claws tore the void apart as they grabbed at the undead emperor. However, the undead emperor only spat out a mouthful of deathly fire, and Emperor God Thousand Dragon was enveloped in it. Emperor God Thousand Dragon's face turned pale with fright. The protective divine light around his body dimmed, and the divine patterns on his body were extinguished by the fire of death. Preposterous! Emperor God Thousand Dragon roared and broke through the deathly fire. His clothes and hair were burnt by the deathly fire, and he was in a sorry state. Lend me the gold crow armor. Emperor God Thousand Dragon extended his hand and grabbed at Xian Shi on the street. He had long since noticed Xian Shi. This woman was actually wearing the Southern Heaven Divine Palace's supreme treasure, the golden crow divine armor, which surprised him greatly. If he had the protection of the gold crow armor, he would not be afraid of the deathly fire of the undead emperor. One should know that the gold crow armor was made from the divine feather of the golden crow. The pure, young, real fire of the golden crow was the nemesis of the deathly fire. How dare you? Xian, she saw that Emperor God Thousand Dragon was attacking her, and she was shocked. The gold crow armor was the treasure of Nantian Divine Palace, and she could not lose it. She wanted to escape. However, in the next instant, she realized that she could not even move a single finger. She had been imprisoned by the Thousand Dragon God Emperor. What a great move! Just then, an old voice was heard from afar. The next moment, a white-robed elder broke through the fog and appeared in the sky above Thousand Dragon City. Just as Emperor God Thousand Dragon was about to snatch Xian Shi's gold crow armor, a hand reached out from the side and blocked Emperor God Thousand Dragon's hand. Bam! The two palms collided, and a dull thud was heard. Emperor God Thousand Dragon quickly retracted his hand. A figure stood in front of Xian Shi. In the next moment, Xian Shi felt her body lighten, and the terrifying power that had imprisoned her disappeared, which made her feel like she was about to collapse. Xian Shi was shocked. This despicable guy could block Emperor God Thousand Dragon? Could he be a god emperor too? This guy pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Damn it! Who are you? Emperor God Thousand Dragon stared at the black-robed young man in front of Xian Shi and said coldly, a powerful god emperor aura descended from the sky. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and looked calm. How dare you bully my woman? Gu Fei raised his head and looked at Emperor God Thousand Dragons in the sky with a faint smile. Since when did Nantian God Emperor have such a son-in-law? Chapter 41:33. How dare you say that I am your woman? When Xian Shi heard Gu Fei's words, she was about to go crazy again. However, at that moment, the undead emperor had already entered the Thousand Dragon formation. His huge body was moving like a mountain. It was a humanoid undead covered in bone armor. His crimson eyes were like two crimson suns, and they shone with resplendent crimson light. Rumble, the undead emperor, grabbed Emperor God Thousand Dragon with one hand. It was as though he was grabbing the entire heaven and earth in his hand. Heaven and earth shook. Damn it! Emperor God Thousand Dragon dodged immediately. He did not dare to fight the undead emperor head-on. At the same time, the undead emperor stomped down on Gu Fei, and Xian Shi, a violent deathly aura, descended, and she turned pale with fright. Humph! Gu Fei laughed coldly. He stomped on the ground. Bam! The ground caved in from his stomp. At the same time, he shot up into the sky. Swoosh! Like a divine arrow, he shot up into the sky and pierced through the huge foot that was stomping down from the sky. Roar! The undead emperor roared in anger and stumbled backward. You stepped on a nail, right? Ha ha! Gu Fei rushed up into the sky and stomped on the head of the Death Emperor. The Death Emperor screamed and was sent flying out of the Thousand Dragon City with his mountain-like body. This Emperor God Thousand Dragon, Xian Shi, and the old man who had just arrived were all shocked, especially Xian Shi. Her eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. Xian Shi thought that she had overestimated Gu Fei. She did not expect that she had still underestimated him. No, she had severely underestimated him. The undead emperor was extremely powerful. Even Emperor God Thousand Dragon did not dare to go against him head-on. However, such a powerful great emperor had been sent flying out of Thousand Dragon City by a kick from Gu Fei. Boom! A mountain outside the Thousand Dragon City was smashed by this undead emperor. The undead emperor slid on the ground for hundreds of miles before coming to a stop, creating a huge valley that was hundreds of miles long. Come here. After Gu Fei had sent the undead emperor flying with a kick, he extended his right hand and grabbed Celestial Emperor Thousand Dragons. Emperor God Thousand Dragon felt his body tighten, and he flew towards Gu Fei uncontrollably. What Emperor God Thousand Dragons shock was no small matter. He hurriedly activated his Xian technique in an attempt to break free from his opponent's power and rush out. An extremely strong dragon shadow could be seen charging out from Emperor God Thousand Dragon's body, and an extremely violent real dragon power burst forth from his body. Even a real dragon from the 9 heavens would have to bow down in front of me, let alone a mixed dragon with an impure bloodline. Gu Fei said in disdain. His huge hand pressed down, and the 1,000 thunder dragons that were flying towards him were directly pressed down by his huge hand. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's huge hand descended from the sky and slammed Emperor God Thousand Dragon into the ground. A palm print appeared on the ground. This is too strong. Xian Shi was stunned. This guy was too strong. He kicked an undead emperor and slapped Emperor God Thousand Dragon. Could this guy be the legendary ultimate god? It was no secret in the heaven god realm that there was ultimate god Paksu above Emperor God. However, ultimate god was just a legend. At least she had never seen the so-called ultimate god. Even her father, the South Heaven God Emperor, had never told her about the ultimate god. Boom! The palm print on the ground suddenly exploded, and a figure dashed out from the ground. He was covered in dust. His hair was messy, and his clothes were torn. He looked extremely pathetic. This guy who looked like he had come out from a rubbish dump was Emperor God Thousand Dragon. Ever since Emperor God Thousand Dragon had started cultivating, he had never been in such a pathetic situation. He was so furious that he almost went crazy. He stared at Gu Fei fiercely like a terrifying beast that could pounce on him at any time. Are you an ultimate god from the central celestial region? The old man said in an inexplicable shock. He. Gu Fei smiled and did not say anything. His current cultivation base was only mid-level true god, according to the cultivation realm of the heaven god realm. However, he could kick a great emperor and suppress an emperor god. He was almost invincible. Rumble, at this moment, the undead emperor, who had been kicked out of the Thousand Dragon City by Gu Fei, stood up from the ground. The next moment, the undead emperor opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The mist that shrouded the entire heaven and earth gathered towards him and was absorbed into his body. The energy ripples on the undead emperor's body kept increasing. The mist contained a strong power of death. The undead emperor was absorbing the mist to increase his fighting power. Take advantage of the fact that his strength hasn't been raised to the limit to kill this guy. Xianxi shouted at Gu Fei. It's okay. Let him increase his cultivation base. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. You sigh. Xianxi was speechless. This guy is too arrogant. How could the undead emperor be so easy to deal with? Friend, what are you waiting for? The old man said. Gu Fei did not move and allowed the undead emperor to increase his cultivation base. Roar. Very soon, the mist was absorbed by the undead emperor. The undead emperor roared into the sky, and his voice shook the heavens. The terrifying sound waves spread, and many cultivators who were hiding in the houses in the Thousand Dragon City fainted. Little guy, die. A strong divine thought came out of the undead emperor's body, and a voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. The next moment, the undead emperor opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of death flame at Gu Fei. The death flame instantly covered Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei acted as if he did not see the fire of death. He strolled in the fire of death and walked toward the undead emperor. What? The undead emperor was shocked when he saw Jian Wushuang's reaction. Jian Wushuang was able to ignore his flames of death. How was that possible? Was he really a hierarch? Even the undead emperor could not help but be shocked. The next moment, the undead emperor's mountain-like body shrunk to a height of 3 feet and was surrounded by the power of death. Boom! The undead emperor moved, and the whole world seemed to explode. A cloud of white gas appeared in the void and instantly broke the speed of sound as it pounced toward Gu Fei. Quick, dodge! Xianxi shouted at Gu Fei anxiously. One had to know that the undead emperor's body was extremely strong. Even an emperor god would explode if he were to be hit by it. Humph! Gu Fei didn't try to dodge. Instead, he stomped on the undead emperor, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes. Gu Fei had actually stomped the peerless undead emperor down from the sky with a single kick. Chapter 41:34. Gu Fei stepped on the dead spirit emperor and was extremely domineering. Xianxi saw the scene, and she was shocked, angry, and in disbelief. The undead monarch was a martial monarch. Even his father, the South Heaven God Emperor, or the sky-trampling evil monarch Yunma, would not be able to defeat the undead monarch. This Gu Fei had actually easily trampled the undead emperor under his feet. Trampling a great emperor under his feet. Who could rival him? Was he the legendary, invincible ultimate god? Perhaps only an ultimate god could have such nature-defying battle power. He is an ultimate god. The old man in the sky said in shock. Ultimate god. Emperor God Qianlong's voice was trembling when he saw the shocking scene. Since when was there an ultimate god in the southern divine region? Emperor God Qian long muttered to himself. It was definitely not easy to become an ultimate god. Moreover, when a god emperor's cultivation broke through to the ultimate god realm, heaven and earth would sense it and send down a heaven's tribulation. This kind of earth-shattering event was something that even the most ancient sacred grounds could not cover up. No one could become an ultimate god without anyone knowing. It was like cheating the heavens. If one was not an ultimate god, how could he cheat the heavens? Even Gu Fei did not have the power to cheat the heavens at this moment. Roar. The dead spirit emperor roared, and terrifying death energy exploded from his body. It turned into chains of death that entangled Gu Fei. Gu Fei was instantly entangled by countless chains of death. Humph! Gu Fei laughed coldly. He shook his body, and the countless chains of death that entangled him broke apart and turned back into death energy. Bam! At the same time, he stomped his feet. The dead spirit emperor roared furiously, and his giant body broke into pieces. There was no blood splattering. The pieces of the dead spirit emperor's divine body fell from the sky like meteorites and smashed into the mountains. A few clouds of dust rose up from the mountains. The dead spirit emperor is just SOSO. Gu Fei descended from the sky and stood in the void. A powerful divine will rushed out from Gu Fei's body, connecting with the heaven and earth, drawing in an endless amount of spiritual energy. Colorful spiritual energy that was visible to the naked eye condensed under his feet, turning into a colorful divine flower, supporting him in the air. Gu Fei was like a supreme deity descending. His peerless elegance mesmerized Xian, Shi, Emperor God Thousand Dragons, and the old man were shocked as well. They were intimidated by Gu Fei's aura, and they had an urge to bow down to Gu Fei. At this moment, the undead emperor's body, which had been smashed into pieces by Gu Fei, rushed out from the mountain ridge. In the blink of an eye, the undead emperor's physical body merged back together. His 3-foot-tall body exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. Swoosh! Without a word, 2 rays of crimson light shot out from the undead emperor's eyes. The 2 rays of crimson light pierced through the void and reached Gu Fei instantly at an extremely fast speed. Gu Fei raised his right hand and blocked the 2 blood-colored lights that were piercing towards him. When the strange bloody light, which was as sharp as a peerless divine sword, came into contact with Gu Fei's right hand, it immediately disintegrated. However, Gu Fei's hand was completely unharmed. The undead emperor was shocked. He had never expected his opponent's physical body to be so strong. It was his trump card. "Let me send you on your way." After saying that, Gu Fei clenched his right hand and punched out at the undead emperor. This punch was truly indescribable with words. It looked like a casual punch. However, the power displayed by this punch caused Xian Shi and the others to be incomparably shocked. With just one punch, the undead emperor's physical body exploded. This time, the undead emperor was really smashed into pieces, killing the undead emperor with one punch. This incomparably shocking scene left Xian Shi and the others dumbfounded and in disbelief. They had never expected Gu Fei to be so strong that he could kill an emperor with one punch. That was the undead emperor, not just any emperor. At this moment, a ball of light of death rushed out from the undead emperor's broken body. Within the ball of light of death was a figure. The figure soared into the sky and tried to escape. It was the undead emperor's primordial spirit. As long as his primordial spirit escaped, he would be able to reconstruct his physical body and recover his peak cultivation. Gu Fei extended his right hand and grabbed the ball of light of death. "Spare me." At this moment, the undead emperor was scared out of his wits. However, Gu Fei did not care about the undead emperor at all. He directly shattered the undead emperor's primordial spirit, leaving only an extremely pure and powerful death energy. Gu Fei naturally would not waste this power. He directly channeled the power of death into his inner world. He still had an army of death after all. This death energy was divided among the 3 undead emperors. The cultivation and battle prowess of the 3 undead emperors under Gu Fei were already on par with the undead emperor. Now that they had obtained the undead emperor's power, their cultivation and battle prowess were on par with the undead emperor. He did not release the three undead emperors. Instead, he flew down from the sky and rushed into Thousand Dragon City. At this moment, there were only three figures in the silent Thousand Dragon City. One was Xian, the other was the Thousand Dragon Emperor, and the last was that old man. That old man was also an extremely powerful god emperor. Otherwise, he would not have dared to come and watch the battle. Divine firmament, sacred realm de Gufeng, greets the exalted one. The old man hurried over and bowed to Gu Fei respectfully. Although he saw that Gu Fei was only a mid-level true god, who would dare to treat Gu Fei as a mid-level true god? Thousand Dragon greets the exalted one. Thousand Dragon Emperor also hurried over to greet Gu Fei. He originally wanted to settle the score with Gu Fei, but when he saw Gu Fei kill the undead emperor with one punch, he gave up on the idea of revenge. This was a peerless man who could kill the undead emperor with one punch. Thousand Dragon Emperor did not want to die. Are you really an ultimate god? She looked at Gu Fei and asked with a complicated feeling. I am not an ultimate god. Gu Fei smiled and said, not an ultimate god. The divine firmament sacred realms de Gufeng and Thousand Dragon Divine Emperor were shocked. The person who could easily kill the dead spirit emperor was not an ultimate god. However, Gu Fei's next sentence made Du Gufeng and Thousand Dragon Emperor speechless. In my eyes, an ultimate god is just an ant, Gu Fei said calmly. This Xian, she was also speechless. She had never seen such an arrogant fellow. At this moment, the deathly aura that shrouded the whole area had dissipated. A divine moon hung high in the sky. However, at that moment, several black figures appeared around the Thousand Dragon City. Every single one of them emitted an extremely powerful aura. Chapter 41:35. The Emperor of Dead Souls was extremely strong, but he was killed by Gu Fei with one punch. He died in Gu Fei's hands. However, after Gu Fei killed the Emperor of Dead Souls, Thousand Dragon City was surrounded by countless mysterious black shadows. Xian Shi and the rest were shocked and furious. Who are you? Emperor God Thousand Dragon looked at the mysterious black shadows outside. The black shadows didn't speak. They just stood outside Thousand Dragon City quietly. On the mountains, in the forest, they were all mysterious people, just as Emperor God Thousand Dragons and the others were in a state of bewilderment. A strange voice appeared in the universe. The voice was a signal. The moment the voice was heard, the black shadows surrounding Thousand Dragon City moved. All the black shadows soared into the sky and rushed into Thousand Dragon City. Thousand Dragon City Master was shocked and furious. He drew a line in the void in front of his chest, and a space crack appeared in the void. At the next moment, countless figures rushed out from the space crack and rushed towards the black shadows. It was the army of Thousand Dragon City that was kept into Thousand Dragon City Master's inner world. The war broke out suddenly. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw the mysterious black shadows outside the city. They were all god kings. All the mysterious black shadows could soar into the sky and fly in the void. This caused Emperor God Qianju and the others to be shocked to the extreme. They could not believe their eyes. This was an army of Emperor God. Very quickly, Emperor God Thousand Dragons' army couldn't hold on any longer, and they were defeated by the Black Shadow Army. Kill! Emperor God Thousand Dragons roared angrily and turned into a divine dragon right away. He charged into the army of black shadows. In the next moment, countless black shadows were sent flying by the divine dragon. Some of the black shadows shattered in the void and turned into blood mist. An Emperor God's attack was extremely powerful. Although Emperor God Thousand Dragons was weak in Gu Fei's eyes, and was no different from an ant. In the eyes of others, he was an extremely powerful emperor god. However, a black shadow charged over from afar and blocked Emperor God Thousand Dragons. The black silhouette threw a punch. Violent divine power tore through the void and collided with the huge dragon claw, giving off a dull, thunder-like sound. God Emperor? The pupils of the divine firmament's sacred lands, Goddarch, Dugufong, contracted. Are these guys the legendary army of Dark Knight? The Dark Knight Emperor was a mysterious and unfathomable emperor. Existences that could be called emperors were the strongest existences amongst emperors. Moreover, the Dark Knight Emperor was the emperor of the Southern Divine Region, a peerless expert who had come from the Dark Knight continent. The Dark Knight continent was a land beyond the heavens. It was not within the heavenly god realm, but a world of darkness that had a mysterious passageway to the heavenly god realm. This Dark Knight world might be a world created by the supreme existence of the heavenly god realm. Of course, this was only a guess and could not be confirmed. However, the current Dark Knight world had been conquered by a Tharch. This Tharch was the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor unified the Dark Knight world. Then, he was unwilling to be the ruler of the Dark Knight world, so he wanted to enter the heavenly god realm. This time, the army of Dark Knight actually appeared in the Southern Divine Region. The 5 emperors of the Southern Divine Region fought against each other endlessly. This gave the Dark Knight Emperor hope to conquer the Southern Divine Region. However, no one expected that this Tharch would directly attack the Sky Trampler Evil Tharch. One should know that the Thousand Dragon City was the Sky Trampler Evil Thearcha's territory. Countless black shadows charged into the Thousand Dragon City from all directions. Very quickly, the entire Thousand Dragon City fell. Emperor God Thousand Dragon's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. Preposterous. Emperor God Thousand Dragons roared angrily. He wanted to kill the God Emperor, who was blocking him as soon as possible. However, the God Emperor's cultivation and battle power were not below his. It was not easy to kill this guy. Fellow Dugu, can you lend me a hand? God Darch Thousand Dragons asked Dugufong for help. This Dugufong hesitated. He could also see where these black shadows came from. They were the army of Dark Knight from the Dark Knight world. The Dark Knight Emperor was not someone the Dead Spirit Emperor could compare to. This Tharch of the Dark Knight world was definitely much stronger than the Dead Spirit Emperor. He was probably already one step into the ultimate god realm. How could he easily offend such an existence? Although the divine firmament sacred realm was strong, it was still much weaker than the Dark Knight Emperor. If the Dark Knight Emperor attacked the divine firmament sacred realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boom. At this moment, Emperor God Thousand Dragons was actually pushed back. This made him extremely depressed, so he charged forward crazily again. Supreme Holiness, please help. Emperor God Thousand Dragons hurriedly asked Gu Fei for help. However, Gu Fei did not intend to help at all. The army of Dark Knight attacking the Thousand Dragon City had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He did not want to be used by others. Should I help him? She could not bear to see the cultivators in the Thousand Dragon City being killed by the black figures. At the same time, dozens of black figures had already surrounded Xian Shi and Gu Fei. These guys were all god kings, so they were extremely powerful. In the next moment, those dozens of black figures attacked Xian Shi and Gu Fei at the same time. Humph, you're courting death. Xian Shi directly displayed the divine ability to control 10,000 weapons, and all the divine weapons that were rushing towards her were directly reversed, and were sent flying back towards the owners of these divine weapons. In the next moment, there was a flash of blood. Those dozens of black figure god kings were killed by the divine weapons in their hands. This was simply suicide. Those black figures immediately retreated when they saw this scene. No one wanted to commit suicide. There were also black figures attacking Dugufeng, but Dugufeng actually dodged and did not dare to fight with those black figures. At this moment, a black figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Xianxi. This guy was dressed in black and was a white-haired old man. This old man walked majestically and had an extraordinary aura. He was actually also a godlarch. "Little girl, you don't know what's good for you. Surrender." The old man stared coldly at Xianxi. "Get lost or die." Gu Fei glanced at this guy and said coldly, "Kid, no one has ever dared to speak to me like this. You have guts." The black-clothed old man narrowed his eyes at Gu Fei. "Still not getting lost? Then die," Gu Fei said as he took a step forward and instantly appeared above the old man's head. Then he stomped down on the old man. "One step to heaven." Gu Fei directly used the heaven treading step. Bam! Under Xianxi's shocked gaze, the old man was actually stomped into meat paste by Gu Fei. His body and soul were directly destroyed. He was deader than dead. This, Chapter 41:36. The Dark Knight Emperor unified the Dark Knight continent and had 13 emperors under him. He was so powerful that he could sweep through any divine region except for the central divine region. Take the southern divine region as an example. There were less than 10 emperors in the entire divine region, and the Dark Knight Emperor had 13 emperors under him. The Dark Knight Emperor was unimaginably powerful. The fact that he could unify the Dark Knight continent showed how powerful and invincible he was. At this time, the southern divine region was in turmoil, especially the Wang family, who was suppressed by one person. When the news spread, everyone found it hard to believe. Once the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Zhaotian, died, all the forces in the southern divine region could not sit still. The Wang family was a big piece of meat that everyone wanted a bite of. It was because the Wang family occupied too many cultivation resources. The Wang family was once the strongest family in the southern divine region. It had a very deep foundation and was not something that the nouveau riche could compare with. Whether it was the spirit stone mines or the territories under the Wang family's control, all the forces wanted to get their hands on countless industries. Some forces had already started to encroach on the Wang family's territory. At this time, no one expected the Dark Knight Emperor to suddenly come out of the Dark Knight continent. The Dark Knight army had secretly attacked Thousand Dragon City. However, it was a pity that the Dark Knight army encountered Gu Fei. They were going to be in trouble. Bang! Gu Fei's right foot stomped down from the sky and instantly destroyed the body and soul of one of the emperors under the Dark Knight Emperor's subordinates. The emperor was so dead that he could not be more dead. How is this possible? Xianxi looked at the figure descending from the sky, dumbfounded. When Emperor God Thousand Dragons and the other emperor from Dark Knight saw that, they could not help but be shocked. It was especially so for the emperor from Dark Knight, who was scared out of his wits. At this time, a strange scene appeared in Thousand Dragon City. The Dark Knight army defeated the Thousand Dragon army. The Thousand Dragon army fled in all directions, but most of the soldiers were caught by the enemy and stabbed to death. In an instant, the entire Thousand Dragon City turned into a land of blood. Corpses were everywhere on the streets and alleys, and the smell of blood enveloped the entire city. However, although the Dark Knight army was extremely powerful, one of the 3 commanders of the army was killed by Gu Fei, and the other 2 were scared out of their wits. Retreat. The remaining 2 commanders of the Dark Knight army directly sounded the gong to withdraw and ordered a retreat. one of the commanders who was fighting with Emperor God Thousand Dragon forced Emperor God Thousand Dragon to retreat. Then he turned around and left. They knew very well that although the fighting power of the Dark Knight army was nature-defying, they would be courting death if they were to fight against the guy who could kill an Emperor God with one step. The Dark Knight army was chasing after them, but the commander ordered them to retreat, which made all the Dark Knight soldiers feel puzzled. Even though they didn't know why their commander wanted them to retreat, they still retreated immediately. The Dark Knight army retreated out of Thousand Dragon City like a tidal wave. Then they formed a battle formation and soared into the sky. Countless Dark Knight soldiers formed a dense black mass covering the entire sky. This was an army of Divine King level. Every soldier was a Divine King. To build such a troop, the Dark Knight Emperor had indeed spent a lot of effort. Otherwise, the Dark Knight Emperor wouldn't have appointed the 3 Emperor Gods as the commanders of this army. Thinking of leaving? At this moment, Gu Fei was excited to kill. After he killed a commander of the Dark Knight army, with one step, he immediately devoured the guy's essence, spirit, and soul. Gu Fei took a deep breath. He felt that his entire body was surging with power, and he seemed to have endless power. He took a step and instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the Dark Knight army that was retreating quickly. He wants to fight against the Dark Knight army alone. Xian, she saw this, and she was so nervous that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. This Emperor God Thousand Dragons saw this and found it hard to believe. That was 100,000 Dark Knight army, and every soldier was a Divine King. It was a Divine King army. In the southern Divine region, even the 5 strongest forces could not train a Divine King army. Only those extremely ancient forces in the central Divine region could train a Divine King army. This guy is crazy. Divine Firmament's Sacred Realms Dugufeng saw that Gu Fei wanted to fight against the Dark Knight Emperor's Divine King army alone. Even a real ultimate god would not dare to do this. Fight! The 2 commanders of the Divine King army roared at the same time. The battle formation was activated, and a power that surpassed the Emperor realm exploded from the formation. The destructive power that erupted from the battle formation directly obliterated Gu Fei. Wherever this power passed, the void was silently annihilated. Yin-yang chaos, heaven and earth. Gu Fei roared angrily. He actually broke through the battle formation and charged into the God King army's battle formation. Everyone watched this scene anxiously. Rumble, an extremely shocking sound, came from the sky, and the battle formation formed by the 100,000 Divine King army shook violently. Rays of yin-yang divine light rushed out from the battle formation. The region where the battle formations stood fell into complete chaos. Countless God King level soldiers shrieked as they were ground to pieces by the yin and yang qi, directly losing their lives. Kill! The 2 Emperor Gods' crazy roars came from the battle formation. However, Gu Fei's yin-yang, chaos, heaven, and earth were in chaos. The yin-yang qi was like a millstone that destroyed everything in it. Blood rained from the sky, and countless broken weapons fell from the sky, falling on the mountain ridges below. No, the 2 God Emperors howled in despair. They were powerless to change anything. All they could do was watch as their soldiers crumbled into pieces in the void. This was a killing technique that Gu Fei had created when he became an eternal supremacy. It was a killing technique that was of a higher level than the supreme killing technique created by an extreme supremacy. If Gu Fei was in his peak condition, he could destroy a mere 100,000 Divine King army with a flick of his finger. Although this killing art was created by Gu Fei, it was a little forceful for him to execute it with his current cultivation base. It was as if all the energy in his body had been sucked dry. The heaven and earth shook, and countless pitch-black spatial cracks spread out in all directions like lightning. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Xian Shi, Emperor God Thousand Dragons, and Dugafeng were stunned by this shocking scene and looked at it in disbelief. Finally, yin and yang energies crazily revolved, causing the heavens and earth to shake. They actually transformed into an incomparably massive yin-yang Dao diagram. The 100,000 God King army soldiers had already turned to ash, and the two God Emperor commanders were imprisoned in the yin-yang eyes of the yin-yang Dao diagram. The yin-yang eye of the yin-yang Dao diagram was spewing out the yin-yang energy. The two Emperor God's commanders, who were imprisoned in the yin-yang eye of the yin-yang Dao diagram, were in great pain. "Who are you? There is no one like you in the southern divine region." One of the Emperor God who was imprisoned in the yin-yang eye roared at Gu Fei through gritted teeth. "Who am I?" Gu Fei smiled. "You don't have the right to know who I am." "What did you say?" The Emperor God was enraged. "I am a God Emperor, a high and mighty Emperor. I don't have the right to know who this guy is?" "Humph, isn't that right?" Gu Fei stood on the yin-yang Dao diagram with his hands behind his back. He looked like a supreme ruler who was above the 9 heavens. He was ethereal and seemed like he could fly away at any time. "You, the two Emperor Gods who were imprisoned in the yin-yang, I were shocked and furious. Be my slave or die. Choose." Gu Fei said calmly. Be your slave?" The two Emperor Gods were dumbfounded when they heard Gu Fei's words. Emperors are not to be bullied. A middle-aged Emperor God said proudly, "Then go to hell." After saying that, Gu Fei flicked his finger, and the divine emperor exploded into a mist of blood. Even his primordial spirit was shattered. Gu Fei opened his mouth and sucked in the Emperor God's essence, energy, and soul. The other Emperor God was so scared that he peed his pants. He never thought that Gu Fei would kill him without any hesitation. Killing a God Emperor with a flick of his finger was as easy as killing an ant. "What about you?" Gu Fei looked at the Emperor God Emperor, who had become a prisoner, and said coldly, "Mo Yuan greets master." The Emperor God hurriedly bowed to Gu Fei. "A wise man submits to the circumstances. You are smart," Gu Fei said, and shot a forbidden art at the Emperor God Emperor. Emperor God Mo Yuan had become Gu Fei's slave. This made Xian Shi and the others feel like they were in a dream. Gu Fei had devoured the vital essence of 100,000 God King army soldiers. This energy was massive to the extreme, and it was just enough to replenish the yuan qi that Gu Fei had used to execute the yin-yang disorder. Among the 3 invading Emperor God, and Yi, 2 of them had died in Gu Fei's hands, and 1 of them had become Gu Fei's slave. The 100,000 Emperor God army had vanished. This was definitely a heavy blow to the Emperor God Emperor. He wanted to take down Thousand Dragon City with lightning speed, and then point his sword at heaven-trampling city. However, the plans of man are inferior to the plans of the heavens. Gu Fei appeared out of nowhere and completely messed up his plans. When Gu Fei came to Xian Shi's side, Xian Shi was still in shock. When Gu Fei patted her shoulder, she suddenly woke up. Xian Shi stared at Gu Fei with a complicated feeling. "Don't you recognize me?" Gu Fei looked at Xian Shi and said with a faint smile. "Who are you?" Xian Shi said. "Me? I am Gu Fei." Gu Fei said. "What? You are Gu Fei?" "The Gu Fei who defeated the Wang clan single-handedly and forced the Wang clan to submit to you?" Before Xian Shi could say anything, Emperor God Thousand Dragons cried out in surprise. One person defeated an entire family, killing an Emperor God with a flick of his finger. At this time, Dugafeng also walked over. He looked at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. He was shocked to the extreme. He never would have thought that this person was Gu Fei. Chapter 41:37. One person suppressing an entire clan. Gu Fei's name had already reached the ears of the upper echelons of the various forces in the southern divine region. Everyone was shocked. One should know that the Wang family was not a weak clan. In the past, the Wang family was the ruler of the southern divine region. Although the Wang family had declined, their foundation was still there. Their leader, Wang Zhaotian, was also a god emperor. However, the Wang family, which had a god emperor, 6 half-god emperors, and a 1,000,000-strong army, had actually been defeated by one person. When the news spread, almost no one dared to believe that the Wang family had been defeated by one person. This was like someone saying that the sun god came from the west. However, when the various forces confirmed that the news was true, everyone fell silent. One person defeating an entire clan. This kind of existence could definitely stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 strongest god emperors in the southern divine region, or even surpass them. Du Gufeng was an elder of the divine firmament sacred land. He naturally knew of Gu Fei. When he found out that the black-robed youth before him was Gu Fei, he was extremely shocked. Both God Emperor Thousand Dragons and Du Gufeng were very wary of Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei saw that she had suddenly left. He was just joking with she. Although he had seen her face, he had no intention of marrying her. Gu Fei sighed, then looked at Thousand Despair God Emperor and Du Gufeng. So it's fellow Taoist Gu. Sorry for not recognizing you. Du Gufeng hurriedly cupped his hands at Gu Fei. This kind of supreme existence who could kill a god emperor with a flick of his finger must not be offended. Once he was offended, it would be a disaster that would wipe out his entire clan. Although the divine firmament sacred land was one of the 6 great forces in the southern divine region, Gu Fei had defeated the entire Wang family by himself. This was something that even the divine firmament sacred leader could not do. Fortunately, fellow Taoist Gu helped. Otherwise, my Thousand Dragons city would have been in trouble. Thousand Dragons God Emperor said to Gu Fei gratefully. Gu Fei ignored Du Gufeng and Thousand Dragons God Emperor. God Emperor Mo Yuan stood behind Gu Fei, his head lowered. This emperor god came from the Dark Knight continent, and he was one of the 13 emperors under the Dark Knight Emperor. However, at that very moment, Emperor God Mo Yuan had become Gu Fei's slave. "Boss, where are you?" At this moment, a voice came from afar. Gu Fei looked over and saw the fatty carrying a large halberd flying towards the Thousand Dragons city. At this moment, the fatty also noticed Gu Fei. He was both surprised and overjoyed. With a single step, he instantly arrived in the air above the Thousand Dragons city and directly descended from the sky. "Boss, so you're here." The fatty looked at Emperor God Mo Yuan, who was behind Gu Fei, then at Du Gufeng and Emperor God Thousand Dragons. Meanwhile, the smell of blood surged through Thousand Dragon City. Corpses were everywhere, and fresh blood flowed in all directions. It was simply as terrifying as hell on earth. Fatty couldn't help but frown when he saw this. That guy from the Dark Knight continent is tired of being left out again? The fatty looked at Emperor God Mo Yuan behind Gu Fei and said unhappily, "You are..." Emperor God Thousand Dragons looked at the fatty suspiciously. Du Gufeng was the same. The fatty called Gu Fei boss. Could he be Gu Fei's brother? The fatty didn't seem to be an ordinary person. "Did you kill Tatian Evil Emperor?" Gu Fei asked while looking at the fatty with a faint smile. What? The others were shocked when they heard Gu Fei's words. The fatty could actually fight against Tatian Evil Emperor? Humph. He's lucky. I'll definitely kill him the next time I meet him. The fatty swore. He was not joking. One should know that he still had a trump card that he had yet to use. As long as he cultivated for a few more years, let alone Tatian evil emperor, he would even dare to fight against the few ultimate gods in the central celestial territory. Hee, could it be that you were defeated by him? Gu Fei laughed and said, "Pfft, him?" The fatty was disdainful. "All right, are we going back or wandering around?" Gu Fei said. "Of course we're wandering around. Isn't that obvious?" The fatty said without hesitation. "All right, let's go meet the Dark Knight Emperor." Gu Fei said. Emperor God Mo Yuan, who was standing behind him, heard, and there was a flash of light in the depths of his eyes. "You're going to look for trouble with the Dark Knight Emperor?" The fatty's face turned solemn when he heard that. The Dark Knight Emperor was not someone Tatian evil emperor could compare to. He was definitely a ferocious person. Even if he was not an ultimate god, he was not far away. "Let's go." After saying that, Gu Fei swung his sleeve and soared into the sky, charging into the distance. Emperor God Mo Yuan was shocked when he saw that. He quickly flew into the sky and chased after Gu Fei. Fatty had a helpless look on his face, but he still braced himself and chased after Gu Fei. He wouldn't go to the Dark Knight continent because it wasn't the right time yet. However, it was different now. With a peerless expert like Gu Fei around, he might really be able to obtain that thing. At this moment, Gu Fei raised his hand and slapped a layer of clouds in front of him. The endless layer of clouds instantly dissipated in the void. A tall stone door appeared in front of Gu Fei. Boom! A huge dragon suddenly appeared beside the stone door. The dragon pounced at Gu Fei ferociously. "Get lost!" With a wave of Gu Fei's sleeve, the huge dragon was immediately sent flying, scattering a large amount of blood and scales in the air. Boom! This huge dragon directly smashed through a mountain peak, causing dust to fly all around and gravel to scatter in all directions. The entire region was in chaos. Even the old antiques were shocked to see such a scene. "A mixed-blood dragon dares to be presumptuous in front of me?" Gu Fei said in disdain. "Roar!" The dragon roared, and an extremely violent divine power burst out from its body, causing the entire world to tremble. Divine dragon guarding the door. Is this the entrance to the Dark Knight continent? Gu Fei looked at the huge stone door in front of him, and a boundless vicissitude aura spread from the stone door. The huge dragon was ferocious, and it wanted to pounce at Gu Fei. However, Emperor God Mo Yuan walked in front of it and blocked it. The huge dragon immediately stopped. Emperor God Mo Yuan extended his right hand, and the huge dragon immediately flew towards him. It shrunk quickly and was kept by him. After Emperor God Mo Yuan kept the divine dragon, he came before the stone door and stretched out his hand to push open the stone door that was tightly shut. Rumble, the heavy stone door opened slowly. Even someone as strong as Emperor God Mo Yuan had to use a lot of strength to push open the stone door. An aura of heaven and earth that was different from the heaven divine realm spread from behind the stone door. The Dark Knight continent was not in the heaven divine realm, but outside of it, the so-called jumping out of the three realms, and not in the five elements referred to a heaven and earth like the Dark Knight continent. "Master, please." After Emperor God Mo Yuan pushed the stone door open, he retreated to the side. Gu Fei strode forward. Fatty hesitated for a while before he carried his halberd and walked forward. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly strode into the stone door without any hesitation. Boss is really awesome. Fatty knew that Gu Fei was very confident, and he did not care about the Emperor of the Dark Knight continent at all. However, Fatty knew that besides the legendary Emperor of the Dark Knight continent, there were many places in the Dark Knight continent that could not be set foot in. With Gu Fei taking the lead, Fatty became more courageous. He laughed and walked into the stone door. After Fatty walked into the stone door, Emperor God, Mo Yuan walked into the stone door too. Then, the stone door closed again and continued to stand tall in the universe. Gradually, clouds gathered and drowned the stone door in the sea of clouds. The dark night continent was not pitch black. There was day and night, the sun and the moon, and the change of seasons. The continent was almost perfect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be an invincible existence like the Emperor of the Dark Night continent. Then there was a stone door floating in the sky above a mountain in the Dark Night continent. Rumble. There was a shocking sound, and the tightly shut stone door opened slowly. A figure walked out from behind the stone door. What's going on? The two experts guarding the stone gate were dumbfounded when they saw the black-robed young man walking out of the stone gate. "Young man, who are you?" One of the experts guarding the door shouted and extended his hand to grab Gu Fei. "Get lost!" With a wave of Gu Fei's sleeves, this fellow was sent flying out, and his shadow could not be seen anymore. When the other expert guarding the door saw this, he almost peed his pants. The expert guarding the door said in a trembling voice. Then, another figure walked out from the stone door. This guy was wearing a Taoist robe and carrying a halberd on his shoulder. He was as fat as a meatball. If it wasn't Fatty, then who? The last one to come out from the stone door was Emperor God Mo Yuan. Lord Mo Yuan. When the expert guarding the door saw Mo Yuan, he was surprised and happy. However, Emperor God Mo Yuan pointed with his finger, and a ray of divine light immediately dashed out from his finger and pierced the eyebrows of the expert who was guarding the door. The powerhouse guarding the stone gate didn't know why Lord Mo Yuan would kill him even in his last moments. At this time, countless figures rushed out from the nearby area. They were the soldiers under the Emperor of the Dark Night continent. The leader was riding a flood dragon and looked extremely domineering. Emperor God Ba Long. When Mo Yuan saw the guy riding the flood dragon, he could not help but exclaim. He was bewildered because the person guarding the Dark Night continent should have been another Emperor God. But why was it Emperor God Ba Long instead? Emperor God Ba Long was extremely powerful and was one of the best among the 13 emperors. Mo Yuan, how dare you kill my people? Emperor God Ba Long stared at Emperor God Mo Yuan angrily, as if he wanted to eat Emperor God Mo Yuan. So what if I killed him? Emperor God Mo Yuan looked at Emperor God Ba Long coldly and said, "What? I want your life." Emperor God Ba Long stared at Mo Yuan with a murderous look, ready to attack at any time. Chapter 41:38. The Dark Night continent was an almost perfect small world. Although it was a small world, it was much bigger than any divine territory in the heaven divine realm. The law of heaven and earth here was very strong. Only strong law of heaven and earth could give birth to strong living beings. Hence, the most fundamental factor that determined the strength of living beings in a world was the completeness and strength of the law of heaven and earth. It was not a coincidence that the Dark Night continent could give birth to an emperor of the Dark Night continent. The Dark Night continent was very different from an ordinary heaven and earth. The entire heaven and earth was in a state of dusk. Even when the divine sun came out, it was only slightly brighter. The plants there grew very strangely. Some trees were very tall, reaching into the sky. Some trees were very short, like a blade of grass in the outside world. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was not thinner than in the heaven divine realm. In some places, the spiritual energy even soared to the sky, and many natural treasures were nurtured. Of course, these places were occupied by the major forces in the Dark Night continent. At that time, in the sky above God Burial Mountain in the Dark Night land, Emperor God Mo Yuan and Emperor God Ba Long were already engaged in a great battle. Two violent powers collided with each other continuously, and the power that spread out shook heaven and earth. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed, revealing a huge hole. A ray of sunlight shone from the sky and landed on the ground. The dark night continent was shrouded in fog, which blocked the sunlight. That was why it was so dark. As long as one dispelled the fog with great power, the sunlight would be able to shine on the earth. Roar! The divine flood dragon that Emperor God Ba Long was riding on roared and spat divine fire at Emperor God Mo Yuan. At the next moment, the divine fire exploded and turned into a sea of fire. Then Emperor God Mo Yuan was engulfed in the sea of fire in no time. Ha ha! Mo Yuan, go to hell! Emperor God Ba Tian laughed. The divine fire of his mount was so powerful that it could hurt an emperor god. However, at that moment, a dragon roar was heard from the sea of fire. Then the boundless divine fire retreated like a tide, and a huge dragon shadow appeared in the heaven and earth. It was a real dragon that was extremely powerful. It was like a mountain in the sky, and it was swallowing the divine fire that the divine dragon spat out. There was a figure standing on the head of the huge dragon. It was Emperor God Mo Yuan. What? The divine beast guarding the gate was subdued by you? How is this possible? When Emperor God Ba Long saw it, he was extremely shocked. This ancient stone door that could cross the dark night continent and the heavenly divine realm was guarded by a divine beast. It was a divine dragon. This divine dragon had lived for countless years, and its cultivation and battle prowess were extremely powerful. An ordinary emperor god wouldn't be a match for this divine dragon. Even the Dark Knight Emperor was very polite to this divine beast that guarded the stone door. However, at that very moment, Emperor God Mo Yuan was stepping on the divine beast's head. Emperor God Ba long found it hard to imagine. Emperor God Ba long realized that there were many wounds on the guardian divine beast's body. The dragon scales had fallen off, and there were some places that were bleeding. However, after the divine dragon devoured the divine fire, the wounds on the guardian beast's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Who could injure this divine beast? Emperor God Ba Long was astonished. Then his gaze swept across Gu Fei and the fatty who was carrying the halberd. Could it be them? A divine man and a divine king? Then, in the eyes of Emperor God Ba Long, Gu Fei's cultivation was merely a divine man. As for the fatty, his cultivation had already broken through to the divine king realm. Even Gu Fei found the fatty's condition somewhat unbelievable. It seemed as though the fatty's cultivation base was improving every day. Additionally, it was improving at an extremely fast rate. With the fatty's speed, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the Shun King realm and then the Emperor God realm. Gu Fei knew that the fatty should have cultivated some kind of secret skill. How dare you be distracted when fighting with me? Just then, there was a roar from the sky. Emperor God Ba Long lifted his head abruptly and saw Emperor God Mo Yuan pouncing towards him on the divine dragon. The guardian divine dragon's huge claw grabbed at Emperor God Ba Long. The claw swept across the void and left a few space cracks. ***. Emperor God Ba Long rode his divine dragon and dodged to the side. The mighty and violent power directly smashed a mountain ridge below into pieces. Rocks flew in all directions and dust rose into the sky. Emperor God Ba Long's face changed when he saw the power of the attack. Die! Emperor God Ba Long roared in anger, and a raging power erupted from his body. At the next moment, countless sword lights dashed out from his body and pierced through Emperor God Mo Yuan and Divine Dragon in an overwhelming manner. Just then, The divine dragon under Emperor God, Mo Yuan, opened its mouth and spat out a ray of fire. The next moment, boundless divine fire appeared again and engulfed heaven and earth. What happened? Divine fire burns the sky. The experts near the Dragon Burial Mountain saw the scene, and they were shocked. The divine fire instantly engulfed the countless sword lights that Emperor God Ba Long had unleashed. The next moment, the sword lights dissipated in the divine fire. What? Emperor God Ba Long was shocked. Emperor God Mo Yuan's cultivation was about the same as his, but the divine dragon under his feet was unparalleled in fighting power. On the other hand, the divine dragon under Emperor God Ba Long was on a completely different level from the guardian divine dragon. Of course, if the divine dragon was strong enough, it could kill a real dragon. However, it was a pity that the mount of Emperor God Ba Long wasn't strong enough to kill a real dragon. Seeing the real dragon divine fire burning over, Emperor God Tyrant Dragon hurriedly rode on the divine flood dragon to avoid it. That was the real dragon divine fire. A puff of it could burn a mountain. A puff of real dragon divine fire could burn the sky and boil the sea. Even an emperor god would be burned into ashes. Boss, the cultivation of your new subordinate doesn't seem to be that great. The fatty said impatiently, just take it as watching a show. Why don't you go? Gu Fei looked at the fatty next to him and said, I'll go. As the fatty spoke, he actually carried his halberd and walked forward. Hey, back off. The fatty said to Emperor God Mo Yuan, who was about to attack Emperor God Ba Long again. This Emperor God Mo Yuan heard and looked at Gu Fei. Back off. Gu Fei said, Yes, master. Emperor God Mo Yuan stepped on the divine dragon and retreated. Master? When Emperor God Ba Long, who had retreated to the side, heard Emperor God Mo Yuan's words, he stared at Gu Fei in disbelief. A dignified Emperor God, actually called a divine, being his master? Hey, it's you. Come and die. The fatty carried his halberd and scolded Emperor God Ba Long loudly. What did you say? A small divine king dares to be presumptuous in front of me? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Emperor God Ba Long stared at the fatty and said coldly, I want to send you to reincarnate as soon as possible. The fatty lifted his chin and said proudly, You, Emperor God Ba Long was infuriated by the fatty. Master, you don't have to do anything. I'll kill him. The divine dragon under Emperor God Ba Long said, All right. Emperor God Ba Long nodded. Chapter 40, 139. Fatty walked out casually and asked Emperor God Ba Long to accept his death. Emperor God Ba Long was enraged. A small divine king dared to be presumptuous in front of him. He was simply courting death. Before Emperor God Ba Long took action, his mount had volunteered to help Emperor God Ba Long get rid of the person who dared to offend his emperor's prestige. A divine flood dragon that was thousands of feet long pounced on the fatty. A violent, murderous aura immediately erupted from the divine flood dragon's body. Just a worm. The fat man grabbed the halberd and swung it. The divine flood dragon that was charging at him was actually split in half. It didn't even have the chance to let out a scream before it died. Seeing this scene, Emperor God Tyrant Dragon was dumbfounded. His mount was in existence in the God Emperor realm. Even though it was only a low-level God Emperor, it wasn't something a puny God King could kill. Even if he were to take action, he couldn't kill his mount in one move. Emperor God Ba Long looked at Fatty as if he was looking at a monster. Is this guy pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He knew that his master, Emperor Dark Knight, liked to pretend to be a pig to eat tigers. At that moment, the chubby man stretched out his chubby hand and took the divine flood dragon away. This kind of god, Emperor Flood Dragon, was a great tonic. Fatty was a foodie. Otherwise, he wouldn't have grown so fat. Damn it! Emperor God Balong was really angry, and he was about to go crazy. That was a mount that he had spent a lot of effort to subdue. However, it was killed by the fatty in one move, and even its corpse was taken away by the fatty. To Emperor God Balong, it was no doubt a harsh slap to his face. At the next moment, the divine power in Emperor God Balong's body was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. There were countless black cracks in heaven and earth. Die! Emperor God Balong let out a furious roar, and it was as though the firmament was about to collapse. At the next moment, he turned into a resplendent divine light and pierced through the fatty. Wherever the divine light passed, a pitch-black space crack was left in the void. Die! The fat man brandished his halberd with both hands and chopped it down at the divine light. Whoosh! In the void, a cold light flashed. The divine light that pierced towards the fat man was split in half and dissipated in the void. Emperor God Balong appeared, and his divine body was actually split into two halves. At the next moment, Emperor God Balong's divine body changed, and he revealed his original form. It turned out that this guy wasn't a human, but an exotic beast with a dragon's head and a snake's body. The legendary ancient beast, the snake dragon. When the fatty saw it, he was elated and his saliva dripped down. He quickly kept the corpse of Emperor God Balong. The snake dragon was much more nutritious than the flood dragon. Moreover, the flesh of the serpent dragon was delicious. Whether it was used to make soup, barbecue, or stew, it was delicious. The fatty walked back happily, while Emperor God, Mo Yuan, looked at the scene in astonishment. He had never expected the fatty to be so strong. The two of them couldn't be described with common sense. Emperor God Balong died, and countless experts who were rushing over were scared out of their wits. These people were Emperor God Balong's subordinates. The emperor is dead. What should we do? The leading general stared at Gu Fei and the others and said, "Retreat." A middle-aged man in white, who looked like a military advisor, said without thinking, "Retreat." The general immediately gave the order. The thousands of soldiers immediately retreated under the leadership of the general and military advisor. "Master, should we stop them? If we let them escape, Emperor God Dark Knight will definitely know that you are here." Emperor God Mo Yuan bowed to Gu Fei and said, "Don't worry." Gu Fei waved his hand. Among the thousands of soldiers, only one or two of them could be considered experts. The rest of them were just ants. Yes, Emperor God Mo Yuan didn't say anything else. Let's find a place to stew the flood dragon and the snake dragon. How about that? The fatty said as he drooled again. What Emperor God Mo Yuan couldn't help but be shocked when he heard that. That divine dragon was even shivering. This guy was a glutton. All right, Gu Fei nodded and said, the Emperor God level flood dragon and the snake dragon were really nutritious. If they were to be stewed with some divine medicine, they would be able to make a pot of medicine. The pot of medicine would be beneficial even to an emperor. One should know that the snake dragon wasn't an ordinary emperor god. Its original body was an ancient species. What Gu Fei lacked the least was divine medicine. Hence, Gu Fei kept the ancient stone door and came to Emperor God Mo Yuan's mansion under the lead of Emperor God Mo Yuan. Emperor God Mo Yuan was one of the 13 emperor lords under the command of Emperor Dark Knight. He was an overlord, and the territory that he ruled was hundreds of thousands of miles wide. His mansion was situated in a divine land where spiritual energy gathered. This divine land was the base camp of Emperor God Mo Yuan. He had been managing this place for countless years, and his influence was deeply rooted. If it wasn't for the appearance of Emperor Dark Knight, he could still be his Emperor Lord freely. However, when Emperor Dark Knight rose, Emperor God Mo Yuan had no choice but to surrender. Emperor Dark Knight was too strong, so strong that he couldn't even think of resisting. Although Emperor God Mo Yuan accompanied Gu Fei to the Dark Knight continent, he definitely didn't have the guts to face Emperor Dark Knight. He even thought that Gu Fei might not be Emperor Dark Knight's match. Although Gu Fei was strong, Emperor Dark Knight seemed to be scarier than Gu Fei because he dared to fight against Gu Fei. In a garden behind Emperor God Mo Yuan's mansion, the fatty took out a big cauldron and prepared to stew the flood dragon and the snake dragon that he had killed. "You'd better put away this piece of trash." Gu Fei looked at the cauldron that the fatty took out and said calmly, "Trash? Boss, are you saying that my item is trash?" The fatty stared at Gu Fei. The cauldron was an emperor treasure. What was an emperor treasure? It was a treasure that was refined by a great emperor. Gu Fei said that his emperor treasure was trash. This made the fatty unhappy. "Hee, I shall let you know what a treasure is today." Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and there was an ancient cauldron the size of a fist in his palm. "Damn, your cauldron can be compared to my emperor cauldron? Stop joking." The fatty looked at the ordinary cauldron in Gu Fei's hand, and then at his own cauldron that was filled with spiritual energy and flowing with divine light. Gu Fei smiled, and the ancient cauldron in his hand flew towards the fatty's emperor cauldron. Bam! The fist-sized cauldron smashed the fatty's emperor cauldron into pieces. This, Chapter 4140. In the backyard of Emperor God Mo Yuan's mansion, Fatty was dumbfounded as he looked at the broken imperial cauldron on the ground. He had never thought that the inconspicuous cauldron the size of a fist that Gu Fei had taken out would smash his imperial cauldron. That was an imperial cauldron. An imperial weapon was the top divine weapon in the heaven divine realm. Apart from the honorable weapons refined by an ultimate god, imperial weapons were the strongest. Moreover, an ultimate god could break the void and ascend to the upper realm. It was hard to say if there were any ultimate gods left in the heaven divine realm. Of course, since ancient times, the news of an ultimate god in the central divine realm had been circulating. However, after so many years, no one had seen an ultimate god. In the current world, some people had started to doubt if there were any ultimate gods in the heaven divine realm. At that moment, Emperor God Mo Yuan and the others were dumbfounded. Fatty had definitely taken out a real imperial weapon. To them, using an imperial cauldron to cook food was a waste of God's gift. However, who would have thought that the ancient cauldron that Gu Fei had taken out would smash Fatty's imperial cauldron? Everyone looked at the ancient cauldron that was only the size of a fist floating in the void in disbelief. The ancient cauldron was so small that there was nothing eye-catching about it. There was no divine radiance or divine light, nor was there any fluctuation of divine power. The ancient cauldron floated quietly in the void. However, everyone present looked at the ancient cauldron in a different way. They all had a look of disbelief on their faces. "Boss, you..." After Fatty recovered from the shock, the fat on his face twitched. It was an imperial cauldron that he had obtained with great difficulty. He was reluctant to use it normally. That day, he had killed 2 Emperor Realm exotic beasts and wanted to use the imperial cauldron to cook a cauldron of medicine. Moreover, the divine flood dragon and the serpent dragon were rare ingredients. The medicine cooked with these 2 creatures was definitely comparable to a divine medicine. It would definitely be the best delicacy in the world. However, the ancient cauldron that Gu Fei had thrown out had smashed his imperial cauldron. At that moment, Fatty's heart was bleeding. The flood dragon and snake dragon tonic soup cooked with my cauldron is definitely the best soup in the world. After saying that, Gu Fei pointed at the mountain and river cauldron, which was hovering in the sky. When the mountain and river cauldron was erected, it became as tall as a person. Then, with a pong sound, it landed on the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. Next, Gu Fei drew the divine spring of life from his inner world and poured it into the mountain and river cauldron. He then picked a few stalks of herb emperors that had been growing for tens of thousands of years and threw them into the mountain and river cauldron as well. Is that the legendary supreme godly medicine? When Fatty saw the few stalks of herb emperors that Gu Fei had thrown into the mountain and river cauldron, his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. In the entire heavenly god realm, one might not be able to find 1 or 2 stalks of such divine herbs. However, if he knew that these top-grade godly medicines in his eyes were merely the most inconspicuous godly medicines in Gu Fei's inner world, he would not know what to think. As for the spring water that rushed out of the void and fell into the ancient cauldron, it was filled with the aura of life, causing the surrounding people to be indescribably shocked. As the spring water entered the cauldron, a huge wave of vitality immediately surged out of the mountain and river cauldron. The surrounding flowers and trees were nourished and seemed to have become even more spiritual. Everyone was in disbelief because this wave of life essence was also extremely beneficial to them. Their stagnant cultivation actually showed signs of increasing. "Boss, you are amazing." Fatty had already forgotten about his broken imperial cauldron. It should be known that the things that Gu Fei had taken out were too heaven-defying. The few stalks of herb emperors were already worth the imperial cauldron, especially that divine spring. Even he could not tell what it was. However, it was definitely a heaven-defying divine water. A single drop could revitalize a dangerous place. Everyone was also watching Gu Fei's performance. "All right, where are your things? It's time to take them out," Gu Fei said to Fatty, who was standing at the side in a daze. Yes. Fatty hurriedly took out the flood dragon and serpent dragon that he had killed. With a wave of Gu Fei's hand, the flood dragon and the serpent dragon flew into the sky. Let out the remaining blood first, then cut the flesh and break the bones. Gu Fei was like a top-notch divine chef. An incomparably sharp blade of light shot out from his finger. The blade of light danced continuously between the flood dragon and the serpent dragon. Very quickly, the skin and flesh of the flood dragon and the serpent dragon were dissected and fell into the mountain and river cauldron. Then the tendons and bones were cut, and the bones fell accurately into the cauldron. This move that Gu Fei had displayed shocked Fatty, the glutton, once again. Fatty was definitely a super glutton. He naturally knew what was good and what was bad. Gu Fei's technique of dissecting tendons and dislocating bones was the most powerful he had ever seen. Every blade of Gu Fei's landed on the weakest part of the flood dragon and the serpent dragon's body. With a slash, a piece of flesh was instantly separated. The blade of light sliced through the tendons, and bones were dissected. Emperor God Mo Yuan, the divine dragon, and the 3 bright half-emperors under Emperor God Mo Yuan were dumbfounded as they watched the scene. Very quickly, Gu Fei finished dissecting the dead bodies of the flood dragon and the serpent dragon. Then, he started the fire in the cauldron and started to boil them. The cauldron was an extraordinary cauldron, and the fire was the most powerful fire in the world. With the perfect combination of the two, the mountain and river cauldron gave off an indescribable fragrance. Life essence and peerless divine medicine melted in the mountain and river cauldron and fused together. The essence of the flood dragon and the serpent dragon gradually fused and turned into an extremely powerful wave of primordial chi. Even an emperor god would be moved by the wave. "Boss, are you boiling tonic or refining peerless divine elixir?" Fatty looked at Gu Fei in shock and said, The others looked at Gu Fei too. What's the difference between peerless divine elixir and soup? Gu Fei said as he controlled the fire. This Fatty heard and didn't know what to say. He had never thought about this question before. In actual fact, only Gu Fei would be so awesome to use the mountain and river cauldron to boil the medicine. It was an extreme sacred weapon, and it was many times better than Fatty's Emperor cauldron. Everyone didn't speak, but they watched Gu Fei show his skills. In less than 2 hours, the blood, flesh, tendons, and bones of the flood dragon and the serpent dragon were refined by the mountain and river cauldron into liquid, the few peerless divine medicines in the eyes of Fatty, and the others also melted. Originally, there was more than half a cauldron of the spring of life. Now, there was only a small cauldron left. The small cauldron of medicinal liquid was the essence of the essence. All the medicinal effects were in there. It's done. Gu Fei stopped, and the fire in the cauldron extinguished immediately. It's done? So simple. Fatty was dumbfounded again. He thought that there would be an earth-shattering movement. He didn't expect that Gu Fei was really boiling soup. When the fire was right, it was done. The others were also dumbfounded. This was definitely not alchemy, because alchemy would not be as casual as Gu Fei's. Eat it. This cauldron of medicinal soup definitely has unexpected effects. As Gu Fei spoke, he took out a few jade bowls. These were not ordinary jade bowls, but were refined from 10,000-year divine jade. They were treasures. A divine jade bowl could contain a large river. To Fatty and the others, using such a treasure to drink soup and eat was truly too extravagant. Haha, I'm starting. Fatty was already hungry. He scooped a bowl full of soup from the cauldron and drank it in big mouthfuls, not caring if it was hot or not. After a few mouthfuls of soup, Fatty's body emitted a layer of faint divine light. This surprised and delighted the people around him. That was a sign that the essence contained in the soup was spreading. The essence in the soup actually dissolved in Fatty's body so quickly. This meant that the essence contained in the soup was too pure and huge. Seeing this, the others quickly picked up the jade bowls and drank. Although the soup in the cauldron was still boiling hot, these fellows didn't care that their mouths were red because they wanted to drink one more mouthful. This cauldron of great medicine was definitely the #1 medicine in the heavenly divine realm. Even Emperor God Mo Yuan's many years of cultivation shackles loosened after drinking a bowl of soup. His 3 half-martial emperors were constantly emitting divine light. Their cultivation seemed to be able to break through to the emperor realm at any time. If there were 3 half-martial emperors on Emperor God Mo Yuan's side, Mo Yuan's power would definitely be the strongest among the 13 emperor lords. Of course, the Emperor of Dark Night didn't have 13 emperor lords anymore because Emperor God Balong died in the hands of Gu Fei, and the other 2 emperor gods died in the hands of Gu Fei. In addition to Emperor God Mo Yuan's betrayal, the Emperor of Dark Night only had 9 emperor lords left. Of course, even if the Emperor of Dark Night lost 4 emperor lords, he was still the strongest existence in the Dark Night continent. The 9 emperor lords were enough to sweep the entire Dark Night continent. Then, the divine dragon that guarded the ancient stone door transformed into a human. It was a handsome young man in white with a pair of ancestral dragon horns on his head. The divine dragon originally had internal injuries, but after drinking 2 bowls of soup cooked in the mountain and river cauldron, the internal injuries were healed. Rumble, there was a shocking sound coming from the divine dragon's body. There was a strong pressure of a great perfection emperor god that spread out from the divine dragon's body. Everyone was shocked. The divine dragon only drank 2 bowls of soup, and he broke through the shackles of cultivation. His cultivation realm rushed to the great emperor realm. This made everyone very surprised. Gu Fei, on the other hand, calmly looked at everything. He was very clear about the effects of the cauldron of nourishing soup that he had brewed. Even the cultivation of the three half-sovereigns showed signs of breaking through, and the aura on the fatty's body also became stronger. Emperor God Mo Yuan's cultivation shackles were about to be loosened. "You come out too." Gu Fei shook his right arm, and the Qilin brand on his right arm came alive. It rushed out from his arm and turned into a fire Qilin. This, Chapter 4141. The small cauldron of nourishing soup cooked by Gu Fei was simply too delicious, causing the big foodie fatty to almost swallow his own tongue into his stomach. One had to know that this was a soup made from a great Emperor Realm flood dragon, a serpent dragon beast, the spring water of the god of life, and several peerless divine herbs in the eyes of Fatty and the others. After eating, everyone except for Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated their xian qi to refine the medicinal effects of the great tonic soup. Gu Fei's fire Qilin broke through from Divine King Realm to Shun King Realm. It was only one step away from Emperor Realm. Emperor God Mo Yuan's cultivation base also broke through from Intermediate Emperor Realm to Great Success Emperor Realm. Everyone else's cultivation base also improved. The divine dragon guarding the stone door recovered from its internal injuries, and its cultivation base returned to its peak. Then, everyone realized that the divine dragon guarding the stone door was a great emperor, the divine dragon emperor. Of course, in Gu Fei's eyes, the divine dragon emperor was just a mixed-blood dragon with a trace of real dragon's bloodline. He was far inferior to a real dragon of the 9 heavens. In the heaven god realm, real dragons of the 9 heavens were extinct. They hadn't appeared for thousands of years. Everyone was grateful to Gu Fei, especially Fatty. Gu Fei let him taste the best delicacy in the world. This soup was probably only cooked by Gu Fei in the entire heaven god realm. Everyone was delighted. However, a few days later, outside the territory ruled by Emperor God Mo Yuan, countless troops of the God clan appeared. The army surrounded Emperor God Mo Yuan's territory from all directions. Countless war beasts roared, and countless flags fluttered in the wind. What? 5 emperor lords came at the same time? When the news spread to Emperor God Mo Yuan's mansion, Emperor God Mo Yuan's subordinates panicked. 5 great emperor masters had come to attack at the same time. If it were any other emperor master, they would be in great trouble. "Master, what should we do?" Emperor God Mo Yuan came to Gu Fei's residence immediately. "What are you panicking for? I don't care who they are. No matter how many they come, I will kill them all." The fatty said loudly, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Fatty's cultivation base increased again. Sometimes, Gu Fei was really curious as to what kind of cultivation technique Fatty was cultivating. Fatty's cultivation was rising too quickly. The invasion of the 5 emperors shocked the world. This was a war between emperors. Ever since the Dark Knight Emperor unified the Dark Knight continent, wars of this level rarely occurred. There were rumors that Emperor God Mo Yuan betrayed the Dark Knight Emperor. Therefore, the Dark Knight Emperor sent troops to eliminate Emperor God Mo Yuan. There were even people who said that God Emperor Mo Yuan had snatched away the ancient stone door. That was the Dark Knight Emperor's most valuable treasure. The stone door could connect the heavenly god realm and the Dark Knight continent. It was an important weapon that the Dark Knight Emperor would use to rule the heavenly god realm in the future. Without the ancient stone gate, which was also the legendary desolate ancient stone gate, the Dark Knight Emperor wouldn't be able to send troops to the heavenly god realm and compete with the various experts of the heavenly god realm. The divine realm was much better than the Dark Knight continent. Both the Dark Knight Emperor and the great emperors who were older than the Dark Knight Emperor wanted to rule the divine realm. The divine realm was too tempting for the people of the Dark Night continent. The Dark Night continent was shrouded in darkness all the time. Under normal circumstances, the sun, moon, and stars could not be seen. In contrast, the divine realm was colorful and incomparably vast. In order to take back the ancient stone door, the 5 emperors joined forces. In the Dark Night continent, it was rare for several emperor lords to join forces to deal with an enemy. "Master, what should we do?" In Mo Yuan's mansion, his subordinates were extremely nervous. It should be known that those were the 5 emperors, the 5 sovereign lords. Any one of these 5 sovereign lords could compete with their lord. Mo Yuan was definitely not a match for the 5 emperors. However, Mo Yuan was calm. With Gu Fei and Fatty around, what was there to be afraid of? It was just 5 emperors. It would be useless even if the 10 emperors came, unless the Dark Knight Emperor came personally. It doesn't matter. Let them come. Emperor God Mo Yuan waved his sleeves and said domineeringly. This Mo Yuan's subordinates were dumbfounded. Those were the 5 emperors. Had their master gone crazy? He dared to fight against the 5 emperors by himself? In the main hall of the residence, the atmosphere was tense, but in the backyard, everyone was very relaxed. They did not take the invasion of the 5 emperors seriously at all. "Boss, do you want to go practice?" Fatty half reclined on a chair, enjoying the immortal fruit wine as he spoke. He threw his halberd aside. "Not interested." Gu Fei shook his head. He had no interest in a battle of this level. Now, the opponent he was looking forward to was not the Emperor Lords of the Dark Knight continent, but the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor could unify the Dark Knight continent with his own strength. Naturally, he was qualified to be Gu Fei's opponent. "You're not interested, but I want to play," Fatty said. The Fatty said, even though he looked harmless, once he went berserk, even an emperor god would have to avoid him. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from afar. An extremely powerful emperor's prestige came, and the whole world suddenly changed color. Finally making a move, Fatty squinted his eyes and said indifferently, "At this moment, Emperor God Mo Yuan's army moved." Countless soldiers in armor rushed out from around Emperor God Mo Yuan's residence and formed a battle formation. The sky above the residence was immediately covered by countless figures. Mo Yuan's soldiers formed 5 battle formations. Each battle formation was composed of 100,000 soldiers, and each battle formation emitted a monstrous, murderous aura. Rumble. The power emitted by the 5 battle formations shook the whole world, attracting the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. 5 elements, absolute killing formation. There was a cry of surprise from the east. "Come if you have the guts." A loud shout came from the 5 battle formations. 5 divine generals stood in the formation I of the 5 elements, absolute killing formation. Each divine general was a half-emperor. Mo Yuan had 5 half-emperors under him. Previously, he only had 3 half-emperors by his side. Now, he called the other 2 half-emperors back. "Let me see what's so great about this battle formation that can kill an emperor lord." At this moment, a voice was heard. Then, a figure walked directly from the east, step by step. The whole world shook with this person's footsteps. Emperor Lord Nusun, the 5 half-emperors in the 5 elements absolute killing formation were shocked when they saw that person. It was one of the 5 invading emperors, Emperor Lord Nusun. Emperor Lord Nusun was extremely powerful. He was one of the 13 emperor lords under the Emperor of Dark Night. Even if Emperor God Mo Yuan were to go against Emperor Master Xiaoyang, he might not be able to defeat him. Interesting. In the backyard of Emperor God Mo Yuan's mansion, Fatty saw the scene in the sky and nodded. be it the Five Elements Absolute Killing Formation or Emperor Lord New Sun, both of them were extremely powerful. An ordinary emperor god was definitely not a match for them. Gu Fei did not speak. The Emperor Lord in the sky cultivated the divine power of fire. As soon as the Emperor Lord took action, there were 9 balls of divine fire that fell from the sky and fell towards the Five Elements Absolute Killing Formation. Every ball of divine fire was like a sun falling from the sky, emitting a monstrous wave of fire divine power. Attack! The 5 half-emperors did not dare to be negligent. They quickly activated the power of the battle formation. 9 rays of divine light rushed out of the Five Elements Absolute Killing Formation and pierced through the 9 balls of divine fire that fell from the sky. Almost at the same time, the 9 rays of divine light collided with the 9 balls of divine fire. There was a violent explosion, and a huge hole appeared in the clouds in the sky. Again, Emperor Lord New Sun took action again. This time, the sky shook, and countless meteorites with fire fell. Countless meteorites fell from the sky. All living beings who saw the scene were terrified. Defend! The 5 half-emperors shouted at the same time. Virum! The void shook, and a layer of divine light immediately appeared in the sky above the unique 5 Elements formation, enveloping the entire formation. Countless meteorites hit the layer of divine light, and the entire divine light shook violently. A terrifying, destructive aura spread across the universe. The power of the 5 Elements Absolute Killing Formation blocked Emperor Lord Nuzun's attack. Although the layer of divine light became dim, it was not penetrated by the meteorites that fell from the sky. Great, it can block 50% of my power. Emperor Lord New Sun became serious. Emperor God Mo Yuan's 5 Elements Absolute Killing Formation was extraordinary. Besides Emperor Dark Knight, it seemed that no one could break the killing formation. Emperor Lord New Sun was extremely arrogant. He compared himself to Emperor Dark Knight. If Emperor Dark Knight could do it, he could do it too. However, even so, he was still one of the 13 Emperor Lords under Emperor Dark Knight. He could not surpass Emperor Dark Knight. 50% of your power? The 5 half-emperors in the 5 Elements Absolute Killing Formation heard Emperor Lord Nuzun's words and were shocked. 50% of his power could shake the entire 5 Elements Absolute Killing Formation. Such fighting power was impressive. Emperor Lord New Sun, what do you mean? The leader of the half-emperors in the 5 Elements Absolute Killing Formation stared at Emperor Lord New Sun and said, Mo Yuan betrayed the emperor. He should be killed. Emperor Lord New Sun said calmly, if you want to punish someone, you can always find a pretext. The leader of the half-emperors said loudly, Humph! How can an ant like you guess what we do? Emperor Lord New Sun said disdainfully, then let's fight. The 5 half-emperors were filled with fighting intent. The power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and entered the formation. The power of the formation rose continuously. Humph! You guys aren't qualified to fight me. After saying that, the New Sun Imperial Lord waved his right hand, causing space to shatter. Countless divine weapons charged out from the shattered space, and a killing array swiftly appeared before the 5 elemental absolute killing array. You want to fight a battle formation against a battle formation? Gu Fei crossed his legs and watched the show. This Emperor Lord New Sun was interesting. Emperor Lord New Sun's killing formation seemed to be no less powerful than Mo Yuan's 5 elements absolute killing formation. Chapter 41-42. Emperor Lord New Sun was extremely powerful. His goal was to surpass the Emperor of Dark Knight. He was much stronger than ordinary Emperor Lords. If he hadn't taken Gu Fei's medicine, Even Emperor God Mo Yuan wouldn't have been his match. To Emperor God Mo Yuan, Gu Fei's medicine was even more effective than the legendary divine elixir. Emperor God Mo Yuan's cultivation had broken through from the intermediate emperor realm to the great emperor realm. The great emperor realm was a half-step great emperor, and Emperor Lord New Sun was also a half-step great emperor. Rumble, the battle formation set up by the New Sun Imperial Lord, began to operate. Soon, countless stars appeared in the dark sky. This was something that had never happened in the Dark Night continent. New Sun actually attracted the power of the stars behind the sky. In the distance, a blurry figure spoke. 9 divine rings revolved around this figure, and the aura of a great emperor radiated out, intimidating the surroundings. Good move. In another direction, there was another blurry figure. The aura of an emperor realm was no weaker than that of the previous emperor realm expert. Humph, let him find trouble with Mo Yuan alone. Why do we have to come? Are you here to watch a show? Another blurry figure appeared under the dusky sky. This Emperor Lord had some grudges with Emperor Lord New Sun, but he had to come. Sangemo, stop talking. If Master hears you, you'll be finished. An Emperor Realm expert broke through the void and walked out. The 4 Emperor Lords were all here. The entire void was filled with the powerful aura of an Emperor Realm expert. All living beings within a 10 million mile radius were terrified. A single Imperial Lord was already capable of deterring the world, let alone 4 Imperial Lords. Humph. The Emperor Lord called Tsang. Mo sneered and didn't say anything else. The Emperor of Dark Night was not a kind person. In order to unify the Dark Night continent, this Emperor Lord had slaughtered the entire Dark Night continent. Those who disobeyed him were all killed mercilessly. In the past, there were 36 Emperor Lords in the Dark Night continent, but now there were only 13 Emperor Lords left. The other Emperor Lords had already been killed by the Dark Night Emperor. The current Dark Night continent belonged to the Dark Night Emperor. However, Mo Yuan had returned and taken away the ancient desolate stone gate. Wasn't this a blatant betrayal of the Dark Night Emperor? Now, the Dark Night Emperor wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, to let everyone know the consequences of betraying him. Rumble, at this moment, Imperial Lord Nuzun's slaughter formation collided with the 5 elements absolute slaughter formation controlled by the 5 quasi-emperors. The violent energy from the collision formed a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. The power of the 5 elements collided with the power of the stars. Kill! The 5 half-emperors under Emperor God Mo Yuan roared at the same time. Boundless power of 5 elements gathered on their bodies instantly and turned into 5 divine weapons that attacked Emperor Master Xiaoyang's killing formation. The 5 divine weapons were saber, spear, sword, halberd, and axe. The saber was a golden saber. The spear was a flintlock. The sword was a water sword. The halberd was an earth halberd. And the axe was a water axe. As soon as the 5 divine weapons appeared, the entire world was illuminated by the divine light emitted by the 5 divine weapons. The power that erupted from the 5 divine weapons was earth-shattering. Seeing this scene, even Imperial Lord New Sun was shocked. This slaughter formation is definitely not set up by Mo Yuan. He doesn't have the ability to do so. Imperial Lord New Sun said coldly, "Boom." At the same time, the 5 divine weapons fell into Imperial Lord Nuzun's slaughter formation. In the next moment, the countless soldiers that formed the slaughter formation turned into ashes. This formation is a little interesting. Gu Fei had been watching the show in the garden behind Mo Yuan's mansion. The cultivation of these guys was not very high, but the formation was a little special. This kind of formation should not have appeared in the Dark Night continent because it was not created by the creatures of the Dark Night continent. In other words, a king of a higher realm had once come here and left behind some inheritance. Gu Fei was a little curious. What kind of higher realm had once come to the Dark Night continent and left behind some inheritance? The primogenitor's realm had once relied on the wheel of myriad heavens and realms to travel between the heavens and realms. Therefore, the experts of the primogenitor's realm had more or less traveled through the heavens and left behind some inheritance. Gu Fei guessed that this time might not be an exception. Boss, those guys are here. I'm going to play. At this time, the fat man's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He stretched out his right hand, and the halberd that he had thrown aside immediately flew back into his hand. The next moment, an extremely powerful aura erupted from the fat man's body. At this moment, the fat man's image seemed to instantly become incomparably tall. If you want to go, then go, Gu Fei said indifferently. He had no interest in making a move. Ha! The fat man laughed loudly. He held the halberd in his hand and soared into the sky, charging towards the four incomparably powerful figures in the sky. What's going on? Mo Yuan, who was in the mansion, couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that it was the fat man who made a move. With the fat man's cultivation, wouldn't he be courting death if he went up? It should be known that the fat man wasn't an emperor lord. Someone is actually in a hurry to court death. Emperor Lord Song, Mo laughed in disdain. How do you know that this person is courting death? Emperor Lord said coldly. Wuyang, do you want to die? Emperor Lord Song, Mo turned around and stared at that Emperor Lord. Emperor Lord Wuyang was one of the invading 5 emperors. He had enmity with Tsang Mo, but the Dark Night Emperor didn't allow his subordinates to kill each other. In this way, Emperor Lord Wuyang and Emperor Lord Tsang Mo couldn't fight. Tsang Mo, when have I ever been afraid of you? Come at me if you have the guts, Emperor Lord Wuyang sneered. Boom! A terrifying emperor aura erupted from Emperor Lord Tsang Mo's body. Ha ha! The 4 of you clowns, come at me together. The fat man carried his halberd and came in front of the 4 great emperor lords. He looked at the 4 of them in disdain and was extremely insolent. Is this guy crazy? The 4 great emperor lords looked at the fat man as though he was a fool. Someone go and kill him. The leader of the 4 great emperor lords said indifferently. He didn't put the fat man in his eyes at all. One should know that those below the emperor lord were all ants. Wuyang, aren't you very powerful? You go. Emperor Lord Song, Mo looked at Emperor Lord Wuyang coldly and said, Why don't you go? Aren't you more powerful than me? Emperor Lord Wuyang wouldn't be fooled so easily. No matter how stupid he was, he wouldn't be used by his enemy. I already asked all of you to come at me together. Why? Are you looking down on me? The fat man was very angry. The consequences would be severe. These guys actually dared to look down on him. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but I'm treating you like air. Emperor Lord Song, Mo said in disdain. What? The fat man was completely enraged. Why? Are you angry? You aren't even an emperor, and you dare to be impudent in front of us. I can blow you to death with one breath. Emperor Lord Wuyang sneered and said, All right, blow me to death, and see if you can blow me to death. The fat man was amused. On the ground, in the garden, when Gu Fei saw the scene in the sky, he had the urge to laugh. Although the fat man didn't have any abilities, he was very good at acting cool. Emperor Lord Wuyang really took a breath and blew towards the fat man. This breath instantly turned into a gust of wind that could cut flesh. If it was an ordinary person, he would naturally be blown away by this gust of wind and die. However, the fat man wasn't an ordinary person. He just stood there, with his halberd, and allowed the gust of wind to blow on his body. Then, Emperor Lord Wuyang and the other three great emperor lords were dumbfounded. They saw that the gust of wind that could blow Shin King to death only made the fat man's clothes flutter a few times. How is this possible? Emperor Lord Wuyang's voice was trembling. This guy wasn't even an emperor god, let alone an emperor lord. How could such a guy block the breath that she blew out? You be asterisk stars. How dare you look down on me? Today, I will let you know what is the strongest power. After saying that, the fatty roared furiously. He brandished the great halberd in his hand and swept it towards the four great emperor lords. Pure and powerful energy surged out from the great halberd, forcing the four great emperor lords to dodge. A crack appeared on Emperor Lord Wuyang's chest. This scared Emperor Lord Wuyang so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. He isn't an emperor lord, but he has the power to fight against one. Could this guy be the legendary undying god in the heavenly divine realm? The four great emperor lords were shocked. Although this was the Dark Night continent, the legend of the undying god in the heavenly divine realm was also widespread here. As emperor lords, they naturally heard of such legends. However, Emperor Lord Wuyang and the others only treated this legend as a joke. One should know that no matter how strong a true god was, no matter how heaven-defying he was definitely not a match for an emperor lord. However, the combat power that the fat man displayed made them recall the legend that was like a joke. Undying god, how is it possible? Emperor Lord Wuyang said with a trembling voice. You talk too much. Go to hell. As the fat man spoke, he waved the halberd in his hand and smashed it towards Emperor Lord Wuyang's head. Violent power exploded from the halberd, and cracks appeared in the void. Damn it! Emperor Lord Wuyang blocked with both of his hands. Countless divine marks condensed and intertwined above his head, forming a divine shield. Boom! The big halberd in the fat man's hand smashed on the divine shield fiercely. In the next moment, the divine shield that was condensed and evolved from divine marks collapsed. The big halberd fell directly. Emperor Lord Wuyang screamed in pain as his entire right arm was chopped off. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This fat man actually injured Wuyang. Even Emperor Lord Song-Mo, who had a grudge against Wuyang, was in disbelief. The fat man chopped off Emperor Lord Wuyang's arm with his halberd and immediately shocked the other three great emperor lords. Just as the fat man severely injured Emperor Lord Wuyang, Emperor Lord Nusun had already personally entered the five elements absolute killing formation. Chapter 41-43. An emperor war had broken out on the Dark Night continent once more. It had been 3,000 years since the last one. Ever since the Dark Night Emperor unified the Dark Night continent, very few emperor wars broke out because he didn't allow the emperors under him to fight each other. Such internal strife was the most meaningless. At this moment, the entire world was trembling. Even the hidden experts of the Dark Night continent were alarmed. There were even some old antiques that had been in seclusion for countless years that had awakened. Roar! Somewhere in the Dark Night continent, an earth-shattering roar came from a deep pool that sucked in the netherworld death energy. This deep pool was the famous nether spring of the Dark Night continent. According to legend, this nether spring led directly to the netherworld, and living beings that fell into it would be trapped in hell for eternity. However, today there was actually something that wanted to rush out from the spring. Should I tell the emperor about the nether spring? A figure appeared on a large rock beside the nether spring like a ghost. He was shrouded in black energy and looked extremely mysterious. His entire body emanated a cold and eerie aura. Go if you want. Another figure appeared. It was an old man in linen. He seemed like an ordinary person and didn't have the aura of a cultivator. However, someone who could appear beside the nether spring was definitely not an ordinary person. After all, the nether spring didn't just suck in the netherworld death energy. It also emanated a powerful cold aura. An ordinary person would be frozen into an ice sculpture if they came within 50 kilometers of the nether spring. Even Shun King could only barely get within 5 kilometers of the nether spring. Only a quasi-emperor could get close to the nether spring. Only a true emperor would be unafraid of the cold aura of the nether spring. One of them was mysterious while the other was ordinary. However, there was no doubt that they were both emperors, peerlessly powerful emperors that lived in seclusion. Even the Dark Knight Emperor had to be polite to them. You should know the consequences if the thing inside comes out. The old man said indifferently. Humph. The mysterious expert sneered. Then he turned into a wisp of black gas and soared into the sky. In an instant, he disappeared into the dark world. In the end, this fellow is still afraid, the old man mumbled to himself. Then he sat down cross-legged on the boulder as if he had fallen asleep. Even his aura had completely disappeared, as if he had become one with the world around him. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the depths of the nether spring. Countless cracks appeared on the rocks around the nether spring as if it was about to collapse. However, very quickly, countless ancient divine runes appeared around the spring, and the cracks on the mountain rocks disappeared, as if they had never been there in the first place. It turned out that the quiet spring had been sealed. Someone had used a supreme divine ability to seal the entire quiet spring. Once the quiet spring exploded, the Dark Knight continent would be finished. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and the entire netherworld spring trembled again. Violent netherworld energy burst out, and the entire world seemed to be frozen. What happened? Someone noticed Quiet Spring's unusual movements. One should know that Quiet Spring was related to the survival of the Dark Knight continent, so one should not be careless. Obviously, the Emperor of the Dark Knight continent knew how important Quiet Spring was. Therefore, not only did he send 2 hidden emperors to guard Quiet Spring, but he also built 81 cities around it. These 81 cities formed a peerless formation that could seal off heaven and earth. Even if the thing in Quiet Spring broke through the seal, the Emperor of the Dark Knight continent's peerless formation would be able to hold it off for a while, so that it would not escape immediately. Boom! Loud sounds kept ringing out, and even the cultivators within the 81 cities heard the sounds. All of them became inexplicably shocked. These cities were located 100 miles away from Quiet Spring. This distance was just enough for ordinary people to withstand the power of Quiet Spring. Unusual movements of Quiet Spring. The city lords of the 81 cities immediately sent the news back to Mount Emperor. Sigh. A sigh was heard from Mount Emperor. Hearing the sigh, everyone on Mount Emperor was shocked. The sigh came from Sovereign Palace. There was only one person in Sovereign Palace, and that person was the Emperor of the Dark Knight continent. Then, a young man in white pushed open the door of Sovereign Palace and walked out. The man had an ordinary appearance. There was nothing eye-catching about him. He looked like an ordinary person, not even the aura of a cultivator. However, as soon as he came out, the people outside Sovereign Palace immediately stopped what they were doing and bowed at the young man. The young man did not pay attention to them at all. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. Where is the Emperor going? The people in front of Sovereign Palace only dared to talk carefully after the young man had left for a long time. He's either going to Emperor Lord Mo Yuan or Quiet Spring. a cultivator said solemnly. A cultivator said with a dignified expression. He could roughly guess where the great sovereign was going, but he didn't say it out loud. Is Emperor Lord Mo Yuan's betrayal real? Who gave Emperor Lord Mo Yuan the guts to betray the emperor? Someone betrayed the land last time and ended up having his 10 clans wiped out. Some people in front of Sovereign Palace were discussing in low voices. Betraying the emperor was a very serious matter. The emperor had never been lenient to traitors. He had once caused rivers of blood in the Dark Knight continent because of this. I heard that Emperor Lord Mo Yuan has the support of an expert. Someone said something like that. And who is it? Could it be someone stronger than the emperor? He's courting death. Someone said disdainfully. Not necessarily. If it's an ultimate god from the heaven divine realm, someone said disapprovingly. Ultimate god. Everyone was incomparably terrified and didn't say a word. Ultimate gods and great emperors were the most powerful existences in the heaven divine realm and the dark night continent. However, ultimate gods were also a legend in the heaven divine realm. No one had seen them before. However, great emperors were different. The Dark Knight continent had a real great emperor, the Dark Knight Emperor. At this time, in the sky above Mo Yuan's mansion, the fat man showed his divine power. He blocked the 4 great emperor lords with his own strength and was evenly matched with the 4 great emperor lords. This guy wielded a big halberd and danced vigorously. Every time he struck with the halberd, the void would shatter, and a great emperor lord would be sent flying while vomiting blood. Can't even withstand a single blow. What a joke! The fat man said disdainfully as he attacked. You, the 4 great emperor lords, were all furious, but there was nothing they could do. This guy's combat power was too strong. This fat man, Chapter 41-44, Mo Yuan, and the others were shocked by the fatty's battle with the 4 emperor lords. They had never expected the fatty to have such fighting power. Mo Yuan had wanted to fight with Emperor God Sang Mo and the others, but the fatty had jumped out. Hence, Mo Yuan and the others were much more relaxed. Boom! The fatty swung his halberd, and Emperor God Sang Mo was sent flying. Divine blood spilled in the air. The fatty wanted to follow up with another attack and kill Emperor God Sang Mo, but the other 3 emperor lords attacked at the same time. The fatty was shocked and angry. Go to hell! The fatty roared and attacked. Violent power surged from the halberd in his hand. The 3 emperor lords barely blocked the attack, but their expressions changed at the same time. When the fatty goes crazy, it's not a small matter. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. Although the fatty was usually unreliable, he was the best at pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The fatty looked harmless, but it was all an act. At that moment, Gu Fei noticed another great battle. It was the battle between the Emperor Lord of New Sun and the 5 half-emperors, who were controlling the 5 elements absolute killing formation. Rumble, the void trembled. In the middle of the 5 elements absolute killing formation, it was as though 10 divine suns had appeared. The vast and mighty divine power rippled and shook the entire absolute killing formation. This guy, the 5 half-emperors, were activating the power of the killing formation, but the Emperor Lord of New Sun could still move freely in the 5 elements absolute killing formation. It was unbelievable. Gu Fei nodded when he saw the scene. The Emperor Lord of New Sun lived up to his reputation. He dared to target the Emperor of Dark Night, so he was naturally not afraid of the Emperor of Dark Night. Mo Yuan's killing formation was in trouble. As expected, with a loud bang, the entire killing formation dissipated in the void. Countless battle soldiers that formed the killing formation were directly turned into ashes. Even the 5 half-emperors were killed by the Emperor Lord of New Sun. This Everyone was shocked to see Emperor Lord Xiaoyang kill the 5 half-emperors under Emperor God Mo Yuan with a slap. Emperor Master Xiaoyang was extremely powerful. After killing the 5 half-emperors with one slap, he descended from the sky and charged toward Emperor God Mo Yuan. Gu Fei did not take action, and Emperor God Mo Yuan could only force himself to rush out of the mansion. "Ha, Xiaoyang, how have you been?" Emperor God Mo Yuan said to Emperor Lord Xiaoyang. Mo Yuan, surrender obediently, and I might leave your corpse intact. Emperor Master Xiaoyang looked at Emperor God Mo Yuan indifferently. "TSK, you want me to surrender? Do you really think that you are the Emperor of Dark Night?" Emperor God Mo Yuan sneered. Although Emperor Lord Nusun was powerful, he was not invincible. "Kill." Emperor Master Xiaoyang didn't say anything else but threw a punch at Emperor God Mo Yuan. Rumble. Emperor Master Xiaoyang's punch was like a landslide. Every punch caused the void in front of his fist to collapse and shatter. A black fist mark appeared in the void. Emperor God Mo Yuan's cultivation increased tremendously. However, even so, he could still fight with Emperor Master Xiaoyang. They were evenly matched for a while. 10 suns incinerate the sky. Emperor Master Xiaoyang roared and performed his trump card. 10 balls of divine light appeared in the sky, and every ball of divine light was as terrifying as a divine sun. The 10 divine suns fell toward Emperor God Mo Yuan from the sky. Hum! There was a loud noise, and the dazzling divine light lit up the dark world. The 10 suns directly exploded, and the void space instantly collapsed, turning into a huge black hole. Emperor God Mo Yuan flew out 1,000 miles away and crashed into a huge mountain. Mo Yuan lost. Some experts who were watching the battle from afar whispered to each other. The spectators weren't surprised that Emperor Master Xiaoyang could defeat Emperor God Mo Yuan. Emperor Master Xiaoyang was one of the top 13 Emperor Lords under the Emperor of Dark Night. Mo Yuan against Emperor Master Xiaoyang. The outcome of this battle was obvious. Roar! Emperor God Mo Yuan roared and rushed out of the rubble. His hair was messy and his clothes were ragged. Blood was seeping out of his body. Cracks had appeared on the skin that was exposed outside his clothes, and blood was seeping out of these cracks. Emperor Master Xiaoyang's attack had almost destroyed Emperor God Mo Yuan's divine body. "You're not dead." When Emperor Lord Nusun saw Emperor God Mo Yuan rushing out, his pupils involuntarily shrank. The power of his attack could definitely kill an ordinary Emperor Lord, but Mo Yuan had actually blocked it and not died. Could this guy's cultivation have also broken through to the half-step Great Sovereign realm? A half-step to Great Emperor was extremely powerful. A half-step to Great Emperor could kill an ordinary Emperor Lord with a slap. Humph! Emperor God Mo Yuan sneered, and an extremely strong divine power burst forth from his body. The cracks on his body disappeared at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Again, Emperor God Mo Yuan took a step forward and threw a punch at Emperor Master Xiaoyang. This punch caused the stars in the sky to tremble as if they were about to fall from the sky. Roar! Emperor God Mo Yuan's fist force turned into a huge dragon and pounced at Emperor Master Xiaoyang. "You're overestimating yourself." The Nusun Imperial Lord smiled contemptuously and drew a line with his finger. A pitch-black spatial crack immediately appeared in the void and blocked in front of him. The huge dragon that was pouncing at Emperor Master Xiaoyang was swallowed by the space crack in front of Emperor Master Xiaoyang. Emperor Master Xiaoyang took a step forward and appeared above Emperor God Mo Yuan's head instantly. Then he stepped on Emperor God Mo Yuan's head. Bang! Emperor God, Mo Yuan blocked with both hands. Emperor Master Xiaoyang's right foot stepped on Emperor God, Mo Yuan's arm. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and Emperor God, Mo Yuan's arms bent strangely. Emperor Master Xiaoyang's foot had broken his arms. Seeing this scene, the people who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. Emperor God Mo Yuan was so strong that he could compete with Emperor Master Xiaoyang. He was a half-step great emperor. What a pity! Gu Fei shook his head. He could tell that Emperor God Mo Yuan was no match for Emperor Master Xiaoyang. Emperor Master Xiaoyang had been a half-step great emperor for a long time. Mo Yuan's cultivation had just broken through to half-step great emperor. He had not completely familiarized himself with this new power. Naturally, he could not display the true fighting power of a half-step great emperor. Just as Mo Yuan was about to be trampled to death by Emperor Master Xiaoyang, a dragon roared. The next moment, a black dragon rushed out of Mo Yuan's mansion. An emperor-level divine power rippled out from the black dragon's body. Chapter 41-45. Emperor God Mo Yuan was no match for Emperor Lord of Nusun. He was sent flying and coughed up blood. However, he was still filled with battle intent and wanted to fight again. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar rang out from his residence. Then, a huge dragon charged out from his residence. After the black dragon rushed out of Mo Yuan's mansion, it became as huge as a mountain. With a swipe of the dragon's tail, the insufferably arrogant Emperor Lord Xiaoyang was sent flying out of sight. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This dragon was so powerful that it sent the Emperor Lord of Nusun flying with a single slap. That was the Emperor Lord of Nusun. Emperor Lord of Nusun was an expert who was determined to surpass Emperor Lord of Dark Night. He was one of the best Emperor Lords. At the very next moment, a wave of divine power of extreme yang came from the mountains in the distance. A divine bird rushed out of the mountains, and endless divine fire burst from the divine bird, engulfing the world. That is, even though they were hundreds of thousands of miles away, they could still feel the terrifying heat from the divine bird. It was a divine power that could burn the sky and boil the sea. Golden Crow? Emperor Lord of Nusun's real body is the Golden Crow? Someone exclaimed. What? Even Gu Fei was shocked. That was the Golden Crow. Even in the Heaven God realm, the Golden Crow tribe had disappeared for many years. However, no one would have thought that the Golden Crow existed in the Dark Night continent. The divine bird soared into the sky and swooped down on the dragon. The divine bird flapped its wings and instantly covered a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Towering divine fire engulfed the dragon. However, the next moment, a dragon claw came out of the sea of fire. It grabbed the divine bird. The divine bird flapped its wings and blocked the dragon claw. The two supreme existences charged at each other. The two powerful forces kept colliding. Soon, the divine bird was blasted away. So, what if it was a golden crow? If it wasn't a great emperor, it was still an ant. Black Dragon was the guardian of the ancient desolate stone gate, a true emperor. The true dragon emperor was extremely powerful. He even dared to fight against the Dark Night Emperor, let alone the New Sun Emperor, who wasn't even an emperor. This time, the Golden Crow's body was nearly blasted apart by the true Dragon Emperor. Its feathers were in a mess as it coughed out blood continuously. The Golden Crow's divine blood was a great supplement. A single drop could be used to refine great medicines. It was a precious blood that alchemists yearned for. However, at this moment, no alchemist dared to collect the Golden Crow's divine blood. Alchemists didn't dare, but alchemy emperors did. Don't waste it. An old man carrying a huge cauldron screamed as he rushed over from afar. He directly used the huge cauldron to collect the golden crow blood that was dripping down from the sky. Old Yao, the new Sun Imperial Lord, was both startled and angry. He could still take back the divine blood, he coughed out, but if it was taken away by this crazy alchemy emperor, then he wouldn't be able to get it back. Usually when I ask you to give me some blood, you won't do it. But now, even if you don't want to, you will. Haha, the alchemy emperor laughed and continued to collect the golden crow blood. The new Sun Imperial Lord was furious, but there was nothing he could do. This old man was a madman. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become an alchemy emperor. The alchemy emperor was very proud. The golden crow's divine blood was a treasure that he really wanted. He had visited the new Sun Imperial Lord many times to ask for it. However, the new Sun Imperial Lord naturally didn't want to give it to the alchemy emperor for no reason. Thus, the alchemy emperor returned in disappointment each time. At this time, the black dragon turned into a black-clothed middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had a mighty appearance and a stern aura. The aura of a great emperor was extremely powerful. The spectating experts felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their bodies. They couldn't even straighten their backs from this great emperor's aura. Great emperor? Since when did the Dark Knight continent have a great emperor? The other sovereign lords were all dumbfounded. One should know that it was definitely not an easy task to become a great emperor. Moreover, no one could become a great emperor without anyone knowing. This was because the moment one became a great emperor, the heaven and earth would send down a heavenly tribulation. Once this tribulation was activated, it would shake all directions. No wonder why Mo Yuan dared to betray the Dark Knight Emperor. So it turns out that he also has a great emperor behind his back. At this time, people finally understood why Mo Yuan dared to betray the Dark Knight Emperor. It was because he found another backing. The black dragon in the form of a middle-aged man roared and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the new Sun Imperial Lord and unleashed a fist towards him. Rumble, a thunderous sound came from the new Sun Imperial Lord's body. A monstrous golden crow divine power erupted as if countless suns had suddenly appeared in the world. However, the true Dragon Emperor's fist immediately shattered these suns and forcefully broke through the new Sun Imperial Lord's power. The fist then landed on the new Sun Imperial Lord's body. Bam! With a muffled sound, the new Sun Imperial Lord was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. Both his body and soul were destroyed. The new Sun Imperial Lord died just like that. The other Emperor Lords were dumbfounded. A great emperor. This guy was definitely a true great emperor. Only a great emperor could kill the new Sun Imperial Lord with one punch. Gu Fei was also surprised to see this. Although the new Sun Imperial Lord was not a great emperor, he was not weak either. If he wanted to escape, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. However, the true Dragon Emperor did not give him a chance to use his tricks. He directly ended the new Sun Imperial Lord's life with one punch. There's nothing left to see Gu Fei's side. At this time, the armies of the five emperors began to retreat, especially the army under the command of the new Sun Imperial Lord. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The four emperor lords who were fighting with the fatty turned around and fled at the same time. They were great emperors. The new Sun Imperial Lord was the best example. It was absolutely a piece of cake for a great emperor to kill an emperor lord. At this time, the true Dragon Emperor flew down from the sky and entered the palace of Emperor God Mo Yuan. As if nothing had happened, the extremely terrifying power of the great emperor dissipated in the void without a trace. No one had expected that the true Dragon Emperor's attack would scare off the armies of the five emperors. This was something that even the true Dragon Emperor had not expected. The five emperors had attacked, and a dragon had repelled the enemies. The news spread and shocked the world. True Dragon Emperor, on a mountain peak in the Dark Night continent, a white-robed young man wore a solemn expression. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see through the void. Once the New Sun Imperial Lord died, the New Sun Imperial Lord's territory would be his. At the thought of this, Emperor God Mo Yuan could no longer sit still and quickly gathered everyone. While the New Sun Imperial Lord had just been killed, they would seize as much territory as they could. With the support of the true Dragon Emperor, Mo Yuan had no scruples at all. Even if the Dark Knight Emperor came, he would not be afraid. Gu Fei was still leisurely sipping tea in the courtyard. It was as if territories and battles had nothing to do with him. Everything that was happening now could not arouse his interest. It was too boring. Gu Fei wanted to find the source of Heaven Divine Realm as soon as possible and leave. He could not use the Wheel of Myriad Realms yet. Otherwise, it would be even easier. He would be able to travel through the myriad realms at will and become a truly transcendent existence. However, at this moment, a muffled sound came from nowhere. Then a gust of gloomy and terrifying aura appeared between heaven and earth. This aura came and went quickly, causing everyone to be inexplicably shocked. Yu Quan, the true Dragon Emperor, directly rushed out of Mo Yuan's residence and rushed to where Yu Quan was. In an instant, he disappeared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Soon, another muffled sound was heard. This time, the gust of gloomy and terrifying aura was even stronger. Some of the old antiques felt the gust of gloomy and terrifying power of death between heaven and earth. Their expressions changed because they knew what had happened. Yu Quan was a taboo in the Dark Night continent. Yu Quan. Emperor God Mo Yuan stood in front of Gu Fei respectfully. With regards to Yu Quan, Emperor God Mo Yuan knew about it. He also knew that Yu Quan was sealed by a supreme secret skill, and it was impossible for the thing inside to break out of the seal so easily. Even Emperor God Mo Yuan did not know what kind of creature was sealed in Yu Quan. However, he knew very well that once the seal on Yu Quan was broken, the entire Dark Night continent would be finished. Let's go take a look. Fatty was not satisfied yet. He carried his halberd and strode out. He looked for people to fight with so that he could quickly recover his former peak cultivation. The mysterious skill he cultivated made him stronger and more powerful as he fought. This guy, Gu Fei shook his head. Fatty seemed to want to recover his former cultivation as soon as possible. However, it was definitely not something that could be done overnight. Then many people looked at Yu Quan, especially Emperor Dark Knight. He had made preparations in advance. Although he might not be able to suppress Yu Quan, he could stop the creature in Yu Quan. Yu Quan was swallowing the power of death. The cold aura spread out and froze everything within 10,000 miles. Soon, Fatty's figure appeared near the quiet spring. Boom! A great battle suddenly broke out. A mountain was wiped off the ground, and violent divine power swept in all directions. Someone only saw a halberd sweep past, and the entire mountain turned into ashes. The scene was as terrifying as the end of the world. What's going on? The battle ended quickly. When someone reacted, the battle had already ended. There were no corpses, only some bloodstains. Some experts were injured. Gu Fei also arrived nearby. He was also somewhat interested in the Nether Spring Devil Cave, but he wasn't too interested. He was here to watch a show, not to compete with the various experts. Chapter 41-46. In the center of the Dark Night continent, there was a place where not even a blade of grass grew. It was shrouded in cold fog all year round. The cold fog was extraordinary. As long as humans and beasts touched the fog, they would fall to the ground and become corpses like ice sculptures. This was a famous place in the Dark Night continent, the Cold Domain. The domain of frost covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Within the domain of frost, one could only see barren mountains and frozen rivers. After entering the Cold Domain, there was only one sound left in the world. It was the sound of the wind. Apart from the whistling of the mountain wind, there was no other sound. There were almost no living creatures in the Cold Domain. However, in some of the rivers outside the Cold Domain, there was a type of fish living under the ice. People outside the Cold Domain often entered the Cold Domain and came to the frozen rivers to break the thick ice. Then, they would fish under the ice. It was a fish with golden scales and was only 2 fingers wide. It was called the golden dragon carp. The golden dragon carp was unique in the Cold Domain. Ordinary people boiled it into soup and ate it. It could strengthen their body and change their physique. If a cultivator used it with other elixirs, they could refine the ice soul pill. The ice soul pill could transform a cultivator's physique into the divine body of ice. The divine body of ice was the entry level of the divine body of Tayin. It could transform into the strongest divine body of Tayin. Therefore, people often risked their lives to enter the Cold Domain to fish for the golden dragon carp. At this moment, a thin figure squatted on the surface of a small river outside the Cold Domain. This person held a fishing rod and stared at a hole in the ice in front of him. It was a young man. Although he was wrapped in thick clothes, he was still shivering from the cold. The young man squatted for more than 2 hours and did not move at all. It started to snow, and the temperature became colder. The young man wiped his snot. At this moment, he suddenly raised his fishing rod. A golden figure instantly flew out of the hole and landed on the ice. It was a small golden fish that was only the width of a finger. This small fish was the golden dragon carp. The young man happily stepped forward and carefully placed the golden dragon carp on the ice into a small wooden bucket. Just as the young man was about to continue fishing, a loud sound came from the depths of the Cold Domain. The next moment, the earth shook and the ice on the river cracked. The young man was shocked and hurriedly abandoned his fishing rod. He grabbed the small wooden bucket and rushed to the shore. Boom! Just as the young man rushed to the shore, the ice on the surface of the river behind him collapsed in the next moment. Seeing this scene, the young man was so scared that his legs turned to jelly, and he fell to the ground on his, but terrified to the extreme. Whoosh! At this moment, a beam of divine light shot over the top of the young man's head. Then 2 beams, 3 beams, countless beams of divine light shot into the depths of the frigid region. What happened? The young man was shocked to the extreme. He could clearly see that there was a silhouette in every beam of divine light that shot down from the sky. Gods! So many! The young man looked at the divine light that kept appearing in the sky in fear. This young man was an ordinary human being without any cultivation. In the human clan he belonged to, there was a mighty god who stood high above the masses and seemed to be able to do anything. However, the deity in the tribe was much weaker than the deities that flew over from the sky. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. This time, cracks appeared on the ground and the mountain. It was as if the entire world was about to shatter. It was terrifying. The young man hurriedly got up from the ground, grabbed the small golden dragon carp in the wooden bucket, then turned around and rushed out of the frigid region. The outside of the frigid region was full of vitality, but the inside of the frigid region was devoid of life, forming a sharp contrast. The young man was less than a mile away from the outside of the frigid region, but this distance seemed like an insurmountable distance to him. He only felt that there was nothing under his feet, and his entire body fell. However, at this moment, a huge hand reached down from the sky and grabbed the young man, pulling him out of the frigid region. The young man was scared out of his wits, paralyzed on the ground, shivering. "Little fella, why are you so scared?" A silhouette appeared in front of the young man. When the young man saw that the person who saved him was actually a young man in black, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. The young man stretched out his trembling hands, and in his hands was a small golden fish. "What is this? Do you want to give this fish to me?" The young man in black said with a faint smile. I only have this golden dragon carp." The young man looked at the young man in black and said in fear, "It's fate that we met." The young man in black thought for a while, then pointed his finger. A ray of divine light immediately rushed out from the tip of his finger and instantly disappeared in between the young man's eyebrows. "All right, I'm going," the young man in black said as he flew into the sky and directly rushed into the frigid region. "Who are you? I'll definitely repay you in the future." The young man suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Ha ha, you want to repay me? Interesting, interesting. Remember, my name is Gu Fei." A voice came from afar. "Gu Fei." The young man looked in the direction where the young man in black disappeared and muttered to himself. The young man who was saved by Gu Fei on a whim was called Ah Ming. In the future, Ah Ming relied on a cultivation skill that Gu Fei imparted to become an unparalleled expert. In the end, he even broke the void and went to the upper world to follow the footsteps of a supreme deity called Gu Fei. When Gu Fei arrived at the Quiet Spring, there were already many experts from the Dark Night continent near the Quiet Spring. However, no one dared to go near the Quiet Spring. Standing in front of everyone were the Black and White Elders. Everyone was wary of the Black and White Elders, so they avoided them and didn't dare to go near the two elders. Everyone stared at the Quiet Spring in front of them. Then, a layer of cold mist gathered above the Quiet Spring. The Quiet Spring was breathing in and out the death chi. The death chi also contained a strong poison. As such, it was a double fatal blow. Even an emperor god would lose a layer of skin if they were attacked by the death chi. "Old white ghost, what do you think?" The Black Elder asked the White Elder beside him. "What else can I think? I'll leave it to fate." The White Elder shrugged and said indifferently, although the Quiet Spring was terrifying, it wasn't enough to take their lives. Moreover, if the Quiet Spring exploded, they would be free. The Black and White Elders had protected the Quiet Spring for countless years because of a promise. He. The Black Elder laughed and didn't say anything. At this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of the Black and White Elders. Great Emperor, the Black Brush Elders were shocked when they saw that person and quickly went forward to greet him. It was a young man in white. This young man was the legendary Great Emperor. No one would have thought that the peerless emperor who had once caused rivers of blood to flow in the heavenly god world. Who is that person? The Black and White Elders are so polite to him. Someone guessed. Almost no one had seen the true appearance of the Great Emperor. The emperors near the Quiet Spring were also shocked. Even the subordinates of the Dark Knight Emperor couldn't tell that this young man was their master. The Dark Knight Emperor? Gu Fei looked at the figure. Even with his cultivation, he was surprised that he couldn't see through this fellow's cultivation. Boom! At this moment, the divine spring suddenly began to tremble and pitch-black spatial cracks began to appear in the void. An unimaginably powerful fluctuation of divine power erupted from within the Quiet Spring. In the next moment, the sky collapsed, and it was as terrifying as the end of the world. The surrounding experts hurriedly retreated and didn't dare to get close. Only an emperor-level existence would not be shocked by this scene. "Array, rise!" The young man waved his hand. In the next moment, countless runes appeared in the sky, and these runes interweaved to form an ancient Tao diagram. Rumble, the sky and earth shook, and a total of 9 huge dragons appeared in the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. At this moment, the entire quiet spring was sealed. However, in the next moment, the quiet spring exploded. There was a loud explosion, and the explosive power swept out in all directions. A few emperor gods couldn't avoid it in time, and they were frozen into ice sculptures. The black and white elders immediately retreated. They didn't want to consume too much origin chi. After all, there were countless emperors watching in the surroundings. Countless divine runes directly dissipated in the void, and the ancient Tao diagrams turned to ash. In the explosion of the death energy, a dead spirit actually charged out from the death energy. The Emperor of the Dark Night pointed out with his finger, and the dead spirit that was pouncing towards him immediately exploded. He died once again, but this time his body and soul were both destroyed. Finally, it's not so boring anymore. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he saw this. This guy was many times stronger than ordinary emperors, Mo Yuan, and the others were like ants compared to this person. Roar! Just as the Dark Knight Emperor made his move, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the quiet spring, and a wave of power that made the Dark Knight Emperor's face change. Color surged out from the darkness. The terrifying undead spirit in the depths of the quiet spring was about to come out. This was definitely a peerless dead spirit. Once it came out, the entire Dark Knight continent might be destroyed by this guy. At this moment, the Dark Knight Emperor's face was extremely solemn. It should be known that the Dark Knight continent was his world, his territory, and it wasn't easy for him to conquer the entire Dark Knight continent. He didn't want his place to be destroyed by a dead spirit. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't let this mysterious dead spirit out. He wanted to kill this dead spirit directly. However, the power of this dead spirit was far beyond his expectations. Chapter 41-47. The show was about to start. The spring exploded, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. The black hole spewed out endless death chi that swept across the sky and the earth. Soon, the entire world was enveloped by the death chi. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. In the pitch-black death chi, there were dazzling sun-like divine lights flickering and emitting powerful divine power ripples. That was the light emitted by the protective divine light of the god Emperor-level experts. How is this possible? Cries of alarm and misery rang out one after another. A half-step emperor rushed out in terror. His protective light was constantly weakening, and very soon it dimmed and dissipated in the air. As the aura of death assaulted his body, the half-step emperor howled miserably and fell from the sky. As he fell, his fleshly body was rapidly thinning. In the end, even his clothes, flesh, and bones were reduced to ashes. Before he could fall to the ground, he had already vanished completely. Nothing was left. Everyone was stunned when they witnessed this scene. The vast aura of death that surged out from the black hole was actually so terrifying that it was capable of directly transforming a formidable quasi-emperor into ash. Even the emperor gods looked extremely solemn when they saw this. The quasi-emperors immediately turned around and fled. Many quasi-emperors were like shooting stars that streaked across the dark sky and disappeared. Every divine light that disappeared meant the death of a half-step great emperor. In an instant, more than a dozen divine lights disappeared in the endless death chi. More than a dozen half-step great emperors died just like that. The leaders of the sects and clans in the Dark Knight continent were probably going to vomit blood. Gu Fei stood on the mountain peak. At this moment, a divine light broke through the layers of death qi and landed next to Gu Fei. A fat man carrying a halberd appeared in the divine light. There were a few drops of blood on the fat man's sleeves. A drop of blood dripped from the edge of the halberd. It was sovereign blood. The moment that drop of sovereign blood came into contact with the death qi, the essence contained in it was instantly corroded. This death qi, the fat man was a bit moved. However, the death qi from the black hole made even him a bit worried. Your cultivation seems to have increased again. Gu Fei glanced at Fatty and said, "Boss, your eyes are really sharp. You can even see this?" Fatty said in surprise. He had just fought with someone and beheaded the Emperor God. He had devoured the Emperor God's cultivation base, and his cultivation base had indeed increased a little. "Your secret technique is quite interesting," Gu Fei said. In Gu Fei's eyes, the secret techniques of the heavenly god realm were all trash and were beneath his notice. However, the fatty's secret technique was unique. He was certain that the secret technique that the fatty cultivated was not a technique of the heavenly god realm. In the heavenly god realm, who could create such a powerful and heaven-defying technique? Gu Fei even suspected that this fatty might not be a native of the heavenly god realm, but an outsider who had come from a higher realm. Only a higher level of heaven and earth could give birth to more powerful creatures, and only then would people be able to create more powerful cultivation techniques. At that moment, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the black hole, and an even more terrifying death qi began to spread out from the depths of the black hole. The void that was shrouded by the death qi was being annihilated silently. The void between heaven and earth could not contain the horrifying creature in the black hole. It was constantly being annihilated like a world-destroying death spirit. The Dark Knight Emperor saw this scene and was finally moved. The death spirit sealed in the depths of the Nether Spring was too powerful, far beyond his expectations. At that moment, a huge dragon and a figure directly rushed from afar and landed on the mountain where Gu Fei was. The huge dragon was the true Dragon Emperor, and that person was Emperor God Mo Yuan. "Why are you only here now?" Fatty said. "I was delayed by something," Mo Yuan said. However, that huge dragon ignored the fatty. One must know that this huge dragon was the true Dragon Emperor. Whether in the Dark Knight continent or the Heaven Divine realm, a great emperor was known as the strongest existence. A great emperor was undoubtedly comparable to an ultimate god. However, there was only one great emperor in the Dark Knight continent, while the Heaven Divine realm might have more than one ultimate god. That was the reason why the Dark Knight Emperor could not conquer the Heaven Divine realm. However, the true Dragon Emperor dared not underestimate Gu Fei, because even the true Dragon Emperor could not see through Gu Fei. This great emperor was very afraid of Gu Fei. Boom! At that moment, the 9 huge dragons broke through the void and directly suppressed the black hole. The Dark Knight Emperor made his move. He wanted to reseal the Nether Spring that led to an unknown place. The 9 Dragons Sky Sealing Formation was an ancient killing formation obtained by the Dark Knight Emperor. Moreover, this killing formation was a complete killing formation, not something that those incomplete killing formations could compare to. The killing formation triggered the power of the universe and was known to be able to seal the sky. The 9 dragon shadows blocked the horrifying death qi from the black hole in the void. Rumble. The 9 huge dragons exploded with extremely strong divine power fluctuations, not only blocking the death qi from the black hole, but also dispersing the surrounding death qi. The entire dusky world began to brighten up. Unknowingly, the dusky sky had disappeared. Countless stars, a bright moon, and a divine sun appeared in the sky. The stars and the sun and the moon competed for brilliance. This was a strange scene that had never appeared in the Dark Knight continent for thousands of years. Everyone was stunned by this scene, including the god emperors. Something earth-shattering is happening. An antique god emperor looked at the strange scene in the sky in horror, and his voice trembled. This thing is earth-shattering enough. Someone said disapprovingly, the explosion of the nether spring, the black hole, and the unknown dead spirit that was about to break through the seal in the black hole threatened the entire Dark Knight continent. Will the Dark Knight Emperor succeed? Someone said, who knows? Some people didn't care because they were god emperors, the strongest existence in the Dark Knight continent besides the Dark Knight Emperor. Some people even thought that even if the terrifying dead spirit in the black hole came out, it wouldn't be a big deal. They could just kill it. Of course, there were also people who thought that this was a great calamity for the Dark Knight continent. This guy is not someone with an undeserved reputation. Fatty looked at the figure controlling the 9 dragons' heaven-sealing formation in the sky and put away his smile. His face became solemn. That's all. Goof-Face said indifferently. Fatty was speechless. That's an invincible land. That's all. The Dark Knight Emperor was known to be invincible in the Dark Knight continent. He conquered the entire Dark Knight continent with his own strength and built the strongest force in the history of the Dark Knight continent. Originally, he wanted to conquer the heavenly god realm and establish a foundation there. However, his subordinates encountered Goof-Face. As a result, the Dark Knight Emperor's subordinates were unlucky. Rumble, as the 9 dragons sealed the sky, the black hole gradually calmed down. He can actually seal you again, someone exclaimed. The Dark Knight Emperor seemed like he was really going to succeed. His entire body was emitting endless divine light, and a terrifying emperor's might filled the sky. Countless ancient divine runes appeared in the void around him. As he raised his hand, a resplendent bolt of lightning directly descended from the sky, blasting into the black hole in the void. Roar! An angry roar was heard from the void black hole. The entire void black hole shook violently. At the same time, a huge bone claw stretched out from the void black hole and grabbed at the Dark Knight Emperor. The bone claw was so huge that it shrouded the entire heaven and earth, including the Dark Knight Emperor. Humph! The Dark Knight Emperor sneered. He triggered the 9 dragon shadows, and a shocking scene appeared in front of everyone. The 9 dragons soared into the sky and collided with the bone claw that came from the black hole. Boom! With a loud bang, the 9 dragons directly collapsed in the void, and the bone claw smashed the 9 dragons apart as easily as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. What? The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked. He saw the bone claw falling from the sky, and when it was about to hit him, countless ancient Tao diagrams appeared on his body. The ancient Tao diagrams supported the heaven and earth, and naturally, they also blocked the terrifying bone claw that fell from the sky. It's the 9 sky diagrams. The legend is true. Someone exclaimed. It turns out that he obtained the 9 sky diagrams. No wonder he could unify the Dark Knight continent and become the only supreme existence to conquer the entire continent. An old antique exclaimed, each of the 9 sky diagrams had a great origin. Ordinary people could reach the sky in a single step and become a supreme expert of the divine path, as long as they obtained one of the sky diagrams. The 9 sky diagrams turned into 9 divine beasts. The Kuan Peng soared into the sky and set off monstrous black water. On the other side, the black tortoise emerged from the sea and shook the earth. Each of the 9 sky diagrams corresponded to one of the strongest divine beasts in the world. Boom! The 9 divine beasts collided with the black hole in the void. At the next moment, the huge bone claw exploded and turned into bone powder, dissipating in the void. When the emperor gods saw this, they were stunned. The strength and terror of the bone claw was obvious to all. It could even break the 9 dragons sealing heaven's formation with a single strike. However, such a powerful bone claw was turned into powder by the supreme divine beasts formed by the 9 sky diagrams. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the black hole in the void, and a peerless dead spirit was struggling to rush out of the black hole. The terrifying power of death spread in all directions. The region, which had already been devoid of life, was completely obliterated by the power of death. Even the living beings underground were completely wiped out. Chapter 41-48. The existence that was sealed in the Netherworld Spring was absolutely terrifying. If that guy were to come out, many living creatures would die. However, at this moment, the living creature in the black hole was completely enraged. Boom! A huge head came out of the black hole. The void around the black hole immediately cracked, and countless divine patterns intertwined. However, it was still difficult to suppress the living creature. It was the skull of a strange beast that Gu Fei had never seen before. In the skull, there was a soul fire that was even more resplendent than the sun in the sky. The soul fire from the eye sockets of the dead spirit was thousands of miles long. It was like a peerless divine sword that pierced through the void. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. This dead spirit was really too powerful, and even the 9 heavenly diagrams were unable to suppress it. Roar! The Dark Knight Emperor roared again and again. He kept activating the 9 sky diagrams crazily. The power of the sky diagrams was gradually stimulated. The 9 sky diagrams seemed to be evolving the 9 great worlds. This thing is not bad. Feeling the mighty aura from the sky diagrams, Gu Fei could not help but nod. The 9 sky diagrams could already be considered as divine tools. However, the Tao patterns inside the 9 sky diagrams seemed to have been erased, so they could only display the power of a quasi-saint. The power of a quasi-saint was definitely enough to sweep the entire heavenly god realm. Even the Dark Knight Emperor or the True Dragon Emperor were only equivalent to a quasi-saint. They were not even saints. The heavenly god realm did not have the conditions to give birth to a saint. A saint was an expert that could only be born in the perfect world. If one was not a saint, he would still be an ant. The so-called hierarch and great emperor were just a joke in front of a saint. The ancient sky diagrams were a legend in the heavenly god realm. If one gathered all 9 sky diagrams, he could become a great emperor. However, there was a higher realm above the great emperor. It was impossible to become a saint by relying on the sky diagrams. To become a saint, one could only rely on himself. Rumble, the 9 sky diagrams kept evolving as if they were really evolving into the 9 great worlds. Every sky diagram had the power of heaven and earth surging out. Even though it was very weak, it was indeed the power of heaven and earth. The 9 heavenly diagrams contained the seed of heaven and earth. In this way, the 9 sky diagrams were no longer as simple as a pseudo-saint artifact. The 9 sky diagrams could transform endlessly. It was not impossible for them to become a supreme saint artifact. Boundless energy gushed out from the 9 diagrams, directly sealing the space around them. The 9 diagrams continued to press towards the black hole. That terrifying dead spirit kept roaring, wanting to rush out of the black hole in the void. Extremely violent death energy erupted, causing the void to continuously crack. That huge head had already squeezed out of the black hole in the void. This dead spirit was simply too big. Its head was countless times bigger than a mountain. If this fellow were to break free from the black hole in the void, its huge body would probably be able to support the entire world. I didn't expect the 9 sky diagrams to be obtained by the Dark Knight Emperor. The fatty carried his halberd and stared at the 9 sky diagrams in front of him. He couldn't wait to snatch them away. With the 9 sky maps, Emperor Dark Knight is invincible. Emperor God Mo Yuan stared at the figure opposite him and said calmly, "Invincible." Gu Fei smiled. Even he didn't dare to claim to be invincible. Roar. The true dragon emperor kept roaring at the dead spirit. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. The battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and the undying creature would directly determine the fate of the Dark Knight continent. The Emperor Lords under Emperor Dark Knight were here. However, even someone as strong as Emperor Z couldn't intervene. The power that erupted from the 9 sky diagrams could definitely kill an emperor instantly. Whoever went up would die. The existence that could cultivate to become an Emperor Lord was definitely a nature-defying guy. It wasn't by chance or luck that they could become Emperor Lords. A terrifying extermination aura surged out from the black hole in the void. 2 strong powers collided, and the void was annihilated. Die. Emperor Dark Knight went all out. He couldn't possibly let the dead spirit enter Dark Knight continent. As Emperor Dark Knight bellowed, the 9 sky maps attacked the black hole in the void at the same time. The next moment, the black hole in the void collapsed under the 9 sky maps. The dead spirit was severely injured too. There were cracks on its huge skull as though it was going to collapse at any time. The soul fire in the skull dimmed. However, Emperor Dark Knight used the 9 sky maps to severely injure the dead spirit. However, he also destroyed the seal power around the black hole, and the dead spirit broke free. Then, a huge dead spirit appeared in the universe, and the deathly aura swept across the sky and the earth. The dead spirit stood up in the void, and its huge skeleton entered the starry sky. At the position of the eyes on the skull, there was a star-like light. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they looked at the scene in disbelief. The dead spirit was too huge. It was truly indomitable. So big, Fatty lifted his head and looked at the dead spirit opposite him as his eyes glowed. So tall, Emperor God Mo Yuan's soul was trembling. The power emitted from the dead spirit was enough to make an Emperor God bow his head. Looks good but weak, Gu Fei said calmly. Although the dead spirit was huge, it didn't mean that its cultivation was as strong as its size. Looks good but weak. Fatty and Mo Yuan were a little confused. At this moment, the sound of a heartbeat suddenly rang out in the world. The sound was actually coming from the gigantic dead spirit. The dead spirit seemed to have received some kind of blessing. The countless cracks on its skeleton disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The soul fire that had dimmed also became bright again. That is, Gu Fei's expression changed. The heartbeat coming from this dead spirit gave him an inexplicable feeling, a feeling that he couldn't explain clearly and unexplainably. What's going on? Gu Fei stared at the huge dead spirit, as if he wanted to see through it. Just then, the Emperor of the Dark Knight stepped on the 9 sky maps and rushed towards the dead spirit. His murderous intention was shocking. All living beings in the Dark Knight continent could feel an extremely oppressive aura. Rumble, the huge dead spirit moved. A bone claw fell from the sky and slapped at the Emperor of the Dark Knight. Under the cover of the bone claw, the void was annihilated. Boom! The Emperor of the Dark Knight smashed the bone claw and came to the dead spirit in an instant. Slash! The Emperor of the Dark Knight roared, and one of the 9 sky maps turned into a sharp saber light that flashed in the void. The skull of the dead spirit, which was much bigger than a star, was cut off by the Emperor of the Dark Knight's saber. Dong! Like the beating of a war drum, the heartbeat from the dead spirit sent the Emperor of the Dark Knight, who was stepping on the 9 sky maps, flying. How is this possible? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. It was already a miracle that the dead spirit had a heartbeat. The heartbeat from the dead spirit seemed to have an inexplicable power. In the next moment, the skull of the dead spirit flew up and reconnected. The bone claw also reassembled instantly as if it had never been injured. Its heart, Gouffet was really shocked. This terrifying and powerful dead spirit actually had a living heart. This was too shocking. He used the martial path heavenly eye and saw that there was a heart that was beating regularly in the huge bone body. At this moment, the Emperor of the Dark Night also saw the weakness of the dead spirit. The 9 sky maps flew out from his body and turned into 9 rays of dazzling divine light that pierced the dead spirit's heart. The 9 rays of divine light broke through the heavy deathly aura around the dead spirit and instantly pierced the dead spirit's heart. "You're still not dead this time?" The Emperor of the Dark Night was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, the 9 rays of divine light flew back to his body and turned into the 9 sky maps again. However, the Emperor of the Dark Knight's laughter suddenly stopped. Then he stared at the dead spirit in shock. The 9 bloody holes in the dead spirit's heart were healing rapidly, and the strong heartbeat was constantly heard. How is this possible? The Dark Knight Emperor was truly shocked. This undead spirit simply possessed an immortal body. Bam! The Emperor of the Dark Night was slapped away by the dead spirit, and the 9 sky maps were also sent flying. They floated in the void and kept absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. However, the Emperor of the Dark Night rushed back very quickly. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was actually injured by the dead spirit. "Aren't your hands itching? What are you waiting for?" On the top of the mountain, Gouffet said to the fatty. "Ah." The fatty was shocked to hear this. The big guy in front of him was not a small character. No matter how arrogant he was, he would not dare to joke around with his life. "Go and get the heart for me," Gouffet said to the fatty. The fatty thought for a while and stomped his foot. His entire body soared into the sky like lightning and charged at the dead spirit. Boom! The heaven and earth shook when the halberd was swung. Wherever the halberd passed, it left a long crack in the space. The fatty's attack seemed to have scratched an itch and did not hurt the dead spirit at all. "Sigh, it seems like I still have to take action," Gouffet said, and walked out with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the dead spirit calmly. At this time, the Emperor of the True Dragon made his move. A huge dragon soared into the sky and attacked the dead spirit. Violent divine power exploded, and the heaven and earth shook continuously. Chapter 41-49. The fatty was an existence that could fight endlessly with the heaven-trampling evil emperor, but now, when faced with this dead spirit that had broken through the seal of the spirit spring, he was actually defeated. Boom! However, Emperor Slayer's halberd smashed into the dead spirit's body. In the next moment, the halberd bounced back. A powerful force exploded from the dead spirit, sending the fat man and the halberd flying 1,000 miles away. So powerful! The fatty was shocked. Not only was the dead spirit huge, but its bones were also as hard as peerless divine metal. Even the emperor's halberd could not hurt the dead spirit at all. Is it an immortal god bone? Fatty suddenly thought of something, and his face became incomparably solemn. Through the bone body, he could vaguely see that there was a beating heart inside the bone body's chest. At that moment, a dragon roar resounded. A dragon soared into the sky and charged at the dead spirit. The dragon spat out a mouthful of divine fire, and the entire world was immediately enveloped in a sea of fire, burning the void to the point where it was constantly being destroyed. However, such a terrifying divine fire was completely useless on this dead spirit. A layer of light appeared on the dead spirit's huge skeletal body, blocking the divine fire. At that moment, the Emperor of the Dark Night came back. The three Emperor-level existences joined forces to fight the dead spirit. At that moment, they were in a stalemate. The void was shattered, and huge black holes appeared in the sky. Even the chaotic chi was blown out. Everyone watched in shock. Of course, not everyone could watch the battle from the side. The ripples of power from the battle were too powerful. Even the Emperor gods could only watch from afar, and did not dare to get close. Those who were below the Emperor God level had already retreated. Even the half-emperors did not dare to watch the battle from the side. Powerful energy waves rained down from the sky, turning the mountains into ashes in an instant. Soon, the only thing left in a radius of more than 100,000 li was the mountain under Gu Fei's feet. Gu Fei stood on the mountain with his hands behind his back, facing the ripples of energy. He felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze. No matter how strong the power was, it disappeared in front of him. The three great Emperor-level existences were locked in battle with the undead spirits. The Dark Knight Emperor stepped on the 9 diagrams and was like a supreme heavenly lord that had descended. Every strike of his shattered the void and broke through the heavens and earth. However, when such a powerful force blasted onto the body of the dead spirit, although it was able to force it back, the dead spirit would immediately charge back. Moreover, what shocked Brother Li and the Dark Knight Emperor was that every time this undead spirit was heavily injured by him, its bone body would become even more powerful after being reconstructed. It really is an immortal god bone. The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked to the extreme. Immortal god bone, that was only a legend. Could it be that there was an immortal god bone sealed in the Netherworld spring? Roar! The true Dragon Emperor was going all out. He actually spat out the dragon pearl. It was as if a divine sun had appeared in the world, illuminating the entire world. However, 2 beams of death divine light shot out of the dead spirit's eye sockets and struck the true Dragon Emperor's dragon pearl. Damn it, open for me. The fatty went crazy. His eyes turned red as he desperately waved the halberd in his hand and smashed it towards the undead spirit. Under this attack, the sky seemed like it was going to collapse. Boom! The undead spirit directly punched upwards. The bone fist clashed with the fatty's halberd, causing a loud explosion. The entire void exploded, and the fatty was sent flying. He held the halberd tightly with both of his hands. Both of his hands were trembling, and blood was seeping out of his hands. The fatty looked down and saw that his hands that were holding the halberd were filled with cracks, and blood was seeping out from the cracks. Good fella, the fatty knew that he had met the strongest opponent today. This undead spirit was definitely formed from the immortal god bone's consciousness. The bone body was an immortal god bone. This meant that the undead spirit was undefeatable. Moreover, the heartbeat that came from the undead spirit's body was extremely shocking. To a certain extent, it affected the battle strength of the 3 great Emperor-level existences. Puny humans, how dare you act presumptuously in front of me? All of you die. At this moment, a spiritual force came from the undead spirit's skull, and a voice rang in everyone's heart. Boom! In the next moment, boundless death chi erupted from the undead spirit's body and instantly condensed into 9 huge dragons that pounced towards the true Dragon Emperor, the fatty, and the Dark Knight Emperor. Without any suspense, the 3 great Emperor-level existences were sent flying 100,000 miles away by the dragons formed by the death chi. The Dark Knight Emperor's hair was disheveled, and his body was stained with blood. One of the true Dragon Emperor's dragon horns was broken. Dragon blood seeped out from the broken horn and dripped onto the ground. The fatty was in the worst condition. The sleeves of his hands that were holding the halberd were torn, and the flesh on both his arms were cracked. Some parts of his body were even showing his bones. It was a bloody mess. The fatty was trembling all over. The bones in his arms and even some bones in his body were cracked. However, he still held on to the halberd tightly. Everyone who witnessed the scene was stunned. The undead spirit was too powerful. It was much stronger than a great emperor. How could there be such a powerful existence in the Dark Knight continent? Only existences from the upper realm were stronger than great emperors or ultimate gods. What should we do? Some people began to worry. Even the Dark Knight Emperor was not a match for the undead spirit. Did that mean that the undead spirit was invincible in the Dark Knight continent? If that was the case, many people in the Dark Knight continent would die. Sigh. Just when everyone was in despair, a sigh was heard. Then, everyone saw a figure appear in front of the undead spirit. The undead spirit was shrinking rapidly and soon became as tall as a normal person. It was the bone body of an unknown exotic beast. There were countless divine inscriptions faintly visible on the bone body, revealing an immortal aura. Little guy, you want to die? The undead spirit's skull sent out a spiritual force again. Humph, you're just a small undead spirit. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? The black-clothed young man stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, The Dark Knight Emperor heard the black-clothed young man's words and looked at him as if he was looking at a monster. This guy dared to talk to the undead spirit like that. Was he really courting death? The undead spirit was extremely powerful. Who would dare to provoke this guy? Boss. As soon as the fatty saw the black-clothed young man, he was overjoyed. That person was Gu Fei. Gu Fei finally made a move. The fatty and the others were not a match for the undead spirit, even if they joined forces. If he did not make a move and allowed the undead spirit to escape from the cold domain, the consequences would be unpredictable. Rumble. Chapter 4150. Gu Fei was finally going to make a move. However, the dead spirit was one step ahead of him. A bone claw directly grabbed at Gu Fei. On the bone claw, 5 extremely sharp black lights rushed out. The 5 black lights were like 5 swords of death, piercing towards Gu Fei. Humph! The corner of Gu Fei's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of disdain. In the next moment, he clenched his right hand and punched towards the bone claw. The 5 piercing black lights were directly dispersed by Gu Fei's fist. Bam! Gu Fei's fist and the opponent's bone claw collided in an instant, causing a dull sound to erupt. A circle of transparent ripples spread from the 2 experts. In the next moment, the void of heaven and earth directly collapsed, and the chaotic chi was hit out. Then, a scene that made everyone dumbfounded appeared. They saw that insufferably arrogant dead spirit was directly sent flying. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. This person actually blew away an existence that even the Dark Knight Emperor was not a match for with a punch. When did such a person appear in the Dark Knight continent? Whoosh! At this moment, 2 black lights pierced towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. Yin and Yang disorder. Gu Fei directly displayed his killer move. The 2 piercing black lights suddenly reversed direction and directly pierced towards the dead spirit. The dead spirit roared angrily. It was shot by its own death light and once again flew out horizontally. Little guy, you deserve to die. The dead spirit was shocked and angry. It never expected Gu Fei to be so powerful. Boom! Endless death chi erupted from the body of the dead spirit, sweeping across the sky and the ground. A bone hand directly reached out from the death chi and grabbed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei punched again. Bam! Kacha! The sound of the collision and the cracking of bones rang out almost at the same time. The dead spirit was once again blown away. The monstrous death chi was also dispersed by Gu Fei's fist. Gu Fei displayed the supreme fist technique. It was a simple and direct punch, but it displayed an almost invincible power. At this moment, the eyeballs of the Dark Knight Emperor and the others almost dropped to the ground. "Boss is mighty," Fatty shouted loudly. The true Dragon Emperor watched silently from the side, not saying a single word. At this time, Gu Fei stepped into the void, took 2 steps, and instantly caught up to the dead spirit that was sent flying. Then, he directly stomped the dead spirit down from the sky. Boom! The dead spirit was like a meteorite falling from the sky, directly smashing a large pit in the ground, and a cloud of dust rose high into the sky. Gu Fei descended from the sky and stomped on the pit on the ground. Bam! The ground shook, and a huge footprint appeared on the ground. Seeing this, the group of Emperor gods were shocked speechless. The fighting power of the dead spirit definitely surpassed that of a great emperor. This was an undying spirit. Such a powerful undying spirit was beaten up by Gu Fei. This scene was too unreal. The Dark Knight Emperor was also shocked, and he looked at the figure with a solemn expression. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud bang, and the ground exploded. A figure emitting endless death chi rushed out from the ground and came to the sky. Dong! 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 The heart in the chest of the undying spirit was beating continuously, and the sound it made shook the surrounding void. Even Gu Fei felt threatened. Humph! Gu Fei took a step and instantly appeared in front of the undying spirit. Then he stretched out his right hand, broke the undying spirit's sternum, and grabbed the undying spirit's heart. The undying spirit was shocked. Before the undying spirit could react, Gu Fei had already grabbed the undying spirit's heart. Gu Fei looked at the heart in his hand in shock. The heart was beating so strongly that he almost couldn't hold it, and it almost flew out of his hand. The undying spirit that lost its heart instantly turned into ashes and disappeared just like that. "You're finally here." At this moment, a weak wave came from the heart in Gu Fei's hand, and an ethereal figure appeared from the heart. It was a back view, and this back view quickly dissipated into the void like mist. What's going on? Gu Fei was shocked. At this time, the undying heart no longer showed any signs of abnormality. Such a powerful, undying soul had actually vanished into thin air, just like that. Even Gu Fei felt very surprised. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene. Boom! At this moment, a figure suddenly broke through the void and directly reached out to grab the immortal heart in Gu Fei's hand. Someone wanted to snatch the immortal heart in Gu Fei's hand. "You're courting death." Gu Fei's right hand, which was holding the immortal heart, trembled, and a powerful force erupted, directly sending the guy who had suddenly appeared flying. Swoosh! The person turned around and fled. "Can you escape?" Gu Fei directly pointed at the person, and a divine light instantly rushed out from his fingertip, piercing through the mysterious person. The person screamed and directly fell from the sky. It was obvious that he would not survive. "Who wants this immortal heart? Come out." Gu Fei held the immortal heart in his hand and looked around. No one dared to say a word. The combat power Gu Fei displayed was too strong. He killed an emperor god with a finger. Even a great emperor or an ultimate god would not be a match for such combat power. The entire heaven and earth was silent. "Congratulations on obtaining the immortal heart, boss." Fatty carried his halberd and walked over. At that moment, Fatty was extremely embarrassed. Gu Fei glanced at Fatty and directly threw an elixir pill to him. Fatty took a look at the elixir pill and was immediately surprised and happy. He quickly swallowed the elixir pill. Soon, the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Good move, Taoist friend. At that moment, the Dark Knight Emperor walked over. Dark Knight Emperor. Gu Fei looked at the ordinary-looking young man in front of him and said indifferently, "Who are you, Taoist friend?" The Dark Knight Emperor came in front of Gu Fei and looked at Gu Fei with a solemn face. "I'm your master." Gu Fei suddenly smiled. "You want to be my master?" The Dark Knight Emperor's face suddenly became gloomy when he heard that. "Why not?" Gu Fei looked at the Dark Knight Emperor and said with a faint smile. Chapter 41:51. The heart of immortality was extremely powerful and could turn a dead soul into an immortal dead soul. However, once the heart of immortality was removed from the dead soul's body, the terrifying dead soul that had beaten up the great emperor would instantly turn into ashes. Gu Fei obtained the immortal heart. He held it as though he was holding a part of the world. His heart was incomparably heavy. This immortal heart seemed to have some kind of connection with him. "Why do I have such a feeling?" Gu Fei muttered to himself. He had an inexplicable feeling of wanting to cry. Dong! Dong! The immortal heart was beating. Gu Fei felt that the blood in his body was boiling along with his heartbeat. This was the resonance between the bloodlines. Could this immortal heart have been left behind by someone close to him? Things like bloodlines couldn't lie, because bloodlines were the purest thing. Especially the figure that appeared on the immortal heart, it had touched something in the depths of Gu Fei's soul. He wanted to pursue the truth. His origin was a mystery. He wanted to unravel this mystery. However, at this moment, many people had their eyes on the immortal heart in his hand. Among these people, the Dark Knight Emperor was included. "Dao friend, are you kidding me? You actually want to be my master?" The Dark Knight Emperor stared coldly at Gu Fei and narrowed his eyes. "Presumptuous. My boss wants to take you in as his servant. This is your good fortune. Are you still unwilling?" Fatty carried his halberd and spoke to the Dark Knight Emperor in a low voice. "Who are you? Since when did you have the right to speak? Scram!" As he spoke, the Dark Knight Emperor waved his hand casually. Fatty immediately felt a powerful divine force rushing towards him. The void in front of him was distorted and rippled like water. Swish! Fatty waved his halberd directly. A cold light streaked across from top to bottom. In an instant, the ripple-like void in front of him was split into two. "Listen up. I am the Lord of the Heavenly God realm." The Fatty was incomparably domineering. The great halberd in his hand directly swept towards the waist of the Dark Knight Emperor. A powerful force radiated from the great halberd, causing the surrounding space to tremble. "Heavenly God, Realm Lord, you?" The Dark Knight Emperor had a look of disdain. This fellow couldn't even defeat him. So how could he be the Realm Lord of the Heavenly God realm? What a huge joke. With that, the figure of the Dark Knight Emperor instantly disappeared in the void. Fatty's halberd streaked across the void, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack. "Go to hell. Return to the Realm Lord." The Emperor of the Dark Knight's voice came from above Fatty's head. In the next moment, a huge foot came crashing down on Fatty's head from the sky. "Damn it!" The fat man fiercely thrust his halberd upwards, and an incomparably sharp divine light immediately rushed out of the halberd, directly piercing through the giant foot that was trampling down. However, the giant foot directly stomped down on the beam of divine light that shot into the sky. Boom! In the next moment, Fatty, along with his halberd, was stomped into the ground by that huge foot. "How dare you?" Gu Fei was a little annoyed. He passed the immortal heart to his left hand, clenched his right hand into a fist, and punched at the Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor. The punch was an ordinary punch, direct, simple, and straight. However, even if it was a punch from an ordinary person, even someone as strong as the Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor couldn't dodge it. The punch hit his left eye directly, and he fell backward. This Emperor God, Mo Yuan, and the Emperor of Real Dragon were dumbfounded to see the scene. That was the #1 expert in the Dark Knight continent, the Emperor of the Dark Knight continent. He was actually sent flying by a punch from their master. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they definitely wouldn't have believed it. One should know that the reputation of the Emperor of the Dark Knight continent wasn't just a bluff, but a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Back then, in order to unify the Dark Knight continent, the Emperor of the Dark Knight continent had turned into a river of blood. Countless Emperor gods had died in his hands. Roar! The Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor roared and charged back. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was filled with murderous intent. Ever since he had started his cultivation, he had never been slapped in the face. Today, not only was he slapped in the face, but he was also beaten into a panda eye. Then the fatty, who was stomped into the ground by the Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor, broke through the ground and dashed out. Dark Knight, come and die! The fatty roared and pointed the halberd at the Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor. Although he wasn't a great emperor, his cultivation method was unique. His divine body was extremely strong and could be compared to a real great emperor. That was the reason why he dared to challenge a great emperor. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor stared at the fatty and roared. However, his gaze soon fell on Gu Fei. He's my man. It's not your place to teach him a lesson. Gu Fei held the immortal heart in his left hand and placed his right hand behind his back as he looked at the Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor and said, "Go to hell." The Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor couldn't wait to tear Gu Fei into pieces. His eyes narrowed, and 2 light blades immediately shot out from his eyes, slashing at Gu Fei. "There's no one in this world who can kill me," Gu Fei said indifferently. At the next moment, 2 light blades shot out from his eyes and clashed with the light blades that the Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor sent out. There were 2 soft clashing sounds, and then all the light blades dissipated at the same time. What? How is this possible? The Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor was shocked to the extreme. That was a killer move that he had cultivated. How could the other party know such a secret skill? How was this possible? That was a secret skill that belonged to him. All the divine powers in the world lead to the same goal. Your divine power is just a small divine power in my eyes, Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Small divine power? The Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor was dumbfounded. He had used this divine power to kill more than one Emperor God. This guy actually said that the divine power that could kill an Emperor God was a small divine power, even Emperor God Mo Yuan, and the others were dumbfounded when they heard what Gu Fei said. The Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor's deadly divine blade was a supreme divine power that was famous in the Dark Knight continent. Even an Emperor God would die if they were hit by his divine blade. Mo Yuan knew that at least 2 Emperor gods had died under the supreme divine power of the Dark Knight Emperor. It was an Emperor Slayer skill. However, the Emperor Slayer skill of the Dark Knight Emperor had become a small divine power in the words of Gu Fei. Who are you? The Emperor of the Dark Knight Emperor stared at Gu Fei solemnly. Divine power surged from his body, and divine patterns emerged and intertwined on his body. The divine power of a great emperor erupted. Everyone felt a great deal of pressure. Even Fatty, who was not afraid of anything, was moved. Chapter 41:52. The Dark Knight Emperor showed his prowess. The terrifying emperor's aura spread out, causing all living beings within a radius of 100,000 miles to tremble in fear. Even the strongest savage beast in the mountain range was lying obediently on the ground, trembling in fear. What's going on? Is that guy crazy again? At this moment, Old Black and White appeared in the sky. These two guys were extremely shrewd. When they saw the arrival of the Dark Knight Emperor, they immediately slipped away. When the undying spirit was destroyed, these two guys appeared nearby again. At this moment, the other Emperor Lords were also frightened by the Supreme Emperor's aura that erupted from the Dark Knight Emperor. They all came to greet him. Old Black and White, where did you die? The Dark Knight Emperor sensed the aura of Old Black and White and immediately roared in their direction. Dark Knight, don't be too presumptuous. We only promised to help you look after Quiet Spring. We are not your subordinates. Old Black, who was shrouded in black, said coldly. That's right, we're not slaves that you can order around. Old White nodded and said, Humph, if you can kill him, I will give you the Yin-Yang Emperor's Yin-Yang treasure book. The Dark Knight Emperor said coldly. What Old Black and White heard and instantly became excited. The Yin-Yang Great Emperor was a peerless expert from countless years ago. Although the Yin-Yang Great Emperor did not unify the Dark Knight continent, some people said that he was the only existence in the Dark Knight continent who broke through the void and ascended to the upper realm. The Yin-Yang Great Emperor left behind his orthodoxy, but it was obtained by the Dark Knight Emperor. You really want to give us the Yin-Yang treasure book? Old White said in disbelief. How can it be fake? As the Emperor of the Dark Knight said, he took out a roll of jade slip. Kill. Old Black and White did not hesitate and directly attacked Gu Fei. Old Black waved his hand, and a cloud of fog immediately rushed out from his hand. It immediately spread out and shrouded Gu Fei. You're courting death. Fatty sneered and said. At this moment, the shadow of a dragon soared into the sky, directly dispersing the black fog that enveloped Gu Fei, and then swept towards the Black and White elders with a sweep of the dragon's tail. Without any suspense, the Black and White elders were directly swept away, and in an instant, even their shadows disappeared. Useless thing. The Dark Knight Emperor was speechless. Looks like the ancient desolate stone gate was also taken by you. The Dark Knight Emperor stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, I'll give you one more chance. Submit or die. Gu Fei was a little impatient. Although the Dark Knight Emperor was strong, if he didn't submit, he would have no choice but to kill him. He had never been lenient when dealing with his enemies. The Dark Knight Emperor's expression changed several times. He looked at the true dragon in the sky, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Even the powerful true dragon emperor had submitted. Do I need to think about it? Fatty said loudly. In the end, the Dark Knight Emperor had no choice but to lower his proud head. However, Gu Fei knew that this fellow was only temporarily subservient and would probably betray him soon. Very well. Gu Fei pointed with a finger and directly placed a forbidden technique on the Dark Knight Emperor's body. What is this? The Dark Knight Emperor was really shocked. The divine light that rushed into his body was definitely not something good. At the thought of this, he was even more shocked. The reason why he submitted to Gu Fei was an expedient measure. But now, Gu Fei actually did something to his body. In this way, he would forever be under the control of others. It's nothing. As long as you don't betray me, nothing will happen. Don't worry. Gu Fei shrugged and said. The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked and angry, but he didn't dare to really get angry. If you dare to betray me, I can destroy your body and soul with just a thought. Gu Fei continued. Miserable. The Dark Knight Emperor's intestines were green with regret. He didn't really want to submit to Gu Fei. He never thought that Gu Fei would place a forbidden technique on him. the Dark Knight Emperor's expression changed several times, but he finally knelt down in front of Gu Fei. Ha! Gu Fei laughed out loud. He never thought that the Dark Knight Emperor would become his slave just like that. His life and death were in his hands. One must know that this was the Dark Knight Emperor, a great emperor. A great emperor was comparable to an ultimate god. Being able to subdue such an existence made Gu Fei feel a sense of accomplishment. Hearing Gu Fei's laughter, the Dark Knight Emperor's face became even uglier. This time, he was really too smart for his own good. Black and White Elders, those two bastards, the Emperor of the Dark Knight, rushed out directly. Very soon, a great battle broke out in the mountains far away. The great emperor vented all his anger on the Black and White Elders. Capture those two guys and bring them to me. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the Dark Knight Emperor. Black and White Elders were not bad. They cultivated the Yin and Yang Great Tao. These two guys were definitely half-step to Great Emperor and were much stronger than ordinary Emperor Lords. If he could subdue these guys and make them work for him, he would have more confidence to enter the Central Celestial Realm. The Central Celestial Realm was the center of the entire Heaven Divine realm. The experts, there were much more than the experts from the other four celestial realms combined. Moreover, there were invincible ultimate gods in the Central Celestial Realm. Although Gu Fei wasn't afraid, it would be hard to avoid a great battle if he were to fight against an ultimate god. That was also the reason why he didn't kill the Dark Knight Emperor. As long as his subordinates were capable, it would be much easier for him. He didn't have to do everything himself. He only had to watch the show while drinking tea. After the news of the Dark Knight Emperor submitting to Gu Fei spread, the world was shocked, especially the Emperor Lords under the Dark Knight Emperor. Some of the Emperor Lords wanted to take the opportunity to escape from the Dark Knight Emperor's control. Let's go back to your place first. Gu Fei said to Emperor God Mo Yuan. Yes, Master. Emperor God Mo Yuan said hurriedly. Then he led the way and flew toward his own mansion in the sky. Emperor True Dragon followed closely behind, followed by Gu Fei and Fatty. At that moment, the battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and Black and White Elders had ended. When he captured Black and White Elders, Gu Fei and the others were long gone. The Dark Knight Emperor could only bring Black and White Elders to Emperor God Mo Yuan's mansion. Although Black and White Elders were strong, they weren't real great emperors. Hence, the two of them were unlucky. At that moment, the entire cultivation world of the Dark Knight continent was in an uproar. The Dark Knight Emperor was defeated. In other words, Gu Fei conquered the entire Dark Knight continent effortlessly. The entire Dark Knight continent. Chapter 4153. The Dark Knight continent had changed. When the news spread, the entire cultivation world was in an uproar. All the cultivators were extremely shocked. How could the sky of the Dark Knight continent change so quickly? How an ancient existence let out a long sigh and left. Whether the Dark Knight continent changed or not, it had nothing to do with those who had lived for countless years. However, every time there was a change in the Dark Knight continent, it was accompanied by a bloodbath. However, this time, there was less carnage. This was something that no one had expected. Do you know the origin of this heart? In Emperor God Mo Yuan's mansion, Gu Fei was lying on a chair with the immortal heart in his hand. He looked at the two guys who were kneeling before him indifferently. The two guys were Elder Black and Elder Black. Elder Black and Elder Black had disheveled hair and bloodstains all over their bodies. Elder Black and Elder Black had been beaten up badly by Emperor Dark Knight. This, how could we know? Elder Black said with a trembling voice. Their cultivation had been crippled by the Dark Knight Emperor. If it wasn't for Gu Fei and the others controlling their aura, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the pressure in the hall and would have died. The immortal heart was still beating, emitting a dull sound. The entire hall shook along with the heartbeat. The power contained in the heart was too strong. Only Gu Fei dared to touch it. The others could not even get close to it, let alone touch it. Even great emperors, Emperor True Dragon and Emperor Dark Knight, stood aside and stared at the immortal heart in Gu Fei's hand. Their eyes were filled with passion. It was a legendary item. The dead spirit that was sealed in the Netherworld Spring was able to cultivate an almost indestructible dead spirit body because it had obtained the immortal heart. They were great emperors. If they could obtain the immortal heart and refine it into their bodies, they might be able to ascend to the heavens. Who knows? Gu Fei said indifferently. This elder black hesitated. Just say it. I am here. What are you afraid of? If I am happy, I can help you recover your cultivation. Gu Fei said leisurely. What? When Black and White heard that Gu Fei could help them restore their cultivation, they immediately became excited. To cultivators, cultivation was their life. Losing their cultivation was equivalent to losing their life. When the Dark Knight Emperor crippled the cultivation of the Black and White elders, they truly wanted to die. But if the Dark Knight Emperor did not let them die, they could not die even if they wanted to. The strong controlled the life and death of the weak. How could the weak have the final say in life and death? You can really help us recover our cultivation? Master Bai's voice trembled with excitement. He stared at Gu Fei, who was sitting in the chair. Impudent. If my boss says it's possible, then it's possible. How dare you question it? Fatty scolded. The cultivation of Black and White elders was not weak. They were considered top-notch existences among the god emperors. They were half-step great emperors. If the two of them joined forces, even Fatty would not be able to defeat them easily. I'll talk. We really don't know the origin of this immortal heart, but there's someone who might know. Old White glanced at the Emperor of the Dark Knight. Huh. Gu Fei looked at the Emperor of the Dark Knight. The Emperor of the Dark Knight panicked when he saw Gu Fei looking at him. His eyes flickered a few times. Hee, Dark Knight. You know that my boss wants to know the origin of the immortal heart. How dare you not report it? What do you mean? Are you trying to betray my boss? Fatty rolled his eyes and stared at the Emperor of the Dark Knight. Damn, Fatty, don't slander me. The Emperor of the Dark Knight panicked even more. Tell me. Gu Fei took a sip of tea. Emperor God, Mo Yuan didn't have many other abilities, but no one in the Dark Knight continent could compete with him when it came to making tea. It was a type of divine tea that contained the essence of heaven and earth. There were only a dozen stalks in Emperor God Mo Yuan's mansion. In the entire Dark Knight continent, there were only a dozen stalks of blood god tea. The tea was scarlet like blood, but it was fragrant and memorable. The Emperor of the Dark Knight knew that if he didn't say anything, he might really die there. Because the Emperor of the Dark Knight was a decisive person, and Gu Fei was the same type of person as him. As long as he didn't say anything, Gu Fei definitely wouldn't let him live. So, the Emperor of the Dark Knight told him everything that he knew. It turned out that Emperor Yin Yang had risked his life to seal Yu Quan. A great emperor sacrificed his life to seal Yu Quan. The power of the seal was unimaginable. However, no matter how strong the seal was, there would be a moment when it failed. Emperor Yin Yang was a great emperor in the Dark Knight continent. When Emperor Yin Yang was alive, the Dark Knight continent was still in the most barbaric era. Even in the cultivation history of the Dark Knight continent, there wasn't a person named Emperor Yin Yang. The Emperor of the Dark Knight had obtained the inheritance of Emperor Yin Yang and became a great emperor. Then, he unified the Dark Knight continent and became the Emperor God of the Dark Night continent. The reason why the Dark Knight Emperor knew about the Nether Spring was because the Enyang Emperor had left behind a detailed description of the Nether Spring's seal. The Enyang Emperor wanted future generations to continue sealing the Nether Spring to prevent the undying undead spirit from coming out and bringing disaster to the world. Emperor Enyang also explained the origin of the immortal undead spirit. It was an ancient god skeleton that obtained a magical heart and cultivated into an immortal undead spirit. The way to destroy the immortal undead spirit was to destroy the immortal heart. However, the immortal heart was a real immortal divine item. In the end, Emperor Enyang could only seal the immortal undead spirit and the immortal heart in Yuquan. The immortal heart is an item that fell from the sky. Gu Fei was a little surprised, but he wasn't surprised. The immortal heart was so magical that it naturally couldn't be born in a place like the Dark Night continent. Emperor Enyang knew the origin of the immortal heart. On a certain day, a big hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the Dark Night continent. The immortal heart rushed out of that big hole and landed on the Dark Night continent. The Dark Night continent before the primordial antiquity was not like this. This was the second heavenly realm. However, it was also from that time that the Dark Night continent became dark and gloomy. Countless years had passed, but there was still some kind of fog shrouding the entire Dark Night continent. Could it really be the heart of an expert from the supreme heaven and earth? Gu Fei muttered to himself. This kind of existence is probably even stronger than an extreme grade supreme. Could it be the heart of an expert in the eternal realm? Gu Fei looked at the heart that was still beating vigorously in his hand and frowned. He didn't dare to be sure because he used to be a supreme existence in the eternal realm. However, he didn't feel the aura of an expert in the eternal realm from this heart. Everyone around quietly looked at Gu Fei. No one dared to make a sound. Who cares? I'll slowly study it in the future. Gu Fei directly put the immortal heart into his inner world. However, the next moment, his face immediately changed. He saw the layer of fog above the sky gathering towards him crazily, as if a supreme existence in the Dark Night continent had awakened from a deep sleep. A terrifying power was awakening. What's going on? Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Heaven and earth suddenly changed, and everyone felt a great pressure. The whole world changed color. Could it be Gu Fei quickly took out the immortal heart? After the immortal heart was taken out by Gu Fei, the heaven and earth vision immediately disappeared, and the layer of fog above the sky no longer gathered towards Gu Fei. Interesting. Can I take this immortal heart with me? Gu Fei smiled, and then directly poured eternal essence into the immortal heart. In the next moment, the immortal heart seemed to have turned into a black hole, producing a powerful devouring force. The mist in the sky immediately gathered towards the immortal heart in a frenzy. Gu Fei let go, and the immortal heart in his hand soared into the sky, directly floating high up in the sky. Endless fog gathered towards the immortal heart and was devoured by it. The whole world was constantly flashing with dazzling lightning, and every bolt of lightning tore the world apart. A terrifying wave of power spread out from the immortal heart, and all the living beings in the Dark Night continent felt an oppressive aura. All the old antiques and monsters in the Dark Night continent were alarmed, and even some old antiques who were in a life-or-death situation jumped out. The immortal heart was devouring the strange fog that had shrouded the Dark Night continent for countless years. The movement was too big, and it was impossible not to alarm those big shots. Everyone in Mo Yuan's residence rushed out and was shocked to see the shocking scene in the sky. An endless amount of strange mist gathered and was constantly refined by the immortal heart. The entire world actually gradually brightened. Within the strange mist, there seemed to be blurry figures struggling towards the immortal heart. They were also devoured by the immortal heart. Roar! Soon, a terrifying roar rang out, and the strange fog gathered in the sky. A huge figure appeared between heaven and earth. Rumble! A huge claw directly slapped at the immortal heart in the sky, and an extremely violent destructive power erupted. However, such a powerful attack was enough to destroy a region, but it directly turned into nothingness in front of the immortal heart. Everyone was shocked when they saw the huge figure in the sky. That was an existence formed by the strange fog. The mysterious creature roared, and its voice was earth-shattering. But soon, the creature became faint and illusory. Chapter 41:54. The sudden change in the dark night continent caused all the creatures on the continent to be extremely terrified. Roar! In the depths of the mountains, the roar of wild beasts could be heard from time to time. Beams of divine light rushed out from all kinds of caves, danger zones, and forbidden areas. All the big shots were alarmed. It's Mo Yuan's territory. The strange fog in the sky is gathering towards Mo Yuan's territory. An old man with no hair and no teeth was holding a bone staff, trembling on top of a mountain. A cold light flashed in the depths of his turbid old eyes. Behind the old man stood two black-robed old men. The two black-robed old men had a stern aura, and there was a divine light looming behind their heads. Both of them were god emperors. Although the Dark Knight Emperor was powerful, he could not subdue all the god emperors in the Dark Knight continent, nor could he plow the entire land of the Dark Knight continent. In fact, even the Dark Knight Emperor did not know how many emperors were hidden in the Dark Knight continent. The 13 god emperors that he subdued were only the god emperors on the surface. "Ancestor, what's going on?" One of the black-robed old men said coldly, staring at the strange fog that was constantly gathering in the sky. "This is definitely not something that little guy Mo Yuan can do," the other white-haired old man said in a deep voice. Another white-haired old man in a deep voice. Mo Yuan, the overlord of a region, was just a little guy in his mouth. Even the Dark Knight Emperor can't do it. The old man holding the bone staff said slowly, "That is, the people from that world are finally here." The two black-robed old men behind the old man were shocked and couldn't help but look at each other. The world is changing again. I don't know if it's good or bad. Let's wait and see, the old man said, taking a deep look at Mo Yuan's territory, then turned around and left. The two black-robed old men were puzzled. Why didn't the ancestor go and see that person? The two black-robed old men did not dare to say much and hurriedly followed. The three figures soon disappeared between heaven and earth as if they had never appeared. As for the others, they couldn't sit still. Rays of resplendent divine light cut across the dark universe and dashed into Emperor God Mo Yuan's territory. These people had completely disregarded Emperor God Mo Yuan and barged into Emperor God Mo Yuan's territory. Under normal circumstances, it would be equivalent to declaring war against Emperor God Mo Yuan. However, Emperor God Mo Yuan could not be bothered with them now. "I have two great emperors here, and Master Gu Fei is here, who in the Dark Knight continent can go against me no matter how many of them came. They were just courting death." Very soon, the surroundings of Emperor God Mo Yuan's mansion flickered with divine light. In every ray of divine light, a figure appeared. There was a total of 26 rays of divine light. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Dark Knight continent is really full of hidden talents. There are so many emperor gods. Fatty carried his halberd and swept his gaze over those fellows in the sky. His eyes flickered. Even the Dark Knight Emperor was a little surprised. Back then, in order to unify the Dark Knight continent. He had killed so many people that blood flowed like a river. He had even killed many god emperors. After his purge, there were still so many emperor gods in the Dark Knight continent. This made the Dark Knight Emperor's face turn solemn. Mo Yuan, why don't you stop now? As soon as a figure shrouded in strange fog arrived, he roared at Mo Yuan. His voice caused the surrounding space to ripple like water. He did not dare to confront the Dark Knight Emperor or the True Dragon Emperor, but he dared to challenge Mo Yuan. Old ancestor Dark Underworld, are you courting death? Emperor God, Mo Yuan turned around and stared at the figure in the sky. That person is the old ancestor Dark Underworld. Someone was shocked. The Dark Underworld sect was a hidden sect on the Dark Knight path. It was aloof from worldly affairs and extremely powerful. Even the Dark Knight Emperor couldn't find the location of the Dark Underworld sect when he swept through the world. The Dark Underworld sect cultivated the strange fog that enveloped the entire Dark Knight continent. The strange fog had unpredictable power, and the Dark Underworld sect had mastered a secret skill that could refine the strange fog. The strange fog was the source of power for the Dark Underworld sect. Now, the immortal heart in the sky was devouring the strange fog in the sky. How could the old ancestor Dark Underworld sit still? If the strange fog in the sky was devoured by the immortal heart, the Dark Underworld sect would lose the foundation of its existence. At that time, the Dark Underworld sect would vanish into thin air. Mo Yuan, do you know what you are doing? You are destroying the foundation of my sect. Don't force me to die with you. The old ancestor Dark Underworld roared angrily. Seeing the sky gradually brightening, he was extremely anxious. Humph. So, what if I destroy the foundation of your sect? If you want to fight, just fight. Don't talk nonsense. Mo Yuan stared at the old ancestor Dark Underworld with a strong fighting spirit. Go to hell. The ancestor of the Dark Underworld was furious, and he threw a punch at Emperor God Mo Yuan. An infinite amount of mysterious fog was released from his fist, and it gathered into a fist that was even bigger than a mountain, and it came crashing down from the sky. Hum! A terrifying divine power burst out from Emperor God Mo Yuan's body. The violent divine power condensed into a heaven sword that pointed to the sky. Clang! It was like a real peerless heaven sword being unsheathed. The heaven sword that Emperor God Mo Yuan condensed with supreme divine power soared into the sky and slashed at the huge fist. Hum! The next moment, the heaven sword and the huge fist collided. In an instant, the power that erupted was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time, and it swept across the universe. At the same time, the Emperor of Dark Knight raised his hand, and a huge net flew out from his hand. It instantly covered a radius of 10,000 miles and blocked the terrifying energy storm that was descending from the sky. If the energy storm in the sky were to descend apart from the Emperor's, everyone would die. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles would be erased from the surface of the earth. Die! The heaven sword shattered, and Emperor God Mo Yuan's figure appeared high up in the sky. Boundless sword light circled around him. He was a peerless sword emperor. He pointed with his finger, and countless sword lights covered the sky and pierced through the ancestor of the Dark Underworld. Every sword light that flew across the void gave off a loud sword whistle. There were countless sword whistles, and the momentum was extremely powerful. The battle between the two emperor gods was earth-shattering. The boundless strange fog was triggered by the old ancestor Dark Underworld's secret skill. The strange fog was like a tide, and it swept towards Emperor God Mo Yuan. Countless sword lights broke through the layers of strange fog and slashed into it. Emperor God Mo Yuan charged into the strange fog. Then, the immortal heart was still devouring the strange fog in the sky. A drop of real blood condensed in the immortal heart, and it was formed by the boundless strange fog. Gu Fei was startled seeing this. Could it be that the mist was formed by the true blood? What kind of real blood was it? One drop of real blood could envelop the entire world. Even the supreme, real blood wasn't so overbearing. He was once a supreme existence in the eternal realm. He knew how terrifying the supreme and eternal supremes were. They could destroy the universe with a flip of their hand and create a perfect world with a finger. The true blood of an extreme grade sovereign or eternal grade sovereign was incomparably tyrannical, and a single drop of it could transform into rivers and lakes. However, a single drop of true blood turned into a mist that enveloped the entire world for countless years, causing it to sink into darkness. This was something that even Gu Fei had never seen before. Of course, there was a difference in strength between the Supreme and Eternal Supremes. It wasn't like the Eternal Supremes had no opponents. Who knew if there was an even stronger world beyond the primogenitor's realm, a wider world? Gu Fei didn't care about Emperor God Mo Yuan and the old ancestor dark underworld. The only thing that attracted his attention was the immortal heart. Very soon, the second drop of real blood was formed. As expected, the boundless fog was formed by the unknown real blood. This piqued Gu Fei's interest. He waved his right hand and wanted to take out the real blood that was formed by the immortal heart. However, he realized that the two drops of real blood in the immortal heart had fused with the immortal heart. He couldn't take them out at all. Then, the fog that enveloped the entire universe had been refined by the immortal heart. The sunlight could pass through the fog and shine on the ground. What should I do? As soon as some living creatures came into contact with the sunlight, their bodies began to emit wisps of white smoke. Under the illumination of the sunlight, these living creatures quickly turned into white smoke and dissipated into the void, leaving behind their clothes on the ground. Such things were happening everywhere in the Dark Knight continent. There was even a strong Dark Knight clan that was completely melted by the sunlight. How is this possible? Extreme fear spread across the Dark Knight continent. Countless clans hid underground and didn't dare to be exposed to the sunlight. The fog had enveloped the Dark Knight continent for countless years. As a result, many living creatures and clans in the Dark Knight continent changed and became living creatures that were afraid of sunlight. To those clans, sunlight was scarier than poison. Only the extremely strong existences and clans that weren't afraid of sunlight could appear under the sunlight. Then, the Dark Knight continent would be ruled by those clans. Gu Fei didn't care about that because humans weren't afraid of sunlight. No matter how long the fog had enveloped the Dark Knight continent, humans were still humans and nothing had changed. Humans were destined to rise in the Dark Knight continent. Keep it. Gu Fei activated the eternal real power again, and the immortal heart suddenly vibrated. The heartbeat reverberated across the universe and spread to every corner of the Dark Knight continent. The devouring power that erupted from the immortal heart increased tenfold. The remaining fog was devoured by the immortal heart, and the third drop of real blood appeared in the immortal heart. No, the ancestor of the dark world saw the scene, and he forced Emperor God Mo Yuan to retreat. Then he charged at Gu Fei. "You're courting death." Before Gu Fei moved, Emperor Real Dragon took action. He swung his tail and turned the ancestor of the dark world into blood fog. Even his primordial spirit scattered in the void. Looking at the scene, the surrounding emperor gods who were ready to make a move were dumbfounded. The ancestor of the dark world was killed just like that. Chapter 41:55. The true dragon emperor attacked. With a swing of his tail, The Dark World Patriarch was turned into a bloody mist. Both his body and soul were destroyed. All the Emperor gods were shocked at the sight, especially those who were ready to make a move. They broke out in a cold sweat and felt lucky that they did not make a move. So weak! The true Dragon Emperor transformed into a middle-aged man and returned to Gu Fei's side. At that moment, Gu Fei waved his hand, and the immortal heart in the sky flew towards him. However, at that moment, a slender hand grabbed out of thin air without any warning and grabbed the immortal heart. What? Gu Fei's eyelids twitched. Someone dared to fight for the immortal heart. The surrounding Emperor gods were dumbfounded. Who dared to snatch the immortal heart from the hands of this ferocious man? That was crazy. At that moment, a figure appeared in the void. It was a blurry figure. Although one could not see the figure's face clearly, it was definitely a peerless beauty. It was as if she did not exist in this world. She was like a puff of air. Even Gu Fei would not be able to sense her presence if he did not see her with his own eyes. How is this possible? Gu Fei was astonished. It must be known that he possessed the eternal real bone, and his divine willpower was extremely powerful. Even an emperor god who cultivated the void great path would not be able to hide from his divine will. The others were also shocked. All the emperor gods present, including the Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor, who were invincible in the Dark Night continent, could not sense the mysterious woman's presence. Gu Fei realized that he could not even sense the aura of the immortal heart in the mysterious woman's hand. All he could sense was nothingness. Who are you? Gu Fei looked at the mysterious woman calmly. He had the eternal real bone to protect himself, so he was not afraid of anyone. The woman seemed to be sizing up Gu Fei, and did not speak. Are you his son? After a long while, the mysterious woman seemed to sigh and said these words. What did you say? When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately became excited. This mysterious woman actually knew about his identity. You're not strong enough. The mysterious woman shook her head. You know something? Gu Fei was about to rush forward. It was obvious that this mysterious woman knew about his past. However, at that moment, the mysterious woman disappeared in space. The eternal heart hovered in space, and a heartbeat that sounded like a heavenly drum resounded. The mysterious woman did not take the immortal heart with her. When you are strong enough, I will come and find you. The illusory voice came from an unknown place, and the mysterious woman disappeared completely. A feather floated down from the sky, a very beautiful feather. The feathers had 9 different colors, and under the sunlight, they glowed with a faint 9-colored halo. Gu Fei reached out and caught the feather. He immediately felt a wave of heat coming from it, but when he looked at it carefully, he realized that it was just an ordinary feather. There was a huge wave in Gu Fei's heart, and he could not calm down for a long time. Someone who knew about his identity had actually appeared. Who was he? Who were his parents? Did he have any brothers or sisters? All of these were what Gu Fei desperately wanted to know. However, it seemed that he could not possibly know about his identity at the moment. He carefully kept the 9-colored feather, and then the immortal heart. The aura from the immortal heart was so strong that the surrounding celestial emperors had no choice but to retreat. Only the Dark Knight Emperor and the true Dragon Emperor were able to withstand it. Gu Fei tried hard to calm himself down. Let's go. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and a stone door immediately flew out from his hand. Rumble, the stone door rapidly grew in size, and in the end, it was like a huge mountain standing between the heavens and the earth. An incomparably ancient aura emanated from the huge stone door. Ha, boss, are we finally going back to the heavenly god realm? Fatty laughed and said, Do you still want to stay here after this? Gu Fei looked at Fatty and said, At this moment, the Dark Night continent could no longer be called the Dark Night Continent. The strange fog that shrouded the Dark Night Continent had disappeared, and the sun shone on the land. Some plants that liked the shade were directly burned by the sun, and some even turned into ashes instantly. They could not survive under the sun at all. The strange fog had shrouded the Dark Night Continent for countless years, and most of the living creatures on the Dark Night Continent had undergone metamorphosis. These living creatures could not survive under the sun at all. However, such a change had no effect on those powerful living creatures, especially the existences in the Emperor God realm. Such existences could pluck the stars and capture the moon, and turn the clouds and reign over. A mere sunlight could not affect them at all. I don't want to stay in this place where even birds don't shit. Fatty curled his lips and said, all the Emperor gods on the Dark Night Continent were shocked that Gu Fei wanted to leave. They thought that Gu Fei was going to be the ruler of the Dark Night Continent, but who knew that he was going to leave? Then they found out that Gu Fei was from the heavenly god realm. Gu Fei did not bring many people away from the Dark Night Continent. Those who followed him to the heavenly god realm were only the Emperor of Dark Night, Emperor True Dragon, and Emperor God Mo Yuan. The others stayed in the Dark Night Continent temporarily and waited for Gu Fei's order. Gu Fei did not hesitate, but stepped into the stone door and disappeared. Fatty laughed as he carried his halberd and followed closely behind. The Emperor of Dark Night and Emperor True Dragon looked at each other and walked into the stone door too. Emperor God Mo Yuan didn't bring anyone with him. He came to the front of the stone door alone. He stopped, turned around, and glanced at the surroundings. Without saying anything, he turned around and stepped into the stone door. Asterisk, rumble, asterisk, the ancient stone door trembled. Then the stone door that was bigger than a mountain shrunk and disappeared in the void. Needless to say, the ancient stone door that connected the heavenly god realm and the Dark Night Continent was naturally taken away by Gu Fei. At that moment, outside the Wang family's ancestral land in the heavenly god realm, murderous aura filled the sky. Countless soldiers and wild beasts set up a terrifying killing formation and surrounded the entire ancestral land. I'm afraid the Wang family is finished. In the distant sky, there were many powerful figures faintly discernible. There were experts from the heavenly god realm who were watching the battle. The Wang family has no choice but to be finished. That is the heaven-trampling evil emperor. Who dares to fight against him? Someone laughed. Not necessarily. You should know that there is someone behind the Wang family. Chapter 41:56. What should we do? That lunatic heaven trampler is here himself. Is our clan really going to die? Inside the Wang clan's ancestral hall, the Wang clan's upper echelons were restless. Although the protective formation could temporarily stop the heaven-trampling evil monarch's army, the protective formation of the Wang clan's ancestral ground would not be able to hold on for long. By then, the entire Wang clan would be annihilated by Heaven Trampler. What are you panicking for? We still have the Divine Beast Protector. We can still fight. The Wang clan's ancestor, Wang, said, "That's right. So what if Heaven Trampler is powerful? Our Wang clan is not to be trifled with." Another Wang clan's ancestor, Wang Xin, nodded. The Wang clan had been around for countless years. Its foundation was unimaginable. Once it used its foundation, it could even fight against Heaven Trampler. Boom. At that moment, a loud noise came from outside. The entire Wang clan's ancestral hall shook. That lunatic is attacking the Guardian formation again. Someone exclaimed in the ancestral hall. The Wang clan's upper echelons in the ancestral hall panicked. What are you panicking for? You're all a bunch of cowards. So what if we're facing a great enemy? We'll just die fighting. Our Wang clan doesn't raise cowards. On the throne in the center of the ancestral hall, Wang Xuanji slapped the armrest of the throne and roared at the upper echelons of the Wang family. You've all disappointed me. Another Wang clan's ancestor sighed. The panicking crowd gradually calmed down. Heaven-trampling evil emperor is really too despicable. Our Wang family doesn't have any deep enmity with him, right? Wang Jin, an expert from the Wang clan, said. It's probably because of our master. Someone said in a low voice. That's right. I heard that before our master left, he wreaked havoc in Heaven Trampler City and crippled the evil monarch's son. Someone said. Everyone began to discuss. The master they were talking about was Gu Fei. They all said that everything was caused by Gu Fei. Many people knew that Gu Fei was heading to the Dark Night continent from the Thousand Dragon City. As the news spread, those forces that didn't dare to attack the Wang clan jumped out. However, when the heaven-trampling evil monarch arrived, all the forces retreated. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was a lunatic. Whoever provoked this lunatic would definitely be unlucky. That was because a lunatic would not act according to common sense. As a matter of fact, the demonic emperor directly led his army to the Wang family's ancestral ground and surrounded it. This siege lasted for half a month. After being attacked by this madman for half a month, the Wang family ancestral ground's protective formation finally couldn't hold on any longer. It was said that this lunatic had gone to invite the Cloud Emperor. Once Emperor Yun arrived, with the combined strength of two emperor gods, the Wang clan's ancestral ground's defensive formation would definitely not be able to withstand it. Once it was breached, the Wang clan would naturally be annihilated. Shut up! Wang Xuanji's expression changed when he heard the higher-ups of the Wang family discussing Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a supreme existence that could suppress an entire clan. Even if he was not an ultimate god, he was close to that realm. If he was angry, he might be even more terrifying than Tatian Evil Emperor. Is Master someone you can talk about? One of the Wang clan's old ancestors, Wang, roared. Old ancestors, if this goes on, the Wang clan will really be annihilated. An elder of the Wang clan, Wang Yuan, said, Our Wang clan has been through a lot. Didn't we turn our misfortunes into blessings? Wang Xuanji stared at Wang Yuan and said coldly, but it's different this time. Wang Yuan said anxiously, Are you guys going to surrender without a fight? Wang Jin yelled at Wang Yuan, Even if we want to surrender, Tatian Evil Emperor will not let us go. Someone said, boom. At that moment, another loud explosion was heard. The whole world seemed to be destroyed, as everyone could feel the terrifying, destructive aura coming from the outside world. Could it be Emperor Yun? Wang Xuanji could not sit still anymore. Emperor Yun was a god emperor who had been through life and death with Tatian Evil Emperor. Once the two of them joined forces, even the Southern Heaven Divine Emperor would have to retreat. Listen up, you bastards inside. I'm going to break your turtle shell. Wash your necks and wait for me. An insolent laugh came from the outside. Tatian, don't go too far. Wang Xuanji said angrily, Buffed, I'm bullying you. What can you do to me? The voice came from the outside. Would you dare to be so presumptuous if my master was here? Wang Xuanji said with a cold smile, Your master? That guy named Gu Fei? Can he still come back? Tatian Evil Emperor's voice was filled with disdain. Wang Xuanji was furious. The Dark Night Emperor is not someone to be trifled with. Gu Fei has offended the Dark Night Emperor. Do you think he can still leave the Dark Night continent alive? Tatian Evil Emperor's voice continued. Hearing Tatian Evil Emperor's words, everyone in the Wang clan's ancestral hall was shocked. They had heard of the Dark Night Emperor. One should know that the Dark Knight Emperor had attacked the heavenly divine realm from time to time. He was a supreme being who could compete with the ultimate gods. A god emperor was as weak as an ant before such a being. What should we do? At that moment, everyone in the Wong clan's ancestral hall was in a panic. Come out and surrender, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Tatian Evil Emperor said. Wang Xuanji did not say anything. He could not believe Tatian Evil Emperor's words. Could it be that my master is really lost in the Dark Night continent? Wang Xuanji could not help but sweat on his forehead. If that was the case, then the Wang clan might not be able to escape this calamity. Brother Tatian, why are you talking to them? Wait until we break this protective formation. You can kill the people inside if you want. Another voice was heard. The only one who could be brothers with the heaven-trampling evil emperor was the Cloud Emperor, who was also a god emperor. Emperor Yun is really here. Wang Xuanji was shocked and angry. He could only bite the bullet and come out to preside over the overall situation. However, it seemed that the Wang clan was really on the verge of extinction. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. The protective formation of the Wang clan trembled violently as countless divine runes appeared and interweaved in the air. An extremely powerful energy ripple spread out in all directions. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared in the void wherever it passed. Boom! Outside the Wang clan's ancestral ground, two emperors stood in the void with their respective divine weapons in their hands. The two emperors were Tatian Evil Emperor and Emperor Yun. Chapter 4157. The sky-trampling evil monarch was extremely powerful. He had personally commanded his soldiers to surround the Wang family's ancestral ground. The Wang family's ancestral ground was the foundation of the Wang family. If the sky-trampling evil monarch were to breach it, the Wang family that had existed for countless years in the southern divine region would be done for. Last time, Gu Fei had already broken through the defensive formation of the Wang family's ancestral ground. This time, it was only a matter of time before the sky-trampling evil monarch and the cloud monarch broke through the defensive formation of the Wang family's ancestral ground. Bang! A deafening explosion shook the entire Wang family's ancestral ground. A giant hole with a circumference of a few li appeared in the sky above the ancestral ground. The people in the Wang family's ancestral ground were dumbfounded upon seeing this. The defensive formation has been breached. An elderly man of the Wang family stared at the giant hole in the sky and said with a trembling voice, "Many disciples of the Wang family felt their legs turning to jelly. There were countless formation runes intertwining around the huge hole in the sky. Those were ancient Tao runes. One after another, they formed a huge formation diagram. The formation pattern loomed over the entire Wang family's ancestral ground. However, at this moment, this ancient defensive formation was actually broken through by someone. Cultivator trampling. It seems like the defensive formation of the Wang family's ancestral ground doesn't live up to its reputation. Following a burst of laughter, two figures charged out from the hole in the sky and unleashed two powerful monarch auras. In the next moment, countless disciples of the Wang family were forced to the ground by the two monarch auras. They trembled in fear. Even their souls were trembling. Only a few experts in the Wang family's ancestral ground were unafraid of the monarch auras. Even Shun King was barely able to remain standing. Bang! More than 10 figures charged out from the Wang family's ancestral hall. Each of them was incredibly powerful. The auras they unleashed when they stood together were on par with the two monarchs. The one leading them was Wang Xuanji. Trampling evil monarch, cloud monarch, what do you mean by this? Wang Xuanji stared at the two monarchs and said while clenching his teeth. He was a genius that once competed against the South Heaven god monarch. Even though he had yet to become a monarch, his cultivation was comparable to a god monarch's. Wang Xuanji, I didn't expect you to live so long. The heaven-trampling, evil emperor sneered at Wang Xuanji. Cultivator Tatian, don't underestimate Wang Xuanji. He's a genius who was able to compete with the South Heaven Divine Emperor for the throne. Emperor Yun looked at Wang Xuanji with a stern expression. Tisk, those who are not martial emperors are all ants. Fellow Taoist Yun, you worry too much. The heaven-trampling, evil emperor did not take Wang Xuanji seriously at all. Emperors were the true rulers of the heaven divine realm. Emperors were invincible as long as the ultimate gods didn't show up. Wang Xuanji wasn't an emperor, so God Lord Tatian certainly wouldn't see him as a worthy opponent. Hee, that's true. Everyone beneath the emperor realm is an ant. Emperor Yun sighed and said, Get out of my Wang clan's ancestral grounds, or you'll die. Wang Xuanji glared at the sky-trampling evil monarch and the cloud monarch and roared. That's right. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. The old ancestor, Wang behind Wang Xuanji said. Ancestor Wang Xian, and the others glared at the two people in front of them. Humph. You still dare to be impudent in front of us when you're about to die. What a joke. Emperor Yun sneered and said, Why are you talking so much nonsense with these ants? The sky-trampling, evil emperor stretched out his hand and slapped at Wang Xuanji and the others. A powerful emperor realm power surged out, and the void in front of his palm rippled like water. Kill! Wang Xuanji roared and made his move. Behind him, Wang and the other old ancestors slapped Wang Xuanji's back and poured their power into Wang Xuanji's body. Boom! At the next moment, an extremely powerful wave of power burst out from Wang Xuanji's body. His cultivation level was instantly restored to its peak, and his aura was still rising. Emperor Yun suddenly thought of something when he saw this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. Bang! The two palms collided in an instant. Amidst the muffled sound, Wang Xuanji didn't move at all, but the sky-trampling evil emperor's upper body shook a little. How is this possible? Emperor Yun was extremely shocked. Those who didn't become emperors were just ants, but the battle strength displayed by Wang Xuanji had broken the iron law of the heavenly divine realm. However, when Emperor Yun saw the dozens of experts from the Wang family behind Wang Xuanji, he understood what was going on. These people stretched out their right hands and pressed them on the backs of the other old ancestors. The dozens of experts poured their power into Wang Xuanji's body. These people were the best of the Wang family. They were either half-emperors or peak Shin King. When these people passed their power to Wang Xuanji, it would be strange if Wang Xuanji's cultivation level didn't improve. Wang Xuanji was already half-crippled by Gu Fei, but at this time, he borrowed the power of others. Not only did he recover his cultivation level, but the shackles of his cultivation level were also loosened. Roar! Wang Xuanji roared at the sky, and a powerful sound wave spread in all directions. Ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out with him as the center. A powerful aura that shocked heaven-trampling evil monarch and Emperor Yun burst out from Wang Xuanji's body. The heaven-trampling evil monarch was pushed back by the powerful energy that burst out from Wang Xuanji's body. At this time, the heaven-trampling evil monarch and Emperor Yun were shocked, especially the heaven-trampling evil monarch. The energy that burst out from Wang Xuanji's body could push him back. This shocked and angered him. The old ancestor became a monarch. The old ancestors and elders of the Wang family were surprised and overjoyed. they immediately backed off and gave 70 to 80% of their cultivation level to Wang Xuanji. At this time, they were extremely weak. However, it was all worth it. Wang Xuanji's cultivation level finally entered the Emperor realm. At this time, the entire sky changed color, the sun and moon lost their light, and the endless power of heaven and earth gathered towards him. A terrifying power of heaven and earth descended from the depths of the sky. This is outrageous. The heaven-trampling evil monarch and Emperor Yun's expression changed when they sensed the power of heaven and earth. Heavenly tribulation. The heaven-trampling evil monarch was furious. Kill! The heaven-trampling evil monarch attacked again. This time, 9 figures rushed out from his body and attacked Wang Xuanji. Each of the figures was extremely powerful. 9 Evil's heavenly art. Emperor Yun's eyes flickered when he saw this. The 9 figures surrounded Wang Xuanji right away. Without any suspense, Wang Xuanji was sent flying while coughing out blood. Old Ancestor. Chapter 4158. Wang Xuanji broke through to the Emperor realm when Emperor Yun and Emperor Tatian joined forces to attack the Wang family's ancestral ground. He was about to become an emperor. It was not easy to become an emperor in the heavenly divine realm. It would trigger a heavenly tribulation. Only those who passed the heavenly tribulation could become a true emperor god. Those who failed to pass the heavenly tribulation naturally could not become an emperor god, because there was only one outcome for failing to pass the heavenly tribulation: death. Since ancient times, no one had ever survived a heavenly tribulation. Die. Before the heavenly tribulation descended, Emperor Tatian made his move. Without any suspense, Wang Xuanji was sent flying. Emperor Tatian's art of 9 evils was powerful and overbearing. Wang Xuanji reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His emperor-level pressure surged between heaven and earth, and endless worldly essence converged from all directions. In just an instant, Wang Xuanji's injuries were healed. At that moment, on a mountain outside the Wang family's ancestral ground, there were several figures. Humph! Emperor Tatian dared to come here and cause trouble. This time, I will make sure he cannot leave. A chubby young man in a Taoist robe sneered at the scene in the Wang family's ancestral ground. The chubby man carried a halberd on his shoulder. This guy was the self-proclaimed Lord of the heavenly divine realm. And the black-robed young man standing beside the chubby man was Gu Fei. Behind Gu Fei stood Emperor Dark Knight, Emperor True Dragon, and Emperor God Mo Yuan. On his right arm, there was a fire Qilin brand. Nourished by Gu Fei's essence, the fire Qilin brand on Gu Fei's right arm became even more powerful. Rumble. At that moment, the sky above the Wang family's ancestral ground suddenly darkened. Tribulation clouds gathered from all directions. Bolts of lightning appeared in the sky and tore the void apart. Damn it! Emperor Tatian wanted to make another move, but he looked up at the sky and left immediately. The god emperor, heavenly tribulation, was about to erupt. If he were to be within the range of the heavenly tribulation, he would definitely be affected. At best, he would be injured. At worst, his body and soul would be destroyed. The Cloud Emperor didn't dare to stay here any longer. He could already feel a terrifying destructive force about to descend. The destructive force that erupted from the heaven and earth made even his heart palpitate. Why did those 2 guys come out? Fatty's eyes suddenly lit up. What? Are you itching for a fight again? Gu Fei smiled. Last time in Heaven Trampling City, the outcome of our battle against this heaven-trampling evil emperor was undecided. Since we've encountered each other, we will naturally have to fight again to determine the outcome. After saying that, the fatty hefted the great halberd and charged forward. Rumble, at this moment, a deafening rumble of thunder came from the sky in front of them. Pitch-black tribulation clouds enveloped the entire area, and countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. The power of heaven and earth was too terrifying. Ordinary living beings naturally could not withstand it. Countless living beings fled into the distance in fear. The heaven-trampling evil emperor's army also set off. Countless divine soldiers and heavenly generals retreated to the distant sky like dark clouds. Their formation was not disrupted at all. It could be seen that the heaven-trampling evil emperor's divine army was definitely a rare elite. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to directly kill their way to the Wang family's ancestral ground and surround the entire Wang family's ancestral ground. It's you? At this moment, the fatty stopped the heaven-trampling evil emperor right away. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was enraged as soon as he saw the fatty. You've returned from the Dark Night continent. The Cloud Emperor was also shocked. It was no secret that Gu Fei killed the Spirit Emperor, subdued Mo Yuan, and went to the Dark Night continent with the fatty. The heaven-trampling evil emperor and the Cloud Emperor naturally knew very well. One should know that the Thousand Dragon City was the heaven-trampling evil emperor's territory. The last battle wasn't satisfying enough. This time, I'm going to cripple you. The fatty did not waste any time and directly swung the great halberd at the heaven-trampling evil emperor. Whoosh! A dazzling blade of light rushed out of the great halberd, directly cutting the void between heaven and earth, and instantly landed on the heaven-trampling evil emperor's head. How dare you? The heaven-trampling evil emperor directly raised his hand and blasted upwards. One could see that he was wearing a black glove. Boom! The heaven-trampling evil emperor's palm slammed hard on the blade of light descending from the sky. In the next moment, the blade of light actually shattered. The fatty was shocked. At this moment, the heaven-trampling evil emperor was shocked, and in a flash, he directly attacked. The hand that was wearing the black glove directly grabbed the fatty's head. There was a dark light flowing on the glove, and a powerful wave of power spread from his hand. Damn, fatty, I'm going to kill you today. The heaven-trampling evil emperor roared angrily. 5 extremely sharp dark light suddenly rushed out of his 5 fingers, piercing the void. The fatty was shocked again and hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he directly swept the great halberd, directly blocking the 5 rays of light. However, the fatty only felt as if he had been hit by 5 divine mountains, and his entire body involuntarily flew thousands of miles away. His hands that were holding the great halberd were actually trembling slightly. How did this guy become so powerful? The fatty was inexplicably shocked. How long had it been? And the heaven-trampling evil emperor was already powerful enough to push him back. Last time, in the heaven-trampling city, he and the heaven-trampling evil emperor were only mutually injured. The heaven-trampling evil emperor hid his strength last time. Gu Fei on the top of the mountain saw this scene and could not help but frown. "Master, let me go kill this guy," the Dark Knight Emperor said. This kind of guy was just an ant in his eyes, and he could kill him countless times with one hand. "No, it'll be a lot less fun this way." Gu Fei shook his head and said, "Boom." At this moment, 9 evil shadows rushed out of the heaven-trampling evil emperor's body. He used the 9 evil heaven art, and the 9 evil shadows instantly rushed in front of the fatty like ghosts, directly colliding with the fatty. 10 direction annihilation. The fatty was furious. He only saw him roar, and a dazzling divine light burst out of his body. That divine light actually enveloped the 9 evil shadows of the heaven-trampling evil emperor in an instant. The 9 evil shadows were instantly obliterated by the divine light and disappeared in an instant. Not only the 9 evil shadows, but even the void around the fatty was being annihilated. As long as the area was enveloped by that ball of divine light, everything would be instantly obliterated. Fatty, this guy is also holding something back. Gouffet smiled. These guys were all extremely shrewd, and they all had their own trump cards. This, the heaven-trampling evil emperor, was shocked. This guy actually destroyed his 9 evil shadows in an instant. Could it be that this guy was like him in the last battle and did not use his full strength? Chapter 41:59. Wang Xuanji finally took that step and triggered the god Emperor Heavenly Tribulation. Terrifying tribulation clouds covered 100,000 miles, and countless living beings were terrified. All the cultivators in the heavenly god realm and the southern divine region could feel the terrifying aura of destruction coming from heaven and earth. Someone became a god emperor. There were 5 strongest god emperors in the southern divine region, apart from the southern heaven god emperor and Tatian god emperor. There was also Emperor Yun and 2 other god emperors. As for the other 2 god emperors, they were mysterious and unfathomable. Their whereabouts were uncertain. At this moment, on the peak of a divine mountain in the southern divine region, a green-robed middle-aged man with a sword on his back suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the Wang family's ancestral ground. Is that Wang Xuanji? The green-robed middle-aged man was like a heavenly sword. The powerful sword intent radiating from his body made even the world lose its color. He was a sword god emperor. There weren't many people who could become a god emperor with the way of the sword in the heavenly god realm. There was more than one sword emperor in the entire southern divine region. Wang Xuanji is finally going to become a god emperor. We can't miss it. A white-robed woman beside the green-robed sword emperor suddenly smiled. She wasn't a fairy-like beauty, but she wasn't ugly either. She looked at the green-robed sword emperor with adoration. All right, let's go take a look. The green-robed sword emperor hugged the white-robed woman and soared into the sky. What a powerful god emperor, heavenly tribulation. Which peerless person is becoming a god emperor? Some of the god emperors were shocked and also headed to the Wang family's ancestral ground. The god emperor, heavenly tribulation, shocked the entire world. Not only the southern divine region, but people from other divine regions were also alarmed. They immediately rushed to the Wang family's ancestral ground to see who was undergoing the tribulation. Soon, many powerful figures appeared outside the Wang family's ancestral ground. Some didn't even hide their tracks, and their powerful auras filled the air. However, some were very mysterious and only watched from the side. Some only showed a blurry shadow, while others couldn't even be seen. They were completely hidden in the void. For a god emperor, it was difficult for others to find them if they wanted to hide. Countless god emperors arrived at the Wang family's ancestral ground in a short time. It's quite lively here. On the top of the mountain, Gouffet stood with his hands behind his back. He calmly glanced at the distant sky and said, "They are just some ants." The Dark Knight Emperor said, "Don't underestimate the creatures of this world." The True Dragon Emperor said solemnly, "Humph." The Dark Knight Emperor sneered and did not speak. He had once attacked the heavenly god realm and wanted to conquer the entire heavenly god realm. However, in the end, he had no choice but to retreat to the Dark Knight continent. In the heavenly god realm, there were powerful existences that were not weaker than him. Kill! At this moment, the fatty let out a furious roar and directly charged towards the heaven-trampling evil monarch. The halberd in his hand emitted an unprecedentedly powerful energy ripple. Rumble! Fatty brandished his halberd, causing the entire void to tremble. The great halberd in the fatty's hand transformed into an undying divine light that pierced straight towards the Tatian evil emperor. The powerful force directly destroyed the void. However, the Sky Trampler evil emperor only extended his right hand and directly blocked the ray of light that pierced through him. The black glove on the heaven-trampling evil emperor's right hand emitted a layer of black light. The fatty's halberd could not penetrate the layer of black light. However, the powerful impact sent the heaven-trampling evil emperor flying 1,000 miles away. Roar! The fatty roared, and his aura surged again. At this moment, this fella's divine might was unparalleled. He was like a different person from his usual playful self. Could this be the fatty's true self? Gu Fei muttered to himself. At this moment, Emperor Yun did not make a move. He was only watching the battle from the side. In fact, he was guarding against Gu Fei and the others. In the eyes of Emperor Yun, Gu Fei was less than an ant. However, Emperor God Mo Yuan, the true Dragon Emperor, and the Dark Knight Emperor beside Gu Fei made Emperor Yun feel threatened. Boom! The heaven-trampling evil emperor was sent flying again. The fatty was extremely overbearing. Even the heaven-trampling evil emperor was suppressed by him. Seeing this scene, all the emperor gods were shocked. The fatty was not an emperor god, but he could completely oppress an emperor god. The combat power that the fatty displayed was beyond everyone's understanding. Damn it! The heaven-trampling evil emperor was shocked and angry. Even with the glove that he brought today, he still could not defeat the fatty. This made him extremely depressed. In the next moment, the heaven-trampling evil emperor performed his ultimate move. 9 evil shadows rushed out from his body and pounced at the fatty. Get lost! The fat man brandished his halberd and sent the 9 evil shadows flying away. One hand to suppress heaven and earth. The heaven-trampling evil emperor roared and slapped at the fatty with his right hand that was wearing the glove. Boundless power of the 9 evils condensed on his palm. The evil emperor's palm was like an ancient divine mountain pressing down on fatty. Break! The fatty became stronger as he fought. The halberd in his hand smashed upwards. Boom! With a loud bang, the halberd in the fatty's hand collided with the huge hand that was descending from the sky. The 2 figures separated in an instant. The fatty fell from the sky and smashed into the mountain. With a loud bang, the entire mountain range below instantly turned into dust and dissipated into the void. It was wiped off the ground in an instant. The heaven-trampling evil emperor was sent flying into the sky. His right sleeve was torn to pieces. Who is that fatty? He can actually compete with the heaven-trampling evil emperor. Someone said, "This guy looks familiar." Some old antique experts were discussing in low voices. Could it be him? An old antique seemed to have thought of something and could not help but turn pale. Who is it? The other old antiques hurriedly asked. The ancient relic, the old antiques said with a trembling voice. What? The other old antiques were shocked to the extreme. No way. An old antique said in disbelief. It's too similar. It's exactly the same. An old antique with white hair and a beard said. From the ancient times until now, the old antiques were all incomparably shocked. Does this fatty have some kind of shocking background? He heard the conversation between the other emperors and was a little curious about the fatty's secret. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly turned his head and looked to the far left. In the distant sky, next to a monarch, stood a woman. Xian Shi. Gu Fei frowned. The joke that day was too big, so much so that it made things very awkward between him and Xian Shi. She also noticed Gu Fei, her eyes a little complicated. Is that the Gu Fei that you think about day and night? A dignified voice sounded. It was the monarch next to Xian Shi. There was no need to ask. This monarch should be the Southern Heaven God Emperor, Xian Kuan. The Southern Heaven God Emperor was one of the top peerless experts in the Southern Divine region. Who would have thought that he would also come? There was a group of people standing behind the Southern Heaven God Emperor, and none of them were weak. They were either divine emperors or half-step God emperors. This kind of power was enough to sweep through the entire Southern Divine region. Xian Shi did not speak. He's just a piece of trash. The Southern Heaven God Emperor said coldly. In his eyes, Gu Fei's cultivation level was simply negligible. He's not a piece of trash. Xian Shi said, this guy's ability to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger was absolutely unprecedented. She had been deceived by this hateful guy. If he's not trash, then what is he? The Southern Heaven God Emperor said disdainfully. This Xian Shi did not know what to say for a moment. Swoosh! At this moment, a divine arrow directly shot from the distant sky toward Wang Xuanji, who was in the midst of transcending tribulation. Its speed was extremely fast. However, a bolt of tribulation, lightning fell from the sky and directly struck the divine arrow. In the next moment, the divine arrow directly collapsed under the bombardment of tribulation lightning. At this time, even a monarch could not easily hurt Wang Xuanji. Countless tribulation, lightning fell from the sky and directly struck Wang Xuanji's body. The tribulation lightning instantly enveloped Wang Xuanji. Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. The area covered by the tribulation lightning continued to expand. The terrifying aura of destruction spread between heaven and earth. Even the Dark Knight Emperor was a little shocked. No one could help Wang Xuanji transcend the tribulation. He could only rely on himself. If he failed, his body and soul would be destroyed. If he succeeded, he would become an invincible God Emperor. At this time, the sky above the sky changed color, as if the entire world was about to be turned upside down. Kill! Emperor Yun made his move. With a roar, he charged towards the fat man. With a wave of his hand, 5 beams of divine light pierced through the void and shot towards the fat man in an instant. So what if the two of you come at me together? The fatty seemed to have gone mad. The halberd in his hand danced, directly shattering the divine lights that pierced through him. He then raised the halberd in his hand and fiercely attacked Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yun. The 3 great experts began to fight. Seeing this, everyone was extremely nervous. They watched as the 3 great cultivators fought and moved. Everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed and turned into ashes. Some emperors quickly retreated and did not dare to observe the battle. One should know that it was not a joke to be affected by a battle of this level. Gu Fei couldn't help furrowing his brows when he saw that the 3 experts were actually heading towards the mountain where Gu Fei was. Humph! The Dark Knight Emperor sneered and stood out. He pushed his right hand forward, and the 3 experts who were charging towards him immediately became motionless, as if they had collided with an immortal mountain. The fatty and the others were immediately pushed back. Dark Knight, they're yours. The fatty said to the Dark Knight Emperor, then turned around and left. You should have done this long ago. The Dark Knight Emperor smiled. In the end, he still made his move. Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yun were immediately taught a lesson. Although it was not life-threatening, it was still extremely embarrassing. It was Gu Fei who asked the Dark Knight Emperor not to kill the 2 of them. Otherwise, Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yun would have long died. Ultimate God. Chapter 4160. The Dark Knight Emperor made his move. With just a single palm, he blocked the 3 experts who were charging towards him. Fatty threw heaven-trampling evil emperor and cloud emperor to the Dark Knight Emperor. Who are you? Trampling, evil Emperor stared at the Dark Knight Emperor and was shocked. Is this guy an ultimate god from the central divine realm? Otherwise, how could he block them so easily? I think we've met a few times. You don't know me? The Dark Knight Emperor said indifferently. He's the Dark Knight Emperor. Emperor Yun, who was beside Trampling, evil Emperor, suddenly exclaimed. What? Tatian, evil Emperor, was shocked to hear that. The Dark Knight Emperor was the #1 person in the Dark Knight continent who unified the Dark Knight continent. He was an existence that could compete with the ultimate gods in the central divine realm. The surrounding god emperors were also shocked to hear Emperor Yun's words. The Dark Knight continent is invading again. All the god emperors were shocked. It was no secret in the cultivation world of the heavenly god realm that the forces of the Dark Knight continent wanted to conquer the heavenly divine realm. The Dark Knight Emperor had invaded the heavenly divine realm several times. Almost all the cultivators knew there was an invincible existence in the Dark Knight continent. Obediently come over and kneel before me. The Dark Knight Emperor stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Trampling, evil Emperor, and Emperor Yun. This Trampling, evil Emperor and Emperor Yun looked at each other. The opponent was the Dark Knight Emperor. Even if they joined forces, they would not be his match. Only those supreme existences from the central divine realm would be able to contend against this great emperor. At that moment, all the god emperors were shocked. The Dark Knight Emperor was domineering. He wanted Trampling, evil Emperor, and Emperor Yun to kneel and surrender. Trampling, evil Emperor, and Emperor Yun were among the 5 strongest god emperors in the southern divine region. They were only half a step away from becoming great emperors. They were called half-step great emperors in the heavenly divine realm. The evil monarch Tatian and the cloud monarch's faces turned extremely ugly. If they knelt down, their reputation would be gone, and they would never be able to raise their heads again. Hee, if you want us to rise and fall, then you'll have to show us your true capabilities. Heaven Trampling, evil monarch's expression changed several times. In the end, he clenched his teeth and stared at the Dark Knight monarch as he said in a deep voice, "That's right. You want us to submit to you with just a few words. You underestimate us too much." Emperor Yun nodded and said, "With their status, how could they be scared by the Dark Knight Emperor? Even if they had to surrender under the supreme martial power of the Dark Knight Emperor so that they wouldn't lose face, to be able to become god emperors. These 2 fellas were extremely shrewd and cunning." Ha! The Dark Knight Emperor burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Heaven Trampling, evil monarch said coldly, "Once I make a move, there will definitely be blood. Do you really want me to make a move?" The Dark Knight Emperor suddenly stopped laughing and looked at Heaven Trampling, evil Emperor, and Cloud Emperor with a faint smile. "Humph, trying to scare me? Bring it on." The Heaven Trampling, evil monarch sneered. "Since you guys want to die, there's no reason why I won't fulfill your wish." The Dark Knight Emperor said, and took a step forward. His left hand was still behind his back, but his right hand waved his sleeve and swept towards Heaven Trampling, evil monarch, and Cloud Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor's sleeve seemed to have turned into a cloud that covered the sky, and it shrouded Heaven Trampling, evil monarch, and Cloud Emperor in an instant. The Heaven Trampling, evil monarch, and Cloud Emperor only felt that their vision turned dark, as if they had suddenly entered another world. They were shocked. Heaven and Earth sleeve. Heaven Trampling, evil monarch was shocked and surprised because the divine power that the Dark Knight Emperor performed was the most ordinary divine power, Heaven and Earth sleeve. Even an ordinary divine king could master this divine power, let alone a god emperor. However, when the Dark Knight Emperor performed the same Heaven and Earth sleeve, it was extremely powerful, and it managed to capture the 2 god emperors. The god emperors who were watching the battle almost dropped their eyeballs when they saw that. Those were the two most powerful god emperors in the southern divine region, and they were captured by the Dark Knight Emperor's heaven and earth sleeve. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. The Dark Knight is really good at pretending. Fatty shook his head and said, Gouffet did not see how the Dark Knight Emperor made his move. He suddenly raised his head and saw a purple aura surging in the sky far away. The purple aura spread out very quickly, and it was heading towards them in an overwhelming manner. At the same time, a terrifying aura that made the souls of the god emperors tremble arrived. All the god emperors turned pale with fright, and they felt uncomfortable as if a divine mountain was pressing down on them. That is, everyone looked towards the purple aura, and they saw that there were purple lightning bolts appearing in the purple aura. The terrifying aura of destruction made people's hearts palpitate. At this moment, the Dark Knight Emperor suddenly roared angrily. His right sleeve suddenly exploded, and two rays of divine light rushed out. Kill! The Dark Knight Emperor was furious. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the two rays of divine light that were escaping. A heaven-devouring power surged out from his palm. The void in front of his palm collapsed abruptly, and it was being devoured directly. The two rays of divine light that Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yun had transformed into froze in the void immediately, and they shook violently. Roar! Emperor Tatian's divine sense fluctuated violently. He tried his best to break free from the devouring power that was surging out from the Dark Knight Emperor's palm. However, the devouring power was too strong, and he could not break free at all. Emperor Yun was the same. Although he was a half-step great emperor, he was not a real great emperor. In front of a real great emperor, they were as weak as ants, still trying to escape. The Dark Knight Emperor exerted force in his right hand, and the two rays of divine light that Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yun had transformed into flew towards his palm. They were about to be caught by him. At this moment, a purple lightning descended from the sky and blasted towards the Dark Knight Emperor. A terrifying aura of destruction spread from the purple lightning, as if it could destroy the world. It was extremely terrifying. Humph! The Dark Knight Emperor's expression changed, and he retracted his right hand. Then he used his hand as a saber and slashed at the purple lightning. Although it was just a hand saber, the power of the Dark Knight Emperor's saber was much stronger than an attack from a real divine saber. The purple lightning struck the Dark Knight Emperor's hand saber, and it exploded. The Dark Knight Emperor's hand was not damaged at all, and he blocked the terrifying destructive purple lightning. The sky-trampling evil emperor and the Cloud Emperor took the opportunity to escape. They were terrified, and they did not dare to stay there at all. They ran away in embarrassment. Zile, since when did you learn to hide? The Dark Knight Emperor did not care about Emperor Tatian and Emperor Yun, who were running away. He did not need to care about such ants at all. At this moment, boundless purple chi filled the sky, and within the purple chi, there were rays of lightning that kept appearing. It was a purple world. A figure appeared in the purple world in front of the Dark Knight Emperor's voice. It was a tall, majestic-looking old man in a purple robe. On the old man's body, purple divine patterns were intertwined. The legendary Purple Thunder Divine Lord. Everyone was inexplicably shocked, and even Gouffet was a little moved. Dark Knight, don't be so arrogant. I'll take you on, the purple-clothed old man said as he took a step forward. Boundless purple chi immediately gathered from all directions, and rays of lightning directly blasted at the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor waved his big sleeve, and the purple lightning that filled the sky was directly absorbed into his big sleeve. Purple thunder rage. The purple-clothed old man roared, and 9 balls of purple lightning were directly blasted at the Dark Knight Emperor. That was the power of the purple thunder, which was extremely overbearing. Even an ultimate god would not dare to take it head-on. However, the Dark Knight Emperor did not dodge and let the 9 balls of lightning hit him. The 9 balls of lightning exploded, but the Dark Knight Emperor was not hurt at all. How is this possible? The Purple Thunder Divine Lord was shocked and angry when he saw that. The combat strength that the Dark Knight Emperor showed was really amazing. "Eat my palm." The Dark Knight Emperor directly slapped his right hand upward, and a huge palm immediately appeared in the void and blasted at the Purple Thunder Divine Lord in the sky. Rumble. Wherever the big palm passed, the void was annihilated as if it could disperse the endless purple chi. Boom! A loud noise was heard as 2 extremely tyrannical forces collided together. A violent energy storm swept across the sky and the ground. Many giant mountains on the ground were directly turned into dust and completely wiped out from the ground. Gu Fei stood on the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back, and a light flashed in his eyes when he saw that scene. The Purple Thunder Divine Lord must be an invincible existence in the Central Celestial Territory. Everyone was shocked that he actually left the Central Celestial Territory and appeared in the Southern Celestial Territory. One should know that the ultimate gods in the Central Celestial Territory were not existences that could casually leave. The 2 ultimate god experts were engaged in a fierce battle. Extremely violent energy fluctuations kept surging out, causing the entire heaven and earth void to tremble. All the god emperors retreated far away. From time to time, divine light rushed out from the 2 experts and destroyed everything. An emperor god was swept by the divine light and turned into dust. He didn't even have the time to scream before his body and soul were destroyed. He died, and his Tao disappeared. So strong, the god emperors who saw that scene were all shocked. The great emperors and ultimate gods were too strong and could simply crush all god emperors. Even the strongest god emperor was absolutely not a match for those 2 existences. Rumble, just as the Dark Knight Emperor and the Purple Thunder Divine Lord were fighting, Wang Xuanji's heavenly tribulation had reached a critical juncture. The destructive aura of the tribulation clouds in the sky became stronger, and the power to destroy heaven and earth was rapidly condensing. That was the power of heaven and earth, and all living beings were extremely terrified. Even the god emperors retreated far away and did not dare to approach. Chapter 41:61. The battle between great emperors was earth-shattering. Purple Thunder Divine Lord and Purple Aura from the south fought against the Dark Knight Emperor of the Dark Knight continent. This battle attracted the attention of countless experts, and everyone was watching. However, not everyone was qualified to watch this battle. The strongest experts in the heavenly divine realm were the ultimate gods, while the most powerful existence in the Dark Knight continent was the Dark Knight Emperor. Ultimate gods and great emperors were just different names for different realms. The Dark Knight Emperor was a dragon that had crossed the river, while the Purple Thunder Divinity was a local snake. When a dragon that had crossed the river met a local snake, the outcome of this battle was hard to predict. If the Dark Knight Emperor won, the entire heavenly god realm would once again be plunged into dark turbulence. If the Purple Thunder Divine Lord won, the Dark Knight Emperor would not need to return to the Dark Knight continent, as he had a stronger existence behind him. No matter the outcome of this battle, the Dark Knight Emperor did not care. Even if the sky fell, there would be someone stronger to support it. Boom! Bam! The 2 supreme experts directly shattered the void, destroyed the world, and went straight into the depths of the starry sky, plucking the stars, capturing the moon, and swallowing the sun. These were the means of a great emperor. the Dark Knight Emperor stretched out his right hand, and the dozen stars in the distance immediately flew towards him. The dozen stars rapidly shrunk, and then he grabbed them in his hand. Go! The Dark Knight Emperor directly waved his hand, and the dozen stars that he had refined into beads directly bombarded the purple thunder Divine Lord. Even though it had been refined into a bead by the Dark Knight Emperor, it was still a star after all. The moment it made a move, it caused the surrounding void to collapse. Even though there were only a dozen or so beads, wherever they passed, the void would tremble and pitch-black spatial cracks would appear. Kill! The purple thunder Divine Lord roared, and a dazzling purple electric light appeared on his right fist. The next moment, his fist directly smashed towards the dozen beads that were bombarding him. Boom! The next moment, the dozen beads instantly exploded, and a terrifying power of stars erupted. The starry sky within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles directly collapsed and annihilated. The vast and terrifying power of destruction directly enveloped the purple thunder Divine Lord. Is that all you've got? Divine Purple Thunder's voice rang out from the destructive storm formed by the exploding stars. The Emperor of the Dark Knight stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He looked at the figure walking out of the destructive storm step by step with an indifferent expression. The Violet Thunder divinity was domineering to the extreme. He was the old ancestor of the Violet Thunder sect in the Central Divine region. Even the current sect leader of the Violet Thunder sect had to address him as Old Ancestor. The waters of the Central Celestial Territory were very deep. No one knew how many legendary ultimate gods were hiding in the Central Celestial Territory. However, there was definitely more than one ultimate god in the Central Celestial Territory. Humph! Even Hung Tian doesn't dare to speak to me like this. Who do you think you are? The Dark Knight Emperor said indifferently. Hung Tian. Divine Purple Thunder's eyes lit up when he heard this. Rumor has it that a great emperor has appeared in the Dark Knight continent. I would like to see if the great emperor of the Dark Knight continent is more powerful, or if the hierarch of the heavenly god realm is more powerful. Divine Purple Thunder's battle intent was like a rainbow. 2 balls of lightning flashed in his eyes. The glaring electric light was brighter than the stars. I only know of Hung Tian in the heavenly god realm. I didn't expect there to be another arrogant guy besides Hung Tian. The Dark Knight Emperor said disapprovingly. Cut the crap. Kill. Divine Purple Thunder roared and directly punched the Dark Knight Emperor. As he punched, endless purple lightning appeared in the void. Every purple lightning was bigger than a mountain and directly tore the starry sky apart. Ultimate gods were existences that could break the void and directly enter the upper realm. In the heavenly god realm, ultimate gods were invincible existences. The reason why they didn't leave was because they wanted to protect the heavenly god realm. Divine Purple Thunder was one of the guardian gods of the heavenly god realm. The Dark Knight Emperor was also such an existence. However, the Dark Knight Emperor was not the guardian god of the heavenly god realm. He once wanted to conquer the entire heavenly god realm. The Dark Knight Emperor waved his big sleeves and once again displayed the sleeve universe divine ability. Although this divine ability was very ordinary, in his hands it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Boom! The endless lightning was directly absorbed by the Dark Knight Emperor's big sleeves. Buzz! At this moment, a purple lightning divine spear appeared in Divine Purple Thunder's hand. The divine spear cut through the void and instantly pierced between the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows. At this moment, the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows suddenly split open, and a divine light directly rushed out. Boom! Endless divine power exploded like a divine sun and directly exploded. The tyrannical power directly shook divine purple thunder, and his divine spear thousands of miles away. What divine purple thunder was shocked and angry at the same time. His hand that was holding the divine spear trembled slightly. His entire arm was numb from the shock, and he almost couldn't hold the divine spear in his hand. Swoosh! The next moment, divine purple thunder only felt a divine light in front of him and pain in his eyes. After that, his chest was hit hard. His whole body shook, and a sound of bones breaking was heard. Before divine purple thunder could finish his thought, he exploded with a bang and turned into a cloud of blood mist. At this time, everyone felt a terrifying fluctuation appear and disappear in an instant. It was as if this fluctuation had never appeared in the first place. Some experts who went into the starry sky to watch the battle saw this scene, and their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. What did I just see? Purple thunder divine. Lord's divine body was destroyed. Some emperor gods who were watching the battle from the starry sky were in disbelief. One must know that divine purple thunder was an ultimate god, yet his divine body exploded? How was that possible? At that moment, a ray of light was fading from the dark Night Emperor's cracked eyebrows. The next moment, the crack on the Dark Night Emperor's eyebrows also disappeared. You're overestimating yourself. The Dark Night Emperor waved his big sleeves and directly kept the blood mist into his big sleeves. An ultimate god died, just like that. Someone exclaimed, "What is Dark Night doing?" The true Dragon Emperor, who was standing behind Gu Fei, was a little impatient. He's met a rare opponent. Emperor God Mo Yuan said, "He's here." Gu Fei raised his head and looked towards the starry sky. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed on the mountaintop. "Greetings, Master." This person immediately bowed to Gu Fei. This person was the Dark Night Emperor. Divine purple thunder died, just like that. The surrounding emperor gods were really shocked. That was an ultimate god, an invincible ultimate god, but he was actually killed by the Dark Night Emperor. The news spread quickly, and everyone was shocked. The news spread at the fastest speed to the Central Celestial Region, and then the entire Central Celestial Region was in an uproar. Divine purple thunder died in the Southern Celestial Region. How is that possible? I heard it was the Dark Night Emperor. All the experts in the Central Celestial Region were inexplicably shocked. The Purple Thunder sect was even more gloomy. There was news that divine Purple Thunder's life plate in the Purple Thunder sect had shattered. There was only one possibility for a life plate to shatter, and that was that divine Purple Thunder had really died. The Purple Thunder sect was one of the strongest forces in the Central Celestial Region. But now, with the death of divine Purple Thunder, the Purple Thunder sect was immediately in a precarious situation. Many forces directly targeted the Purple Thunder sect. The Central Celestial Region was in an uproar. The death of divine Purple Thunder had completely broken the balance of the Central Celestial Region. Of course, Gu Fei couldn't possibly know all this. At this moment, Wang Xuanji's god emperor heavenly tribulation was still going on. A monstrous and terrifying aura spread out. Even the god emperors didn't dare to get close. Swoosh! Another arrow light shot from afar and directly shot towards Wang Xuanji, who was under the tribulation clouds at an extremely fast speed. Who is it? Gu Fei frowned. With his current cultivation, he was actually unable to sense exactly where the fellow that attacked from the shadows was hiding, and this caused him to feel extremely depressed. Although he had the eternal true bone, Gu Fei's cultivation didn't increase by much. However, it was enough for him to sweep across the entire heavenly divine realm. The arrow light directly broke through the layers of purple lightning and shot directly in front of Wang Xuanji. Wang Xuanji raised his right hand and directly blocked the arrow light. The arrow light hit Wang Xuanji's hand and exploded. The destructive force directly blasted half of Wang Xuanji's body into a bloody mess. However, Wang Xuanji took a deep breath. The wound on his left shoulder was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Trying to obstruct me from becoming an emperor? Wang Xuanji was shocked and angry. He didn't offend anyone. Why did someone actually obstruct him during his tribulation? Rumble, the heavenly tribulation was operating, and the terrifying destructive force directly landed on Wang Xuanji's body. Roar! Wang Xuanji roared to the sky and desperately fought against the power of the heavenly tribulation. Even if he wanted to pull out the person in the dark, he couldn't split himself. Beside Gu Fei, the true Dragon Emperor wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Gu Fei. "Where's the Dark Knight? Come out and fight." At that moment, a loud and clear voice resounded, echoing throughout heaven and earth. Heaven traversing, the Dark Knight Emperor's face suddenly became solemn when he heard the voice. The next moment, a figure appeared opposite the mountain where Gu Fei was. Gu Fei took a look and saw that the person was dressed in black. He was tall, and his entire body was surrounded by divine light. An extremely powerful wave of divine power erupted from his body. "Heaven traversing divine master," some emperor gods exclaimed when they saw that person. Heaven traversing divine master was the ultimate god of the central celestial territory. This ultimate god was much more powerful than the purple thunder divine master. Heaven traversing divine master stood in the void, and his surroundings immediately became a world with him as the center. He was the supreme ruler of that world. "Dark Knight, it's really you." Heaven traversing divine master crossed the domain, but he didn't expect to meet Gu Fei right away. "Heaven traversing divine master, do you want to fight?" Chapter 4162. Sky traversing divine lord, the ruler of the central divine territory, was extremely powerful. Back then, the Dark Knight Emperor directly entered the divine realm from the Dark Knight continent and swept across the 4 divine territories. No one could stop him. In the entire divine realm, only the central divine realm had yet to be conquered by the Dark Knight Emperor. When the Dark Knight Emperor finally entered the central divine realm, he still swept across everything in the beginning. All his opponents could not even take one blow from him and were directly smashed into pieces. However, when the Dark Knight Emperor swept across half of the central divine realm, a figure stopped him. A man and a spear stood on top of a mountain and stopped the millions of divine soldiers from the Dark Knight continent. That scene had subdued countless cultivators from the central divine region. From that day onwards, the entire heavenly god realm came to know of a person's name, Hung Tian. It should be more accurate to say that he was the divine Lord Hung Tian. Sky traversing divine, Lord fought against the Dark Knight Emperor. The battle in the central divine realm was still talked about enthusiastically even after countless years had passed. "Dark Knight, how dare you come to the divine realm? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to go back?" The flying sky divine master looked at the Emperor of the Dark Knight indifferently. His expression was like an unchanging block of ice. It was extremely cold, as if nothing in the world could move him. Interesting. This guy is the strongest ultimate god in the central divine realm. Sky traversing? Gu Fei was looking for the divine realm's origin of heaven and earth. The origin of heaven and earth should be in the central divine realm, which was the center of this world. Therefore, he previously learned about the central divine realm from the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor was a fierce person who directly entered the central divine realm. If it was not for sky-traversing Divine Lord, he might have conquered the entire divine realm. Sky-traversing Divine Lord could compete with the Dark Knight Emperor and even forced him to retreat to the Dark Knight continent. His cultivation and combat power were definitely the strongest in the divine realm. The previous Purple Thunder Divine Lord could not be compared to Sky-traversing Divine Lord at all. You can't stop me. The Emperor of Dark Knight took a step forward, and a gust of great emperors might immediately burst out from his body. The divine might soared into the sky, and the entire heaven and earth suddenly changed color. The sun and moon lost their luster as though the sky was about to be overturned. Is that so? Let's give it a try. Traversing divine, Holiness extended his right hand and grabbed at the void. A pitch-black spear appeared in his hand. The spearhead and the body of the spear were one, and there were streaks of dark light lingering around the spearhead and the body of the spear. Ancient divine patterns could be faintly seen within the body of the spear. A terrifying, murderous aura spread out from the divine spear and divine, revered gods' hands, and all the surrounding emperor gods who were watching the battle felt their souls tremble. That is, Gu Fei discovered that the spearhead of the sky-traversing divine being's spear was stained with blood that had yet to dry. The dark blood was like fresh blood. However, it was definitely not a new blood, as the blood on the spearhead had a weak great emperor's aura. The great spear was extraordinary, as it had killed a great emperor or an ultimate god. Even the Dark Knight Emperor had some misgivings about the great spear in the hands of Flying Sky Hierarch. This spear is called Void-Shattering, Sky-Traversing Divine. Venerable looked at the spear in his hand and said calmly, "Void-Shattering Spear?" The god emperors of the heavenly god realm were all astonished. Having cultivated to such a realm, having lived for countless years, they were all ambitious and ruthless characters. Naturally, they knew many secrets of the heavenly god realm. Void-Shattering Divine Spear was one of the strongest divine weapons in Heaven God world. Legend had it that the spear had the power to destroy heaven and earth. However, the Void-Shattering Divine Spear had disappeared for countless years. No one would have thought that the Void-Shattering Divine Spear had fallen into the hands of Flying Sky Hierarch. Even the Dark Knight Emperor was shocked when he heard that. He had once wanted to conquer Heaven God world. Naturally, he knew the history of Heaven God world. One should know that only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Emperor's blood. Emperor True Dragon stared at the great spear in Flying Sky Hierarch's hands, and his expression grew solemn. He was the guardian of the ancient stone door, and he had existed since the Antiquity era. He could tell how powerful and terrifying the great spear in Flying Sky Hierarch's hands was at first glance. What Emperor's blood? Emperor God Mo Yuan asked suspiciously. His cultivation base was not high enough, and he naturally could not sense the existence of Emperor's blood. Emperor True Dragon and the others ignored Emperor God Mo Yuan. From their point of view, Emperor gods were merely ants, and they could kill them with one finger. Emperor God Mo Yuan did not dare to say anything when he saw that Emperor True Dragon was ignoring him. The other party was a great emperor, the strongest person in Dark Knight Continent, and he was merely an emperor god. Regardless of where it was, the strong would be respected. It was an iron law and an unchanging rule, especially in Dark Knight Continent. It was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The fate of the weak could only be controlled by the strong. They had no freedom, and they could not even control their own life and death. Emperor Dark Knight did not speak. He pulled his hands in front of him, and a divine weapon appeared immediately and floated in the void in front of him. It was a divine axe, and the divine axe was a complete whole. It was forged from a single piece of divine metal, and there were countless ancient divine marks imprinted on the divine axe. This divine axe was like an ancient giant beast that was in a deep slumber. It emitted a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Once the divine axe was awakened, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Emperor Dark Knight held the divine axe, and his aura instantly soared to the limit. An unparalleled Emperor aura spread out and caused the entire place to become unstable. Everyone was extremely shocked. The god emperors who were watching the battle immediately retreated far away. South Heaven Emperor Xian Kuan and Xian Shi retreated too. God emperors were no longer able to interfere in a battle of this level. When two great emperor-level existences were fighting, even the slightest ripple of energy could destroy a god emperor's body and soul. No god emperor dared to watch the battle from afar. If they were to be affected by the battle, they would most likely die. Should we leave too? Emperor God Mo Yuan said. The powerful aura that burst out from the two experts was terrifying. Even a god emperor like him could not withstand it. If it wasn't for Emperor True Dragon, he would have fled long ago. Although Gu Fei did not seem to have the cultivation base of a god emperor, he was still calm when facing the two experts. No one could see through Gu Fei's cultivation. Even the Dark Knight Emperor, the True Dragon Emperor, and even the heaven-traversing hierarch could not see through Gu Fei's cultivation. Emperor God Mo Yuan looked at Gu Fei, who was standing with his hands behind his back and looking at the two great emperor-level invincible experts in front of him. He had mixed feelings. This axe is called skybreaking. Emperor Dark Knight caressed the axe and said, "Skybreaking axe?" Emperor God Mo Yuan was shocked when he heard it. Emperor True Dragon's eyes shot out two rays of divine light that were over 10 zhang long. It's the skybreaking axe. Chapter 4163. The Dark Knight Emperor had dominated the Dark Knight continent for tens of thousands of years. There were very few people who had seen him use his weapon because most of them were dead. In the Dark Knight continent, only a few people knew that the Dark Knight Emperor had a divine weapon. However, it was a secret as to what kind of divine weapon it was. It was only today that Emperor God Mo Yuan found out that the Dark Knight Emperor's weapon was the heaven-shattering axe. It was the #1 divine weapon in the Dark Knight continent. The heaven-shattering axe is in his hands. The Emperor True Dragon squinted his eyes as he stared at the heaven-shattering axe in the Dark Knight Emperor's hand. Then he took a glance at Gu Fei, who was standing in front of him. He and the Dark Knight Emperor were both Gu Fei's servants. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to get the heaven-shattering axe. The Emperor True Dragon's cultivation and fighting power were on par with the Dark Knight Emperor's. The heaven-shattering axe was the #1 divine weapon in the Dark Knight continent. It had been famous in the Dark Knight continent since the Antiquity era. It would be strange if he wasn't tempted by the heaven-shattering axe. Everyone in the Dark Knight continent was tempted by it. Of course, with Gu Fei around, the Emperor True Dragon wouldn't dare to act recklessly. "Let's fight." The Dark Knight Emperor stared at the sky-traversing Divine Master and said calmly, "Let's fight then." The sky-traversing Divine Master exhaled. The next moment, he raised the divine spear in his hand, and it turned into a ray of dark light that pierced towards the Dark Knight Emperor's forehead. The spearhead that was stained with the Emperor's blood emitted a ball of dark light, and a terrifying murderous aura spread from the spear. The Dark Knight Emperor didn't dare to delay. The divine axe in his hand turned into a ray of light and slashed at the divine spear. Clang! As the sound of metal piercing through stone rang out, the two extremely powerful divine artifacts collided in an instant. All the god emperors felt as if their eardrums were about to be shattered. They all felt as if their heads were about to split open, and the entire world seemed to have fallen silent. They couldn't hear anything for the time being. A trace of blood seeped out of the ears of the slightly weaker god emperors. Some emperor gods were even shaken down from the sky by the terrifying sound waves and fell to the ground. Although they didn't fall to their deaths, they were in an extremely pathetic state. Only Gu Fei and the true Dragon Emperor remained calm, as if they were not affected at all. That terrifying sound wave swept over, but Gu Fei was like a spring breeze, still standing on the mountaintop with his hands clasped behind his back, with a calm expression on his face. As the sound wave spread out, countless mountains within a radius of 10,000 miles were directly turned into dust. Even a portion of Wang Xuanji's celestial emperor heavenly tribulation was dispersed. Seeing the might of this attack, everyone was dumbfounded. Wang Xuanji, who was undergoing tribulation, was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He hurriedly retreated further away. If he was affected, he would also die. One must know that he was not even a god emperor. However, when Wang Xuanji moved, the tribulation clouds in the sky actually moved as well. Rumble, boundless tribulation clouds covered the sky and chased after Wang Xuanji. This scene was shocking to the extreme. Wherever the tribulation clouds passed, there was chaos. Those celestial emperors all retreated at once. The Wang clan's ancestral land was completely destroyed. However, there was no one from the Wang clan. They were obviously hiding in the Grotto Heaven. For a cultivation clan like the Wang clan that had been passed down for countless years and had emperor gods for generations, there must be a Grotto Heaven in the ancestral land. Only the Wang clan's Grotto Heaven could enter. Outsiders had no idea how to enter the Grotto Heaven. Of course, ultimate existences like ultimate gods and great emperors could directly break the void and enter the Grotto Heaven. It was not impossible for them to destroy the Grotto Heaven with a raise of their hand. At that moment, while everyone was still in shock, the Dark Knight Emperor and the sky-traversing Divine Master were fighting. The void around them directly exploded. They were like the gods of destruction as they directly shattered the void between heaven and earth with every move they made. This world could no longer restrain them. Boom! Clang! A terrifying divine power exploded continuously. The divine axe in the Dark Knight Emperor's hand seemed to be splitting the sky. When the axe was swung, divine light suddenly appeared like cold lightning and tore the void between heaven and earth. The void-breaching divine spear in the sky-traversing Divine Master's hand pierced through the void, and the bloody spearhead did not leave the Dark Knight Emperor's glabella. The sound of weapons clashing against each other caused the entire void to tremble. Crack! The mountain that Gu Fei was standing on had cracks on it, as though it could collapse at any time. Humph! The Emperor of True Dragons stomped his foot, and a gush of divine power was transmitted into the mountain from his foot. The next moment, the cracks on the mountain disappeared. A great emperor's power shrouded the entire mountain. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, only the mountain that Gu Fei was standing on wasn't erased. The other mountains were turned into dust by the sound waves. Then, Emperor God, Mo Yuan, let out a breath of relief. The Emperor of True Dragons' power isolated the terrifying pressure from the outside world. Hung. At this time, high up in the sky, two figures instantly collided with each other like meteors. The void shattered, and a destructive storm of power swept out in all directions. The two experts couldn't determine the winner within a short period of time. The sky-traversing Divine Master is really powerful. Someone exclaimed. The fighting power that the sky-traversing Divine Master had displayed was really shocking. An ordinary ultimate god might not even be able to take one hit from him. However, the Dark Knight Emperor wasn't an ordinary person. Their cultivation and fighting power were on par. It was difficult to determine the winner, and it was even more difficult to determine the winner. Sky-splitting axe. The Dark Knight Emperor roared in anger. He held the divine axe with both his hands and slashed at the sky-traversing divine master with all his might. The light blade from the sky-splitting axe lit up the entire universe as though it was going to split the universe into two. Sky-splitting spear. The sky-traversing divine master didn't show any weakness, and he performed his strongest killer move. The divine spear in his hand trembled and stabbed forward fiercely. Then, the entire void in front of him suddenly collapsed. The light blade that was slashing towards him actually slashed into the collapsed void and disappeared in an instant. The spearhead of the sky-traversing divine master's void-breaking divine spear appeared in front of the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked, and he quickly placed the divine axe in front of his chest. Clang! The void-breaking divine spear in the sky-traversing divine master's hand stabbed the divine axe directly, and sparks flew everywhere. The ferocious impact caused the Dark Knight Emperor to fly backward. Void great way. On the mountain top, Gu Fei saw the scene, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. The power contained in the void-breaking divine spear should be the power of void. Otherwise, how could it break the void? The void-breaking divine spear and the sky-splitting divine axe were trash in Gu Fei's eyes. They weren't worth mentioning at all. He randomly took out a few divine weapons, and they were much more powerful than the two divine weapons. Again, Chapter 4164. Sky-traversing divine master was known as the strongest ultimate god in Heaven Divine World. The divine weapon in his hand was one of the strongest divine weapons in Heaven Divine World. If it were someone else, there would be no need to fight. However, sky-traversing divine master's opponent was the Emperor of Dark Knight. The Emperor of Dark Knight was the first invincible existence in Dark Knight Continent to conquer the entire Dark Knight Continent. In order to unify Dark Knight Continent, he once turned the Dark Knight Continent into a river of blood. Countless experts in Dark Knight Continent were ruthlessly killed by him. Many of the overlords and peerless emperor gods in Dark Knight Continent died in his hands. The Emperor of Dark Knight was the emperor god with the strongest murderous nature in Dark Knight Continent. At that moment, his murderous intent stirred, and the color of heaven and earth changed. Countless living beings within a 10,000-mile radius were terrified to the extreme. Even the emperor gods, who were watching the battle nearby, felt their souls trembling. Such a strong, murderous nature. How many living beings must he have killed to accumulate such a strong, murderous nature? Some of the older emperor gods were shocked to the extreme. There seemed to be countless ferocious souls struggling and roaring around the Emperor of Dark Knight. It was extremely terrifying. This guy seems to be on the path of killing. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw that. The Emperor of Dark Knight wasn't the first to enter the path of killing. The servant he subdued in Ancestor God Realm was a madman who entered the path of killing. At that moment, the void-breaching divine spear and sky-traversing divine master's hand broke through the dense murderous aura and stabbed at the Emperor of Dark Knight. Die! The Emperor of Dark Knight didn't hesitate and slashed at the incoming spear with his axe. The murderous aura emitted from the sky-breaking axe was like a stormy sea. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed as it swept across the sky and earth. Clang! The two divine weapons collided again. The sound pierced through the void, and the sound wave shook the entire heaven and earth. Rays of divine light shot out in all directions. Wherever the divine light passed, there were pitch-black space cracks that tore the sky and earth apart. All the god emperors who were watching the battle nearby turned pale with fright when they saw the divine light that shot out. They dodged in panic. However, there were a few screams and 3 unlucky emperor gods were pierced by the divine light. In the next moment, the 3 unlucky emperor gods turned into ashes, and their souls were destroyed. Even the god weapons and god treasures they were carrying had turned into ashes. 2 emperor gods were grazed by the divine light, and half of their bodies turned into blood mist. They were severely injured, and they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran away. When the other god emperors saw this, they broke out in cold sweat. Luckily, they weren't the unlucky ones. At this moment, 3 beams of divine light directly shot towards the mountain where Gu Fei was. Gu Fei stood on the top of the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. It was as if he didn't see the 3 beams of divine light and didn't care about them at all. He was still looking up at the battle in the sky. Just when the 3 beams of divine light were about to hit the top of the mountain, a huge dragon rushed out of the mountain. The huge dragon merely stretched out a dragon claw and directly shattered the 3 beams of divine light of destruction that pierced through it. Roar! The huge dragon roared at the sky, and terrifying sound waves spread across the heaven and earth. It was a real dragon's roar, and it shook the heaven and earth. The god emperors who were watching the battle from afar felt their blood boil, and the weaker god emperors spat out a mouthful of blood. Supreme God is another supreme god born. The god emperors of the heavenly god realm were shocked. The southern divine region actually had 4 supreme ultimate gods at the same time. Of course, there were only 3 ultimate gods left in the southern divine region. That was because the Purple Thunder supreme god was killed by the Dark Knight Emperor. There were strong and weak gods and great emperors. The Purple Thunder supreme god was only a low-level god. How could he be a match for the Dark Knight Emperor? It was extremely rare to see so many supreme gods appearing at the same time in the entire heavenly god realm. The battle between the Dark Knight Emperor and the heaven-traversing divine being had definitely shocked the entire heavenly god realm. It was a battle between great emperors. Battles of this level rarely happened in the countless years. The 2 great experts fought until the void shattered, the stars shook, and the entire sky seemed to be overturned. In the end, the 2 great experts fought into the depths of the starry sky. A battle between experts of this level could directly destroy an entire region. As long as they fought in the depths of the starry sky, it would not affect the southern divine region. However, at this time, the Wang family's ancestral land was completely destroyed. It was a divine land, but this divine land had turned into ruins, just as the Dark Knight Emperor and the heaven-traversing divine being fought into the starry sky. A ball of divine light suddenly appeared in the ruins of the Wang family's ancestral land. Then, a group of people rushed out of the ball of divine light. This group of people were the Wang family's ancestors: Wang Xian, Wang Yuan, Wang Jin, and the others were all there looking at the ruins in front of them in fear. The destruction of the ancestral land made all the disciples of the Wang family extremely sad and angry. The destruction of the Wang family's ancestral land was definitely an unimaginable loss to the Wang family. However, the Wang family's inheritance did not end because the Wang family's cave was still there. The Wang family's true inheritance was in the Wang family's cave, not in the outside world. Ancestor, Wang Jin looked at Wang Xian and clenched his fists. Those people were really despicable. They actually destroyed their ancestral land. There's no need to say anything more. Wang Xian raised her head and looked at the sky. At this time, there were constantly strong lights in the depths of the starry sky. It was the last and most dazzling light that was released when the stars were destroyed. Even on the ground, Wang Xian and the others could still feel the terrifying pressure from the depths of the starry sky. Is this the power of a divine venerable? Wang Xian's eyes flickered. This power was the power that she was pursuing. Let's go see Master. Wang looked at the mountain in the distance. All right, Wang Xian nodded, and then led a group of Wang family's senior elders to the mountain where Gu Fei was at with the other ancestors. Boss, the Wang family is here, Fatty said. Gu Fei nodded and said nothing. Greetings, Master. Wang Xian led a group of Wang family's senior elders to the mountain and then knelt before Gu Fei. When the other god emperors saw this scene, they were all indescribably astonished. The dignified ancestor of the Wang family was actually kneeling to a youth. Get up, Gu Fei said calmly. Wang Xian, and the others quickly stood up and retreated to the side. At this time, the Emperor True Dragon had already returned to the mountain and stood behind Gu Fei. I guess it won't be easy for these two to decide who's the winner, the Emperor True Dragon said. Then let's wait here, Gu Fei said as he jumped onto a huge rock and sat cross-legged on it. The Emperor True Dragon was confused. Didn't Master want to capture Sky, traversing divine? Venerable, did Master change his mind? He dared not ask further. The others could only wait on the mountain. However, at this time, a mysterious figure appeared in the sky. The figure took a step and instantly arrived above the mountain where Gu Fei was. The Emperor True Dragon raised his head. You dare to behave atrociously in the heavenly divine world. The person in the sky was shrouded in black fog. Two blood-colored lights shone in the black fog. It was a pair of blood-colored eyes. A powerful pressure descended from the sky. Gu Fei was still fine, but everyone from the Wang family nearly peed their pants in fear. Coward, come and fight me if you have the guts. The Emperor True Dragon said to the mysterious person in the sky. What did you say? Who are you calling a coward? The mysterious person in the sky was furious. I'm talking about you, coward. The Emperor True Dragon sneered. Go to hell. The mysterious person was angered by the Emperor True Dragon. At the next moment, a huge palm descended from the sky and grabbed the mountain. The huge palm covered the entire mountain. The Wang family was scared out of their wits. The True Dragon Emperor revealed his true form. A gigantic dragon soared into the sky, its dragon claws tearing through the void as it clawed towards the mysterious man. Boom! The dragon claw collided with the giant hand descending from the sky. In the next moment, the two forces instantly exploded, forming a terrifying storm of destruction that swept out in all directions. The two figures instantly separated. Come and fight me if you have the guts. The Emperor True Dragon soared into the sky and entered the starry sky. Damn it! The mysterious person was obviously mad with the Emperor True Dragon. He also soared into the sky and chased after the Emperor True Dragon. Master, is that guy an ultimate god too? Emperor God Mo Yuan asked curiously. Gu Fei, who was sitting on the rock, did not say anything but nodded. An ultimate god might be invincible in the eyes of others, but it was nothing in his eyes. He used to be a supreme existence in the eternal realm. To him, an ultimate god was not even a sage. However, in the heavenly divine realm and the dark night continent, an ultimate god was an invincible existence. There are so many ultimate gods in the heavenly divine realm. Emperor God Mo Yuan's forehead was sweating. No wonder the Dark Knight Emperor wanted to retreat to the Dark Night continent. There were so many ultimate gods in the heavenly divine realm. No matter how strong the Dark Knight Emperor was, it was impossible for him to fight so many ultimate gods at the same time. At that moment, the battle between the Emperor True Dragon and the mysterious ultimate god broke out. In the starry sky, there were stars exploding and bright lights bursting. The two of them had no scruples at all. A part of the starry sky was almost destroyed. The heavenly divine realm was too complicated. The Dark Knight Emperor could not conquer the entire heavenly divine realm because there was only one great emperor in the Dark Knight continent. Now, there was a true dragon emperor. With the appearance of the Emperor True Dragon and the Dark Knight Emperor, the two great emperors could indeed fight against the ultimate gods in the heavenly divine realm. However, the outcome was uncertain. Chapter 41:65. There were already three ultimate gods in the heavenly divine world. They were the legendary supreme existences. When the news spread, the entire heavenly divine world was in an uproar. However, when the Dark Knight Emperor took action and killed Purple Thunder Divine Lord, all the cultivators in the heavenly divine world were stunned. The legendary ultimate god was killed by the Dark Knight Emperor. That was an ultimate god, the strongest person in the heavenly divine world since ancient times. However, one of the ultimate gods had fallen today. Although Divine Venerate Purple Thunder was killed by the Dark Knight Emperor on the spot, Divine Venerate Sky Traversing made a move. At this moment, Soaring Divine Lord and the Dark Knight Emperor were fighting in the depths of the starry sky. Terrifying pressure came from the depths of the starry sky, and countless living beings were terrified. While the sky-traversing ultimate god and the Dark Knight Emperor were fighting, Gu Fei and the others were intercepted by a mysterious ultimate god. The mysterious ultimate god was fighting the true Dragon Emperor, and the two supreme experts fought their way into the starry sky. Today, the southern divine region was in an uproar. The entire heavenly divine world was in an uproar. Countless experts were looking at the southern divine region, a great emperor versus an ultimate god. It was a battle between the strongest person in the heavenly divine world and the strongest person in the Dark Knight continent. The outcome would directly affect the two worlds. The experts in the heavenly divine world naturally hoped that Soaring Divine Lord could chase the Dark Knight Emperor back to the Dark Knight continent again. However, it would be very difficult this time. To Gu Fei, it was not important who won or lost. Boom! In the starry sky, a dragon claw directly shattered the void. More than a dozen stars directly exploded, and a part of the starry sky turned into a piece of chaos. On the mountaintop, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a big rock. Emperor God Mo Yuan and the experts of the Wang family stood below the big rock. The people of the Wang family were already stunned. The might of a great emperor was not something they could withstand. Previously, with the protection of the true Dragon Emperor, the people of the Wang family were still fine. However, now that the true Dragon Emperor had left to fight the mysterious ultimate god, the experts of the Wang family were shivering under the terrifying pressure. Even the ancestors of the Wang family, Wang Xian, and Wang were terrified. Gu Fei glanced at the experts from the Wang family and extended his right hand. An ancient cauldron immediately appeared in his hand. The simple and unadorned ancient cauldron did not seem eye-catching at all. However, the aura emitted from the ancient cauldron shrouded the entire mountain. In the next moment, the experts of the Wang clan felt their bodies loosen up. The terrifying pressure on their hearts immediately disappeared. This is Wang Xian, and the rest stared at the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand with great astonishment. Could this ancient cauldron be on the same level as the void-breaching spear and the heaven-shattering godly axe? If they knew that the ancient cauldron was much more powerful than the void god spear and divine emperor axe, they would be gods. The void god spear and divine emperor axe weren't even divine emperor god weapons. Only a perfect world like the ancestor god realm could produce a divine emperor god. A mid-tier world like the heaven god realm couldn't produce a divine emperor. Only a perfect world like the ancestor god realm could produce a supreme expert. If it wasn't for the source of heaven god realm, he would have left the heaven god realm and gone to the upper world. The ancestors of the Wang family naturally didn't know that Gu Fei didn't care about the so-called divine emperor god realm's strongest divine emperor god realm. Rumble, shocking noises could be heard from the starry sky. All the emperor gods had rushed into the starry sky to watch the battle. Only god emperors were qualified to watch a battle of this level. Living beings below the level of god emperor were unable to withstand such a supreme divine might. Master, who do you think will win? Emperor God Mo Yuan suddenly said. His sudden voice shocked the people of the Wang family. The experts of the Wang family raised their heads and looked at him. What does it have to do with me? Gu Fei looked at Emperor God Mo Yuan and said, This Emperor God Mo Yuan was stunned when he heard that. He had never thought that Gu Fei wouldn't care about the great battle. At this moment, Gu Fei's mind was not on these trivial matters at all. What he wanted to do was to recover his invincible cultivation base and then investigate his origins. I wonder what happened to Gu Ling. Gu Fei suddenly thought of his daughter. Gu Ling, ever since Gu Ling stepped on the ancient road of the human clan, there was no news of her. However, he knew that Gu Ling and his disciples were still alive. Back then, Gu Fei gave Gu Ling the emperor's divine mace to protect herself. It was a supreme Dao weapon that could go against an extreme Dao weapon. In the human realm and heaven realm, where the power of heaven punishment existed, who could hurt Gu Ling except for a supreme martial artist? As for Erebus, he had also disappeared for a long time. I wonder if Old Tortoise has become a supreme martial artist. Gu Fei suddenly had an urge to go back and take a look. However, it wasn't time yet. His eternal martial body was gradually recovering. Gu Fei's martial body was transforming into an eternal martial body. His martial body wasn't something that the ultimate gods and great emperors in the heaven divine realm could imagine. He had already surpassed the heaven divine realm and could ignore all his opponents in the heaven divine realm. Of course, Gu Fei knew that although the heaven divine realm was only a mid-level world, someone from the upper world might have done something to it. The origin of heaven and earth wasn't that easy to get. One must know that this was the source energy of the heaven and earth. If anything were to happen to it, the entire heaven and earth would be destroyed. Ha! Suddenly, a laugh was heard from afar. The experts on the mountain looked in the direction of the laughter and saw that a group of people had appeared in the sky at an unknown time. To be exact, it was a divine army. The two people at the front were Emperor God Tatian and Emperor Yun. Emperor God Tatian laughed arrogantly. Like a dark cloud, the divine army quickly flew toward the mountain where Gu Fei and the others were. Soon, they arrived in the sky above the mountain. A terrifying imperial energy fell from the sky. This Emperor God Mo Yuan's expression changed when he saw that. It's Emperor Tatian, Wang Xian, and the other ancestral patriarchs of the Wang family were terrified. A young man in armor next to Emperor God Tatian shouted at the people on the mountain, "Cowards of the Wang family, come out and die. We might leave your bodies intact." Master, this Wang Xian and the other experts of the Wang family looked at Gu Fei anxiously. Gu Fei was the only one who could save them at a time like this. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He still closed his eyes to rest. Who in the heaven divine realm can protect you? Come out and die. Yun Xia, the son of the evil Tharch, said with a cold smile. Wang Xian and the others panicked after hearing what Yun Xia said. They regretted leaving the grotto heaven of the Wang family. However, the grotto heaven of the Wang family was already unstable. If it collapsed, they would all die in there, and the Wang family would be exterminated. They're my people. Their lives are in my hands. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the demonic emperor's son, Yun Xie, who was standing outside the mountain. Ha ha! Who do you think you are? How dare a true god act so presumptuously in front of me? Are you tired of living? Yun Xie stared at Gu Fei and said arrogantly, "How dare you?" Emperor God, Mo Yuan shouted as he stared at Yun Xie. "Who are you shouting at? Come out and fight with my father if you have the guts." Yun Xie sneered. This guy was a con man, and he was conning his own father. "Young man, you're courting death." Mo Yuan glanced at Gu Fei. Seeing that Gu Fei didn't say anything, he took action immediately. He pointed at Yun Xie, and a divine light shot out from his finger towards Yun Xie. "Your opponent is me." The Heaven Trampler Evil Emperor took a step forward and stretched out his hand to directly block the beam of light that shot towards him. The two emperors fought against each other. There were two emperor gods on Emperor Taishan's side, while there was only Emperor God Mo Yuan on Gu Fei's side. No matter how one looked at it, Gu Fei's side was at an absolute disadvantage. Everyone in the Wang family was in despair. Die! Emperor God Mo Yuan had been suppressing his anger for a long time. He roared and took a step forward. He dashed out from the top of the mountain instantly. Home! Emperor God Mo Yuan threw a punch at Tatian Evil Emperor. As soon as he came up, a blinding divine light rushed out from his fist and burst out with an unprecedentedly dazzling divine light. It was as if a divine sun had suddenly appeared in the world. Under this punch, the void of the world exploded. Pitch-black spatial cracks, like incomparably huge abysses, appeared in the entire world. One punch shattered the universe. That was Emperor God Mo Yuan's strongest punch. Even Emperor God Tatian was shocked by Emperor God Mo Yuan's punch. The power of the punch was so terrifying that Yun Xie had already peed his pants. He hid behind his father, Emperor Tatian, and trembled in fear. "How is this possible?" Yun Xie muttered to himself. He was truly frightened by what he saw. On the top of the mountain, Gu Fei opened his eyes and was a little surprised. Emperor God Mo Yuan also had a trick up his sleeve. Everyone had a trump card, and they wouldn't use it easily. However, once the trump card was used, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Roar! Emperor Tatian let out a roar. The next moment, 9 evil shadows dashed out from his body and collided with Emperor God Mo Yuan's punch. Boom! 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 Every evil shadow collided with Emperor God Mo Yuan's fist, and there was a loud bang that shook the universe. It was as frightening as thunder roaring beside one's ears. However, the mountain that was protected by the cauldron was still as stable as a mountain, and it didn't move at all. The power of an emperor god was nothing in front of the mountain river cauldron. It could completely block a wisp of its aura. The people of the Wang family on the top of the mountain were relieved to see that. Master had protected them, after all. No one could kill them with Master around. Emperor God Tatian was just a bunch of clowns in front of Master. Those clowns dared to look down on Master. They were so stupid. Chapter 4166. Emperor God Mo Yuan gave it his all and threw a punch that had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The divine light that was emitted from his fist was even more dazzling than the sun. Everyone in the Wang clan was astonished by the scene. "All right," the heaven-trampling evil emperor shouted and unleashed his art of 9 evils. In the next moment, 9 shadows rushed out of his body. To Emperor Tatian, it was a happy thing to meet a good opponent. Then he could fight to his heart's content. Boom! The first evil shadow collided with Emperor God Mo Yuan's fist instantly. and a ball of glaring divine light burst out. As long as the void was enveloped by the divine light, it would be destroyed straight away. That was a god emperor. He could shatter the void with a wave of his hand. The destructive wave spread out instantly and engulfed a radius of 10,000 miles. On the ground undulated like waves from the terrifying wave that came down from the sky. The Wong clan's ancestral ground had been erased from the ground. Boom! After that, there was another loud bang, and the second evil shadow collided with Emperor God Mo Yuan's fist again. However, Emperor God Mo Yuan's fist was like an ancient sacred mountain that continued to move forward. When the second shadow hit Emperor Taishan's fist, Emperor God Mo Yuan's fist did not move at all. Emperor Taishan's 9 Evils Heaven skill was the best in the southern divine region. Even southern heaven god Emperor Xian Kuan did not dare to be careless when facing Emperor Taishan's 9 Evils Heaven skill. Emperor God Mo Yuan was undoubtedly one of the best emperor lords under the Emperor of Dark Night in the Dark Night continent. He had always been low-key and had hidden his strength well. One had to admit that before Emperor God Mo Yuan met Gu Fei, he had been pretending very well. He knew how to keep a low profile and bide his time. However, now that he had followed Gu Fei and had his life and death restricted by Gu Fei, he could no longer pretend anymore. He knew very well that if Gu Fei wanted to kill him, it would only take a single thought. As long as Gu Fei wasn't satisfied with him and decided to kill him, Emperor God Mo Yuan would die. The heaven-trampling, evil monarch's 9 Evils heaven art was churning crazily. The third evil shadow instantly clashed with a loud sound that reverberated throughout the sky and earth. Some god emperors were attracted by it and rushed down from the starry sky to watch the battle nearby. A powerful storm of destruction swept across the sky and earth. What is the heaven-trampling evil emperor doing? The other side has 2 great emperors. If the Dark Knight Emperor were to defeat the traversing divine lord, the heaven-trampling evil emperor would be done for. Since heaven-trampling evil emperor dares to make a move, it means that he is not afraid of the 2 great emperors. A god emperor said disapprovingly, "The sky-trampling evil emperor seems to be related to some supreme force in the central divine realm." Someone said something like that. What? The other emperor gods were shocked to hear that. One must know that the strongest forces in the central divine territory were super powerful forces with legendary ultimate gods. No wonder someone thought of this and could not help but exclaim. The heaven-trampling evil emperor had confidence and background, which was why he dared to challenge Emperor God Mo Yuan. He dared to not take Gu Fei seriously and dared to kill everyone in the Wong clan. "You go and kill Wang Xuanji," the heaven-trampling evil emperor said to Emperor Yun. "All right." Emperor Yun nodded. In the next moment, he turned into a ray of divine light and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. At this time, Wang Xuanji's Emperor God tribulation was about to end. It was really despicable for Emperor Yun to kill Wang Xuanji at this time. One must know that Wang Xuanji, who had just passed the Emperor God tribulation, must be extremely weak. With Emperor Yun's cultivation base, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Wang Xuanji, who had just passed the Emperor God tribulation. This, on the mountain, the great ancestors of the Wang clan were anxious. Wang Xuanji was their hope. If even Wang Xuanji was killed by Emperor Yun, the Wang clan would really be in decline. With an emperor in charge, the Wang family could shock everyone. They could slowly rest and recover. "Master, please save the Xuanji old ancestor." Wang Xian and the others rushed to the rock where Gu Fei was sitting and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Gu Fei. The Wang clan was really afraid. Once Wang Xuanji was killed by Emperor Yun, the Wang clan would not be destroyed even if they relied on Gu Fei, but they would never be able to rise again. At this time, in the distant sky, a masked woman saw this scene and was shocked. The great ancestor of the Wang clan was actually kowtowing to Gu Fei. This was absolutely unbelievable to her. This person is not simple. Next to the masked woman, a majestic middle-aged man looked at the black-robed young man on the mountain. "Master, please save the Xuanji old ancestor." Everyone in the Wang clan knelt before the rock and kowtowed to Gu Fei anxiously. Rumble, thunderclaps resounded incessantly from afar, while a terrifying aura of destruction swept over. It was the might of the heavens and the earth. Wang Xuanji was still undergoing the tribulation, but the tribulation clouds had gradually shrunk. However, the might of the tribulation had grown stronger. Emperor Yun hadn't acted yet, and he was waiting. Gu Fei looked indifferently at the kneeling members of the Wang clan, and then he said, "Wang Xuanji won't die." "Thank you, master." Everyone in the Wang clan was instantly overjoyed. Since Gu Fei said Wang Xuanji wouldn't die, then it would be difficult for Wang Xuanji to die, even if he wanted to. However, Gu Fei had no intention of acting. This caused everyone in the Wang clan to be anxious, and they didn't know how Gu Fei was going to save Wang Xuanji. Wang Xin and the other great ancestors of the Wang clan glanced at each other anxiously. After all, Emperor Yun was a god emperor, so Wang Xuanji was definitely dead if he targeted him. Meanwhile, countless dazzling rays of light suddenly erupted from the depths of the star. Countless stars actually exploded at the same time, and the terrifying force of destruction caused the entire starry sky to tremble. Boom! Following a loud bang, a figure flew out from the depths of the starry sky. That person was the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight Emperor lost. The god emperors of the Heaven Divine realm were surprised and delighted. The Dark Knight Emperor was sent flying thousands of miles away. His hair was messy, and his body was stained with blood. A drop of blood was dripping from the heaven-breaking axe in his hand. At the same time, a figure slowly walked out of the destructive storm. Divine God traversing. Seeing that figure, the god emperors of the Heaven Divine realm were extremely excited. "Ha ha! Divine God traversing of our Heaven Divine realm is still better," a god emperor of the Heaven Divine realm said with a laugh. "Hee hee! How can a great emperor from the Dark Knight continent be a match for the divine god of our Heaven Divine realm?" Someone said disdainfully. However, when the god emperors of the Heaven Divine realm saw Divine God Traversing's appearance, they were immediately dumbfounded. Divine God Traversing was in a worse state than the Dark Knight Emperor. His left arm was severed at the shoulder, and there was a blood stain on his forehead that was oozing blood. He was actually seriously injured. The god emperors of the Heaven Divine realm couldn't laugh. How is this possible? When the god emperors of the Heaven Divine realm saw Divine God Traversing's miserable state, they were dumbfounded. Then, although Divine God Traversing had lost an arm, his right hand was still holding the spear, the void-breaking divine spear, tightly. Divine God Traversing lost? Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the starry sky. Roar! Divine God Traversing roared fiercely at the sky. A terrifying wave of divine power immediately exploded from his body, and a ball of divine light surged from his body and enveloped him directly. At the place where Divine God Traversing's arm was severed, his flesh, tendons, and bones were growing rapidly. Very soon, a new arm appeared on his body. Besides his arm, the crack on Divine God Traversing's forehead was also mended. In just a few breaths' time, Divine God Traversing's injuries were completely healed, and an extremely powerful aura exploded from his body. Divine God traversing recovered to his peak state directly. When the Dark Knight Emperor saw that, he was dumbfounded. Divine God traversing roared furiously, and the divine spear in his hand stabbed at the Dark Knight Emperor. The void-breaking divine spear instantly turned into an immortal divine light and shot at the center of the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows at an extremely fast speed. Swoosh! The divine light pierced the center of the Dark Knight Emperor's eyebrows directly, but the Dark Knight Emperor's figure disappeared in the void. Divine God traversing's spear couldn't hurt the Dark Knight Emperor at all, and it only pierced the Dark Knight Emperor. Rumble. Just then, the void above Divine God traversing's head shook violently. A light blade instantly broke the universe and fell on the top of Divine God traversing's head. The divine spear in Divine God traversing's hand swept upwards. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded. The void-breaking spear fiercely collided with the light blade descending from the sky, causing transparent ripples to spread in all directions. Divine God traversing fell from the starry sky directly. Just then, a domineering figure appeared in the void. The heaven-breaking divine axe split the sky and displayed great power. The surrounding emperor gods from Heaven Divine World who were watching the battle felt a buzz in their heads, and they had a splitting headache. It's too scary. All the emperor gods retreated far away. Swoosh! Just then, a spear shadow went against the sky and pierced through the Dark Knight Emperor's divine body in an instant. A ray of bloodlight appeared in the void. Void-breaking divine spear. Revered sky traversing divinity finally used his trump card. This spear of his was silent and extremely fast. It was as if it had fused with the void. Even the Dark Knight Emperor couldn't dodge the spear. Preposterous. The Dark Knight Emperor was shocked and furious. A terrifying destructive power instantly invaded his body and destroyed the vitality in his body. Boom! At the next moment, the Dark Knight Emperor's entire body seemed to be burning. Boundless divine light surged out from his body, and the destructive power that invaded his body was instantly forced out. This